Chapter 276 Taking Action. Chapter 276, Taking Action, Close Friend. Could it be the individual whom fellow Taoist wanted to save with the spirit herb? Han Li seemed to have casually asked this, but he was inwardly very happy. He had been bitterly worried that he wouldn't be able to raise the subject of that formation master by Qi Yunxiao's side. He naturally couldn't let this golden opportunity slip by. Qi Yunxiao was stunned when Han Li asked this question and was a bit hesitant. But soon after, he thought of something and made up his mind, nodding his head. Senior is not wrong. This spirit tea was made this one's close friend. As for that previous matter, it was thanks to medicine created from Senior's 1,000-year-old spirit herb that my friend's life was saved. However, although her life had been saved, her injury is recovering extremely slowly. Therefore, this junior wants to shamelessly ask Senior if he has another 1,000-year-old spirit herb. Even if it isn't a 1,000-year-old spirit herb, as long as it's 700 or 800 years old, it would fulfill my wish for my close friend to fully recover. This one is willing to promise all sorts of formation flags in exchange for the spirit herb. After that was said, Qi Yunxiao had a face full of anticipation and was attentively staring at Han Li. When Han Li heard Qi Yunxiao's words, he was slightly surprised, but his heart soon relaxed. Since the other party still sought something from Han Li, it seemed he would naturally succeed in his request for the other party to repair the transportation formation. However, his face naturally wore an awkward expression. He would make Qi Yunxiao feel like he would owe Han Li a favor. With this thought, Han Li muttered to himself for a moment. After a long moment later, he said with reluctance, "This one does have such a spirit herb on hand. However, this one intended to refine a medicine pill with it and use it. This is truly..." Although Han Li didn't finish his sentence, the hesitant expression on his face was enough for Qi Yunxiao to imagine the difficulty of this matter. After all, Qi Yunxiao should clearly know what refining a top-grade medicine pill signified to a cultivator. When Qi Yunxiao first heard Han Li had such a medicinal herb on hand, he immediately revealed an appearance of wild happiness. However, when he heard the words that followed, his expression became extremely apprehensive. Without even waiting for Han Li to finish his sentence, he immediately said with a half-pleading tone, "Junior knows that making Senior Han Li give a spirit herb is a bit forceful. However, this one truly feels great anguish from seeing his dear friend suffering day after day. So long as Senior agrees to seed the spirit herb, this one will allow Senior to choose from this one's formation establishment magic tools as he wishes. Even if Senior wishes to take them all, Junior will have no complaints." When Han Li heard the other party's words, his heart was greatly moved. Even if this Qi Yunxiao's formation establishment magic tools weren't as abnormal as the 5 elements reversal formation, they were sure to be rarely seen quality goods. If he had several more sets on hand, he would be able to increase his defenses by no small amount. Even better were the formation spells with extremely powerful offensive capabilities. If he could trap strong enemies within the formations, it would also be another incisive method of attack. However, the main objective of this trip was to have the other party restore the damaged transportation formation. If he were to take a few formation establishment magic tools, then this matter couldn't be fulfilled, and if he asked for too much, he would give the other party the impression that his greed was insatiable. Han Li did not currently wish for these two to become hostile towards him. After Han Li pondered about this, he intended to refuse the other party's exchange and raise the matter about the transportation formation. But at this moment, the flustered yell of a young woman suddenly came from outside. "Young Master Qi, it's bad. My clan's young madam has encountered mishap. Please save my clan's young madam." Qi Yunxiao's face immediately changed once the voice penetrated the walls. He hastily stood and left the room without even said anything to his guest, Han Li. The shopkeep standing to the side similarly ran out the room with a panicked and pale face. Han Li raised his eyebrows, but his expression didn't change. Still, He felt puzzled and slowly walked out with hands behind his back. Outside the room, Qi Yunxiao and the shopkeep were attentively and nervously listening to a talking woman who appeared 18 or 19 years old. This girl was pretty and had fair skin. As she was talking about something, she had an anxious appearance. She immediately shut her mouth with fright when she saw a stranger, Han Li, walk out of the room. An expression of vigilance flashed from her eyes. Seeing this, Han Li gave a smile without paying it any mind and stood still. He didn't walk any further. But after Qi Yunxiao turned to look at Han Li, it appeared as he had grasped life-saving medicine and flew to Han Li's side. He excitedly pleaded to him, "Senior, this one's close friend is currently being restrained by cultivators with malicious intent. Right now, only Senior can save her. So long as Senior agrees to take action, this junior will be sure to give heavy payment as equivalent thanks. Could Daoist friend Qi please give me a few details?" Is the young woman spoke of, your dear friend, the formation spell master? Han Li wrinkled his brow, asking with some surprise. That's right. The 5 elements reversal formation establishment magic tools that Senior previously used were jointly refined by this one and that young lady. Qi Yunxiao hastily said as he looked at Han Li with impatience. It was at this moment that the pretty woman then discovered that she was incapable of seeing how deep Han Li's cultivation was even with her cultivation base at the 5th layer of qi condensation. This caused her to open her mouth in shock and then look at Han Li with fear. Han Li then turned his body to the woman and said with a deep voice, "Could this young woman explain it once more? I want to know the whole story." Although Han Li knew this was the best opportunity to gain favor, he needed to know the enemy's strength and numbers. He didn't wish to fail and be in need of rescue himself. Oh. It's like this. Today, the young lady and I arrived somewhere nearby. When the pretty woman saw Han Li ask her this, she couldn't help but repeat the story once through in a fluster. Originally, this young woman's young madam had ran out of high-quality tea leaves to refine into spirit tea. As per previous custom, she went to the nearby Jade Cloud Mountain to pick a few leaves, but she unexpectedly ran into a group of male qi condensation cultivators. When the master and servant saw so many cultivators appear, they already felt something was wrong and intended to immediately leave the mountain. But who would have thought that there was a person from these group of cultivators who would recognize one of the women as a formation spell master who had set up a formation spell for some small clan? This person immediately informed this matter to his colleagues. As a result, this group was filled with evil intent and intended to capture this woman alive, forcing her to give them her knowledge of formation spells. However, the young madam was exceptionally quick-witted and didn't wait for the opponent to act, having her servant rush off the mountain to escape. But as she herself was halfway down the mountain, she discovered people relentlessly pursuing her. They were growing increasingly closer and would soon overtake and capture her. Without a better option, she could only use the formation flag she had on hand to arrange a simple formation spell in the middle of the forest, protecting herself. Then she had this servant rush towards Qi Yunxiao in order to call for help. As Han Li heard the other party's account, he muttered to himself indecisively. According to the young woman, the enemy consisted of only 7 or 8 qi condensation disciples. He no longer had any qualms and quickly decided that he must help them. With this thought, Han Li nodded his head and said, "We'll follow the lead of this young lady." After saying this, under Qi Yunxiao's grateful gaze, Han Li threw out his sleeve, and a small white boat appeared, enlarging itself before everyone's eyes. "Everyone, get on board. We must save someone from danger." Although this magic tool is a bit small, it flies extremely fast and will have no problem flying with 4 or 5 people. Han Li's body flashed and reappeared in front of the small boat. He then turned his head and said this to the others. Qi Yunxiao and the young woman came to a sudden realization and boarded the small boat. But when the shopkeep also thought to board it, Chi Yunxiao stopped him and said, "Uncle Lin, your cultivation is far too low. If you were to go, there would be many dangers. Please stay here. We will immediately return after we save her." When the shopkeep heard this, he appeared hesitant. But he knew that Chi Yunxiao meant him well, so he remained with some slight unwillingness. Thus, Han Li and the others flew on the small boat and turned into a streak of white light, disappearing off the edge of the horizon. Han Li quickly flew the divine wind boat south with all his strength. Its quick speed caused the two passengers to keep their eyes wide open from surprise. Not long after, they arrived above a besieged formation spell in a forest. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people viciously attacking the spell formation with magic tools. It seemed the layer of faint azure light that covered the forest had weakened to the point of near destruction. When Chi Yunxiao saw this, his eyes grew red, and he immediately wanted to jump off. However, Han Li held him still and insipidly said to him, "Don't rush. It seems the magic tools they are using aren't bad. From this alone, they seem to be from some cultivation clan." Since they knew this young lady was a formation spell master, even if you were to repel them here, they would continue to tangle with you in the future. It would be better for me to help you eliminate them cleanly and wipe away the problem entirely. When Chi Yunxiao heard that these people would unceasingly tangle with him in the future, he couldn't help but angrily nod his head. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and then looked at the unknowing cultivators below. Cold light flashed from his eyes. He suddenly raised his 2 hands, and 2 streaks of black light and 6 streaks of yellow light flew out. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of these cultivators and easily encircled the frightened assailants. They all fell to the floor one by one, killed by Han Li instantly. Chi Yunxiao and that maid looked at the scene, overwhelmed with shock. Although they knew the difference between Qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators was certain to be great, they did not think at all that Han Li would be able to quickly kill so many people with ease. It should be known that the highest cultivation base among these men was the 12th layer. Chi Yunxiao himself was only at the 9th layer. Han Li didn't pay any attention to these 2's gazes of reverence and had the flying magic tool descend. Without waiting for the divine wind boat to completely touch the ground, Chi Yunxiao hastily and impatiently leaped off, rushing into the forest. He yelled with great nervousness, "Ener! Are you all right? The enemies have all died. You can come out now." Chapter 277 Xan Rian. Chapter 277, Xan Rian. When Han Li saw Chi Yunxiao throw himself into the forest, he widely smiled. Although Han Li wasn't very experienced with the matters between men and women, after seeing him lose such self-control, it was quite obvious how Chi Yunxiao viewed this woman who was proficient in formation spells. It definitely wasn't merely a good friendship, it was most likely a relationship of deep affection between a man and woman. Why else would he be so nervous? That servant girl also followed him, burning with anxiety. Han Li patiently waited outside the forest. A moment later, Chi Yunxiao and that pretty servant girl were happily walking out the forest, accompanied by a blue-clothed woman. With no trace of politeness, Han Li took a direct and careful look at this blue-clothed woman. She was of medium stature, had a delicate, small nose, and a pair of bright eyes as clear as water. When she and Han Li looked at each other, she revealed a faint smile. It seems this Chi Yunxiao had already told this woman about his identity. To tell the truth, this woman's facial appearance was not remarkable, not quite as good as that pretty servant girl. However, her graceful and easy demeanor, refined movements, and black pupils that seemed to be able to speak more than made up for her somewhat lacking appearance. If someone were to see this woman, they would not feel this woman's appearance was lacking but would rather feel stunned. It was impossible to mistake who was servant and master among the pair. When Han Li saw this woman's exceptionally elegant bearing, he felt a great headache. He didn't need to guess. This woman was absolutely of the quick-witted, clever sort, a woman far more intelligent than normal. It was likely that negotiating with this lady would expend a great deal of effort. It absolutely wouldn't be as easy as dealing with Qi Yunxiao, where he was in full control of the situation. Many thanks to Senior for coming to rescue me. This young woman is Axan Ruyan. I can't thank you enough. The blue-clothed woman leisurely walked in front of Han Li and gracefully saluted him several times while saying this with composure. Her voice was as sweet and smooth as silver. Young Lady Axan, there is no need to be overly polite. This one only expended a bit of effort. However, let us quickly return. It's likely these people have some backing. If they have seniors nearby, it would be quite troublesome. Han Li politely said as he waved his hand, faintly urging the several people to hurry on their way. When Qi Yunxiao heard Han Li's words, he somewhat anxiously nodded his head in agreement and said, "That's right, Einer. Let us hurry and leave this place. This place is far too dangerous." Ever since Qi Yunxiao saw Axan Ruyan, his eyes hadn't parted from her spotlessly pure and dainty appearance. At this moment, he spoke incomparably intimately, causing Han Li to feel a bit sick from sappiness. The two cheeks on Axan Ruyan's slightly red face quickly became flushed. She glanced somewhat shyly at Qi Yunxiao, and after a moment of hesitation, she slightly opened her mouth and replied. "Fine, let yous leave from here. However, these corpses." Axan Ruyan looked at the corpses and thought of saying something else. "This can be solved quickly by burning them into the earth," Han Li said without paying it mind. He raised the 5 fingers of his right hand, and 7 to 8 small fireballs flew out, immediately turning the corpses to ash. Only their storage pouches remained on the ground. Seeing Han Li destroy the corpses with such familiarity caused the woman's face to slightly change and her heart to slightly tremble. But she wasn't some common frail girl. Soon after, her face turned to normal, and she spoke a bit with Qi Yunxiao. "I have no use for the items in these storage pouches. If this young woman doesn't turn her nose against it, do not hesitate to go take them, but be sure not to leave any traces." It was the appearance of someone deeply in love. Han Li found this truly amusing, and he couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth, revealing a somewhat mysterious smile. When Qi Yunxiao just happened to turn around, he happened to see this. Qi Yunxiao completely blushed and made some vague explanations before sitting down at his original seat with embarrassment. A graceful and virtuous woman and a noble man make a good match. This is a just and honorable matter. Why does fellow Daoist Qi mind it so much? Han Li sampled some of the high-quality tea on the table. After smiling indifferently, he said this with an appearance of ease. "Senior. No. I don't." Qi Yunxiao became increasingly flustered. At this moment, that servant girl came in and Qi Yunxiao finally relaxed. Not long after, Axan Ruyan walked into the room with a graceful bearing. Her white garment resembled a lotus blossom in bloom, causing those who saw her to become extremely dazzled. Ruyan will engrave this debt to Senior Han and elder brother Qi in her heart. Please let this humble woman pour you cups of wine and tea as a token of appreciation. After Axan Ruyan entered the room, she went to the side of the servant girl and took a pot of tea from her. Then she sincerely poured a cup for the two. After Han Li took the cup of tea, he bitterly smiled and inwardly sighed, "I truly don't understand this woman. Her words don't reveal anything. Although she hasn't promised anything, she isn't letting us choose anything either." When Qi Yunxiao saw that his beloved was serving him tea, he was happy beyond recognition. When he drank a cup of tea, he didn't taste it in the slightest. He only giggled foolishly without end. When Axan Ruyan saw Qi Yunxiao with this appearance, she felt a great headache. She could only turn toward Han Li and chat a bit. She thought to make some inquiries about Han Li's identity and see which sect or great clan he was from. After all, a Foundation establishment cultivator was certain to have some backing. Naturally, Han Li wasn't naive enough to easily reveal his background and deliberately answered vaguely, skirting around her inquiries. After the chat was over, the woman unexpectedly didn't end up with any useful information. This caused Axan Ruyan to feel gloomy and even more vigilant against Han Li. From Axan Ruyan's perspective, even if Han Li came to help so quickly, Han Li may also hold similar intentions as that previous group. To guard against the unexpected, she naturally became far more careful and used her mind to the greatest extent. Senior Han, since you have saved Ruyan, do not hesitate to choose any formation flag and plates that this one has already refined. At this moment, this one happens to have many sets. Could Senior take a look and see if he is satisfied with them? Qi Yunxiao finally became a bit sober from his infatuation and said a few words to Han Li. This caused Han Li to be a bit surprised and also greatly happy. He was finally able to mention the problem he was most concerned with. When Axan Ruyan heard this, she was startled. But soon after, she smiled toward Qi Yunxiao with great appreciation. This caused Qi Yunxiao to further giggle foolishly with happiness. With regards to formation flags and plates, there's no rush. This one has another matter for which he wishes to seek help from fellow Daoist Axan. If you are able to help this one solve this matter, there will be no need to bestow any rewards. Instead, this one will give you an 800-year-old spirit herb that I had planned to refine a pill so that you could treat fellow Daoist Axan's illness. Han Li's sudden words caused the two to become greatly shocked. Senior wishes to see the spirit herb. When Qi Yunxiao heard these words, he couldn't help but stand and simultaneously ask this with pleasant surprise. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in his wish to treat his beloved's illness and felt greatly moved. Chapter 278 Half-Year Appointment. Chapter 278, Half-Year Appointment. Being the one involved, Axan Ruyan started to become similarly excited. After all, this regarded a complete recovery from her long-lasting affliction. However, her expression changed from dark to bright several times. She hesitated and said while biting her red lips, "What sort of matter does Senior wish for Junior to help with? Please do not hesitate to say. As long as it doesn't violate my conscience and morality, this young woman will certainly agree." When Axan Ruyan said this and looked at Han Li with clear eyes, she feared Han Li would be unable to answer to her request. Seeing this woman's cautiousness, Han Li couldn't help but give a knowing smile. This reminded him of his own circumstances at the beginning of his journey of cultivation. He had also been very cautious and feared that treading the wrong path would result in his death. Fellow Daoist Axan doesn't need to be so nervous. I only want fellow Daoist to restore a formation spell. So long as you are able to restore it, I will offer you the spirit herb. Han Li soon answered with a calm expression. He didn't evade her straight gaze, but rather met it with a magnanimous gaze. After Axan Ruyan heard this, she was a bit skeptical. She then let out a breath and relaxed, blossoming a lovely appearance. She said, "If it is truly a matter of restoration, then it will be no problem. Ruyan will do all she can to restore it. Senior, please be at ease." The girl's originally neutral expression suddenly became a clear and bright smile. Han Li couldn't help but be stunned by the beauty of her charm. There was no need to mention that her longtime admirer, Qi Yunxiao, had long since fallen into a spell of imbecility from the smile and was incapable of waking himself. When Axan Ruyan saw the strangeness of Han Li's gaze, she couldn't help blush a bit more, causing her charm to become even more lovely. At this moment, Han Li hurriedly restrained his previously out-of-control mind and continued, "Truthfully speaking, although this one knows that fellow Daoist Yin's research into formation spells is certainly deep, I don't know if it can truly be repaired. Also, the original formation is incapable of being moved, thus this one made a copy of its designs. I hope fellow Daoist will be able to look at the designs and repair it. With this said, Hanli took out the jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it over to Aksayan Ryan. She immediately injected her consciousness into it with great curiosity. After examining it, she involuntarily cried out from shock, "Ancient transportation formation." When Hanli heard her shout, the biggest worry in his heart disappeared without a trace. As expected, that transportation formation was an ancient transportation formation. Now, let's see if this woman can repair it. As Hanli thought this, he couldn't help but pay close attention to Aksayan Yurin's facial expression, afraid that she would reveal an expression of embarrassment. After Qi Yunxiao heard the words ancient transportation formation, his face became filled with amazement, and his eyes widened from astonishment. After no less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed, Aksayan Ryan took a long stretch and eventually withdrew her consciousness from the jade slip. Then she lowered her head and entered deep contemplation for a moment before raising her elegant head, earnestly saying to Hanli, "This is a genuine ancient transportation formation. Someone at my level normally wouldn't be able to repair a completely ruined ancient transportation formation, but the damage on this formation is quite small, mainly at one small corner. Fortunately, I'm familiar with this specific portion of the formation spell, having studied a few ancient formation spells. As a result, I should have a good chance to restore this ancient transportation formation." So the name of the city literally means the capital city of Yu. Chapter 279 The Great Wealthy Qin Residence. Chapter 279 The Great Wealthy Qin Residence within the city of Yuejing, the South District was distinctly different from the West District. The West District's tall and great residences were actually jaggedly arranged flat rooms. Those who lived there were all lower-class workers with odd jobs, small peddlers and merchants, and other impoverished people. Naturally, a portion were loafers who came from other districts after being kicked out of their household. Far and away from the West region, the rich merchant households existed in the East District. Although these households didn't have anyone working in the bureaucracy and couldn't live in the South District, their grand residences and courtyards were more magnificent than any other. None of them spared their great wealth in order to bring their household's name to fame, suppressing other nearby great families and putting themselves on top. Naturally, there were a few famous households that the others' nearby fundamentality couldn't compete against. Not only was the amount of land they owned great, but also their riches and prestige far exceeded the others. The people who lived in these households were merchants that were beyond extremely wealthy. In a corner of the East District, such an extremely rich and powerful household existed, the Qin residence. Their residence spanned over 1.5 acres. If one knew exactly how much land cost in Yuejing, one would be speechless for a long while. Not only was the Qin clan extremely wealthy, but they also controlled a fourth of the copper mines in the state of Yu. Furthermore, it was said that their clan master possessed remarkable ability and had officials that specifically spoke on their behalf in the royal court. As such, even the servants of this great and noble household held great confidence, having more sway in their household than other servants. The gatekeeper of the Qin residence, Qin Gue, also thought as such. Every time someone came to the Qin residence requesting to meet with the clan master, regardless of their identity or background, even if they were a bureaucrat, they were always completely polite towards even a low servant of the Qin clan and didn't dare to offend them in the slightest. As time passed, this caused Qin Gue to feel as if he himself were superior. Thus, every time someone sought to pay respects and meet someone from the Qin clan, their gifts naturally couldn't be small. Otherwise, Qin Gue wouldn't look upon them favorably. He might even wait 3 or 4 days before reporting their presence to a superior. Naturally, if a great character knocked on their door, Qin Gue would act in accordance to custom, complete loyal subservience. Towards those young masters and young madams who entered and left the estate frequently, he would eagerly and attentively be at their beck and call. Although many of the masters whom Qin Gui served weren't completely satisfied with him, word spread recently that he would be promoted to become an external steward and would go out to take control of some business. After Qin Gui heard this, he became increasingly happy, and in the following days, he felt that his steps were as light as a feather. Right now, Qin Gui was arrogantly sitting a stool and lying in a shady, cool spot against the gate. This morning, the clan master had left to discuss some business. The several young masters and young madams had already left with their noble friends to take a stroll at Chongshan Temple. Currently, apart from the madams within the estate, only the widowed young Madame Biao remained. This caused to him let out a breath of relaxation, glad of the chance to take a break. When Qin Gui was half asleep with a light cool wind blowing against them, he suddenly heard the shy voice of a male youth in front of him. "Excuse me, is this the Qin residence?" Just as Qin Gui was about to fall asleep, this voice had disturbed him and woken him up. The slightest trace of his rusticness could no longer be seen. "I truly did not think this Qin clan was actually so well known. It's impossible for the devil Dao to let such an obvious target pass by." The youth took a look outside the room and slightly wrinkled his brow, muttering a few words to himself. Han Li had exhausted himself by flying at top speed for over 10 days before finally arriving at Yujing. The Qin residence was the target Li Huayuan requested Han Li to protect. However, when Han Li thought of the identity Li Huayuan arranged from him, he couldn't help but feel greatly gloomy. In the letter, Li Huayuan had the Qin clan master arrange the identity of a Qin clan side branch descendant, causing Han Li to play a destitute relative from the countryside. This was to fool the Qin resident so he could remain for a long time. Although Han Li disliked the identity of being a destitute youngster from the countryside, his disguise didn't require any effort. After all, Han Li was the genuine child of peasant family of some remote countryside village. Thus, he didn't need to put much effort to closely resemble the right tone and mannerisms. After Han Li shut off the room, he meditated and refined qi on the bed. He hoped that while he protected the Qin residents, he would be able to slightly progress his own cultivation. It was already evening by the time Han Li completed a cycle of cultivation. At this moment, someone finally knocked on the door. Han Li's spirit shook, and the expression on his face soon completely vanished. He immediately resumed the appearance of the foolish rustic youngster. Once he opened the door, he saw a servant standing before him. "My clan's lord has returned. The madams are currently calling for you. Follow me," the servant said to Han Li with no trace of politeness. He then turned around and left. It seems Han Li wasn't worthy enough for the servant to put him in his eyes. This was of no surprise. The gatekeeper Qin Gui was the same. As a madam's trusted aide, he had seen many destitute relatives of the Qin residents arrive every year like an autumn wind. Naturally, he didn't particularly pay them much mind. This person thought it was most likely the Lord would meet with this country bumpkin, give him some silver, and then send him on his way. He basically wouldn't stay in this residence for much longer. Han Li sincerely agreed and followed this person out of the side room, heading straight towards the Qin residence's receiving hall. At this moment, there was a graceful and magnificent madam who appeared over 40 years old. She was sitting next to the Qin clan master Qin Yan and talking about Han Li's arrival. "Since he dares to come knocking on our door with a letter, he most likely isn't a fake. It seems he was truly sent from a clan senior to come visit us. Let us see what request he has in the end. If it isn't excessive, then we will completely satisfy it. Don't snobbishly cast out this branch clan member and soil our reputation. We cannot lose face because of this." Qin Yan was over 50 years old, but because he had took care of his health well, he appeared only 40 years old, not elderly in the slightest. After he drank a gulp of swallow nesh tea and moistened his throat, he said this leisurely. Chapter 280, Interview: Lord clearly understands that our clan does not lack silver. However, our face cannot be ruined in the slightest. His wife sitting across from him said a smile. She embodied the image of a perfect wife. When Qin Yen saw this, he was completely satisfied. This third madam had followed him for so many years, but her consideration for finer details hadn't decreased in the slightest, causing him to feel more reassured in them. Even ordinary matters of all sizes with regards to the Qin residence were handed over to her. Furthermore, her orders were always extremely satisfactory. Lord, I have already sent people to fetch him. After Lord Husband sees him, I will handle this small matter. His wife continued, speaking with a gentle voice. When Qin Yan heard this, he faintly smiled, but when he thought to say something else, a servant made a report from outside the room. Lord, Qin Ping has brought the guest. Do you want to call him in now? Tell Qin Ping to bring him in. Without deeply thinking, Qin Yan gave his command and simply closed his mouth. He then gave an apologetic smile to his third wife. I will follow your orders. The servant agreed and spoke no further. Qin Ping entered the guest hall with a simple-minded youth following behind him. As this male youth walked in, he looking left to right in the guest receiving hall as if he were extremely curious about within it. When the two walked into the hall, Qin Ping made his report and automatically withdrew. The only one who remained was the youth restlessly facing Qin Yan and his wife. When Qin Yan and his third wife saw the youth's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but look at him with a knowing smile. Qin Yan lightly coughed and then amiably said to the youth, I've heard this little brother has a letter for Senior Qin. Is this matter true? Could you hand that letter over to me so I could take a look? The youth, Hanli, looked at the Qin clan master and revealed some hesitation. With a bit of uncertainty, he asked, Are you really Uncle Qin? My grandfather said from his own mouth that this letter could only be given to Uncle Qin himself. When the third wife heard Hanli's words, she was slightly startled but soon smiled, almost unable to restrain her laughter. Inside the main guest receiving hall of the Qin residence, how could anyone dare to arrogantly pretend to be the Qin clan master? This youngster's question was truly amusing. When Qin Yan heard this, he blankly stared for a moment before revealing a wry smile. With no better option, he could only say, This one is the genuine Qin clan master. However, whether or not I am your esteemed self's Uncle Qin, I must read the letter before I know. Qin Yan appeared to be beaten, much to the amusement of his third wife watching from the side. Within Yuejing, nearly no one did not know of the renowned master of the Qin clan. But who would have thought this rustic younger would have actually have doubts? It truly made for a good story. Having heard Qin Yan's words, confidence bubbled forth on Han Li's face, and he brought out the crinkled letter, quickly creasing it before handing it over to Qin Yan. Qin Yan, who had long lost his patience, had difficulty resisting the urge to go over and snatch the letter but managed to maintain his poise until he received it. However, he didn't immediately open up the letter. Instead, he took a deep look at Hanli and suddenly put the letter on the table, lightly clapping his hands 2 times. Clap clap. An old man with a head full of white hair walked into the hall, wearing an azure jacket. Without saying anything further, Qin Yan pointed to the letter. The old man then immediately advanced towards the letter. He brought the letter under a bright light and carefully observed it. In the end, he returned the letter to the table. There are no problems. After spitting out these words, the old man bowed and retreated. He hadn't made a single noise this entire time, as if he were a ghost. Feeling assured, Qin Yan faintly squinted at Han Li, and when he saw Han Li's baffled expression, he couldn't help but smile. Then without any further doubt, he skillfully opened the letter and took out the letter for a close look. When the third wife saw this, she gave Han Li friendly smiles. She then raised a teacup in front of her, wanting to take a sip. However, before the cup even touched her lips, she saw Qin Yan pant as he read the letter. He suddenly stood with a face filled with extreme and bizarre amazement. "Lord, what's the matter? Could it be the letter is fake?" The third wife was shocked, hastily putting down her teacup and asked with great concern. "No, this letter is genuine. Furthermore, it is a letter from my senior to whom I owe great favor." Qin Yan's expression returned to normal almost instantly, his tone of voice once again quite calm. Then he looked at his beloved wife as if there was nothing wrong and sized up Hanli. "Your esteemed self is called Hanli?" Lord Qin inquired. Although his tone was the same as before, the third wife somehow felt something was amiss. Just as this madam met with doubt, Hanli nodded with all his strength. "That's right. I am Hanli. Is it as my grandpa has said? Can I stay here?" He. "Of course. When I was a child, I saw elderly Huayuan with my father. I did not think that today I would see his descendant. I will treat you as if you were my own nephew." Qin Yan suddenly gave a hearty laugh. His loud and clear voice caused the nearby servants to look at each other in dismay. They did not know why their clan master was so happy within the guest hall. "Come. Accompany with me a nearby room and tell me how elderly Huayuan is doing. As for the others, they are not allowed to follow. My dear nephew Hanli and I will have a proper chat." Qin Yan grabbed Hanli's arm and said this cordially. Then he dragged Hanli to the side door and blocked his third wife, who had also wanted to follow. This caused his third wife to feel greatly shocked and confused. She could only helplessly look on at Lord Qin and Hanli as they left through the side door. However, she didn't dare to disobey and secretly follow them. At this moment, she had a head full of doubt and suspicion. Hanli followed Qin Yan, and they arrived at an extremely quiet side hall. Without saying anything further, Qin Yan turned an ancient vase that was decorating the hall. Soon after, a concealed room suddenly appeared from the wall. When Qin Yan saw this, he entered without the slightest hesitation. After Hanli faintly smiled for a moment, he followed him in. Although the concealed room wasn't very large, it was fully furnished. Not only were there desks and chairs, but there was also a bookshelf about 3 meters high within the room. The room appeared extremely refined. "Since your esteemed self came from Immortalese sect, then you should be a cultivator." Chapter 281 The Qin Residence and Young Madame Biao. Chapter 281 The Qin Residence and Young Madame Biao. After 2 hours had passed, Hanli left the secret room with Qin Yan, once again returning to his country bumpkin appearance. Having returned to the guest room, the Qin clan master looked at his third wife and immediately ordered them to arrange a clean room in the back of the residence, as honorable nephew Han would be staying with them for an extended time. The surface reason was plain. As his senior, the Lord wanted to cultivate this junior and pay back the kindness that the boy's elders had bestowed upon him. When the third wife saw this, her jaw dropped, but she didn't say any words of opposition. When the exceedingly shrewd woman clearly heard this, she knew that Qin Yan already made his decision and wouldn't change his mind. Furthermore, she could perceive that this honorable nephew Han had something suspicious going on with her lord husband. But since Qin Yan didn't tell any of the particulars, she naturally wouldn't perform any actions that would provoke disfavor. However, she had guessed with a bit of wild imagination that since he was so serious toward this honorable nephew Han, it was possible that when Qin Yan was young, he had left an illegitimate child while he was out fondling flowers and trampling grass. How else could he turn so pale from reading the letter and be so cordial right after? The more the lively-minded third wife thought of this, the greater she felt this to be true. She felt a bit unhappy, but she appeared as if nothing happened and acted increasingly familiar toward Hanli. As such, under Lord Qin's repeated suggestions, Hanli followed Qin Ping to see his residence until he was fully satisfied. This time, Qin Ping's expression wasn't as rigid as before. Instead, his face wore a smile as he continuously addressed him as young Master Han. He had selectively forgotten his previously cold behavior. Although Han Li appeared overwhelmed by his superior's favor, he secretly sighed to this mortal servant. His art of changing in the direction of the blowing wind was truly superb. He was unexpectedly able to switch from arrogance to deference without the slightest appearance of embarrassment. He didn't know whether to say that his face was thick-skinned or if he was long accustomed to such events. Soon after, Qin Ping brought Han Li on a small path to the back of the residence. They arrived at a peaceful three-room courtyard. The exquisite and refined surroundings were exceptionally peaceful, causing Han Li to inwardly nod his head. It was very much to his liking. It seems this Qin Yan had gone through quite a bit of thought to give him such a suitable dwelling. Young Master Han, this is your residence. This is the best courtyard within the Qin residence. If someone were not the Lord's valued guests, they basically wouldn't be allowed to live here. After Qin Ping led Han Li into the courtyard, he fawningly gave Han Li an explanation. Han Li scratched his head and naively grinned. He repeatedly giggled as if he didn't know what to say. With great tact, Qin Ping switched to a different subject. Young Master Han hasn't eaten dinner yet, no? This servant will go to the kitchen and bring you some food. Please wait for a moment. With that said, Qin Ping respectfully withdrew from the courtyard and left. As Han Li saw this person gradually grow farther, he faintly smiled and entered the rooms. The room's arrangements greatly matched the environment, each piece of furniture being uniquely elegant. After he went through it once through, Han Li found it increasingly agreeable. He couldn't help but think of who arranged the place like this. That Qin Ping had moved quite quickly. Not long after, a female servant arrived with a large bamboo tray holding food. However, this elderly Lord Qin could really procreate. In total, he had 5 sons and 3 daughters, and he even had quite a few grandsons and granddaughters. In their midst, the eldest and second son all seemed to be around 30 years old and even had families. The one who had taken the initiative to ask a question was the eldest son's second son. But what was funny was that Qin Yan's youngest 5th son was only 5 or 6 years old, a little child who could only suck his thumb. When Han Li thought about that 16 or 17-year-old youth being forced to call this child with a drippy nose 5th uncle, he felt that it was quite comical. As for Qin Yan's wives, apart from the 3rd wife he had met earlier in the morning, there was another 40-year-old or so second wife, as well as 7 or 8 relatively young concubines. Qin Yan's first wife was not in the hall. At the moment, it was said that she was praying to Buddha and abstaining from eating meat. She would no longer come out to see anyone. Apart from these people, there were 2 40-year-old or so males. Naturally, they were Qin Yan's 2nd and 3rd younger brothers. They were each responsible for a portion of the Qin clan's business and could be considered the more important members of the Qin clan. Of course, they likewise had a few sons and daughters in the room, but Han Li only memorized these people's names, too lazy to pay them any further attention. After all, the energy he possessed as one person was limited. He could only focus on protecting the people Qin Yan introduced in this room. Where is young Madame Biao? When Qin Yan introduced all the people inside the room once, he suddenly discovered that they were missing a person. He couldn't help but ask this to his 3rd wife sitting beside him. Lord, young Miss Biao felt that as a widow, it would not be too appropriate for her to meet any outsiders, and thus she didn't come. Should I go and call for her? The 3rd wife softly asked. A hesitant expression appeared on her face. Oh. Qin Yan thought for a moment before continuing, don't worry about it. Marshal nephew Han is not an outsider. It's best if she comes and sees him. Yes, my lord. Little Lien, go quickly and call for the young Miss Biao. Tell her that the lord asked for her to come. The 3rd wife indifferently commanded a young maid standing behind her. Yes, madam. This little maidservant who previously guided Hanli immediately and quickly ran out through a side door with small steps. At this time, Qin Yan turned his head around and said in a low voice to Hanli, "There's one more person who didn't come, a young woman whom my first wife saved 7 or 8 years ago while she was visiting her parents. This woman is extremely pitiful. Not only did she lose her memory because she hit her head, her body was covered with wounds. My wife's character is pretty good, so after treating her and seeing that the girl had no place to go, she had one of her brothers take her in as an adopted daughter, at least providing her with some shelter. However, this woman truly is unlucky. Although she was married to a groom picked by her adoptive father, she was only married for 3 days before her spouse actually slipped and fell into a river because he was too drunk. It's reasonable to say that such a young woman would naturally choose to remarry, but this woman actually has the temperament to die chaste and decided to live as a widow for the husband whom she only lived for 3 days with. This is a hot topic around here, but it has given my wife's clan a great amount of face. Afterwards, her adoptive father passed away due to sickness. My wife, seeing that the truly pitiful young lady was watching over an empty house all alone, decided to bring her over here to accompany her. In passing, she would also ease this woman's anxiety. As Qin Yan spoke, he sighed incessantly. Chapter 282 Transformation. Chapter 282 Transformation. When Hanli heard Qin Yan's words, although he appeared shocked, he rather disapproved. He felt that most of the time, these pitiful women were led astray by tales of noble women who didn't remarry. When the young masters within the hall heard that young Madame Biao was coming, they all incessantly whispered with happy expressions as anticipation appeared in their eyes. This surprised Hanli, but he soon came to the realization that this young Madame Biao must be a beauty as delicate as a flower and as refined as jade. Just as Hanli thought this, a young maid and a young woman dressed in white arrived at the guest hall. Although this woman had beautiful long and light eyebrows and seemed extremely gentle and quiet, she also emitted an indescribable fiery charm from head to toe, giving her a lovely and emotionally stirring bearing. When a majority of men looked at her, they all felt an urge to hold her in their embrace and show tender love for her. As immature and inexperienced youngsters, they continuously gave her fierce gazes with wide eyes. It seemed that this young Madame Biao had been the target of the Qin clan young masters for quite some time. However, when Hanli clearly saw this woman's appearance, shock flashed through his eyes. The foolish and dull expression on his face suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, Hanli was able to suppress his heart a moment later and restored his original appearance. Because this transformation happened in less than a second and everyone in the hall was gazing at the young woman, his secret hadn't been revealed. At this moment, Hanli's heart resembled constantly broiling storm. The appearance of young Madame Biao had greatly changed from before, and the young woman's grace had slightly changed as well. However, from the intelligence flowing through her eyes and her delicate oval face, Hanli recognized this young Madame Biao with just a single look. She was one of the few faces he had seen at the Missouri estate several years ago, the graceful young woman who lived to research the art of healing, Mo Fingwu. When Mo Fingwu entered the room, everyone saw her face slightly redden, and she lowered her head as she walked. Naturally, she did not see Hanli, who sat next to Qin Yan. When Qin Yan saw his juniors acting unbecoming of themselves, he grew extremely annoyed. Cough, cough. His face tightened, and after coughing several times more, the young men who were absorbed in Mo Fingwu's beauty woke up and retracted their gazes one after another, assuming the appearance of upright gentlemen. They feared they had angered their clan master. Pinger. Sit next to your aunt. The third wife thought to hurriedly call out, having Mo Fingwu sit at her side. Thank you, third aunt. Mo Fingwu gently said a word of thanks and neatly walked to the side of the third wife, sitting down upright. Pinger, don't stay in your room all the time. It's bad for living people. It's much better to walk around outside. It was obvious Qin Yan found Mo Fingwu very pitiful as his tone was very mild. Many thanks to Uncle. Ping'er understands. Mo Fingwu docilely replied without raising her head. Sigh. When Qin Yan saw this, he softly sighed. Although this adopted daughter obediently responded every time, once she returned, she would continue as always. Qin Yan was helpless. Then he thought to continue on with proper business and introduced Hanli to Mo Fingwu. Ping'er, I've had you come here to introduce you to someone. This is Hanli, my dear nephew Han. He is the descendant of a senior who has done our family a great kindness. Come take a look at him. In the future, make sure to get along with this elder brother of yours. Hanli was fully focused on Mo Fingwu's movements. When this woman heard the words Hanli, her body slightly trembled, and her heart immediately beat faster. After a long while, Mo Fingwu slowly raised her head, revealing her beautiful face. At this moment, that the emotionally touching sereness of her beauty and her almond lips touched together, leaving a faint reply, "Hello dear brother Han." It seemed as if Mo Fingwu truly did not remember Hanli. After hearing her pay her respects to Hanli, it seemed as if he were stunned by her lovely appearance. He finally said, "Hello dear sister," with much difficulty. This caused the young spectators to the side to smile and laugh without end. Qin Yan coldly swept his eyes past them, and it immediately grew quiet. Hanli then dim-wittedly scratched his head and appeared at a loss of what to do. The following matters were much more simple. Qin Yan coldly proclaimed to the many people of his household that Hanli would be staying at the Qin residence for some time. During this time, he would assume the role of a young master of the Qin residence, making it forbidden for others to slight him, else there would be heavy punishment. When those words were spoken, those of Qin residents started looking at Hanli with a peculiar gaze. At this moment, it wasn't just the third wife who was guessing at Hanli's and Qin Yan's true relationship. At night, Hanli was lying down on his room's bed without sleeping. He was looking at the roof, as if he were worried about something. Peng bang. The sound of 2 light knocks came from outside the room. Hanli, who hadn't fallen asleep, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile. Hanli then calmly stood up and opened the room door. Outside the room stood a woman concealed by a cloak. When this woman saw Hanli open the door, she immediately dropped her hood, revealing her lovable appearance. This was Mo Fingwu, who had pretended to not recognize Hanli earlier that day. When Hanli saw this, he silently moved his body to the side. Mo Fingwu then walked in without the slightest hesitation. Hanli stood at the door and released his spiritual sense. He didn't discover anybody within the vicinity. It seemed that Mo Fingwu had been careful when she came here. He softly closed the door and turned his head. He saw Mo Fingwu had silently undone her cloak, revealing her ample and alluring dainty body. Then with no trace of politeness, she sat on the side of the bed, expressionlessly looking at Hanli. Hanli sighed. Apart from her appearance, he truly found it difficult to draw a connection between this cold and detached woman and his impression of that gentle young woman who loved the healing. Her experiences these past many years had transformed her into a greatly unfamiliar person. Should I address you as Junior Marshal Brother Han or Dear Brother Han? A displeased expression flashed through her eyes as she coarsely asked this. Call me Hanli, young lady Fingwu. Hanli leisurely said as he restrained his thoughts. After hearing Hanli's words, Mo Fingwu's face flashed with disappointment. But soon after, she said with a relaxed appearance, I don't know why young Master Han, an immortal cultivator, arrived here at the Qin residence, and I also don't care to know these secrets. I came here only to ask young master to kill one of Fingwu's foes out of respect for your relationship with my father as your master. When she said this, Mo Fingwu was incapable of maintaining her cold and detached appearance. She nervously looked at Han Li, fearing that Han Li would refuse. Han Li's expression had remained the same all along, but he did not immediately decline. Instead, he picked up a pot of fragrant tea that had finished steeping and silently poured Mo Fingwu a cup. Then he slowly said a few words that shocked the woman. Could it be the person you want me to kill is the sect master of the Rainbow Sect? After Han Li took a seat across from Mo Fingwu and unhurriedly said this, he took a neutral glance at her shocked, beautiful appearance. Mo Fingwu's shock quickly faded away. She looked at Han Li with a strange gaze several times. After a long while, she bitterly said, "It seems Junior Marshal Brother Han already knew of this matter with the Missouri estate. It's true that nothing can be concealed from you immortal cultivators." Although Mo Fingwu said these words softly, Han Li heard a trace of hidden resentment within them. Furthermore, this resentment was unexpectedly directed toward him. After a moment of consideration, Han Li understood why she was like this. Afterwards, he lightly chuckled and explained, "It seems that young Lady Fingwu has misunderstood. Regardless of how this one says it, he does have a friendship with the Missouri estate. If I had truly known the Missouri estate was experiencing a catastrophe, at the very least, I would have let the Marshall mothers escape unscathed and allow them to live the rest of their years in peace. As for other matters, it would be hard to say." As Han Li explained, he became extremely sincere. He was not fearful of Mo Fingwu holding grudges against him. However, Han Li couldn't unload the cause of this obscure injustice onto himself. When Mo Fingwu heard Han Li's words, she only said, "Oh." Her face resumed her cold and detached appearance. Han Li didn't know whether this woman had truly believed his explanation just now. When Han Li saw this, he shook his head, and after a moment of hesitation, he could only inform her of the truth. Originally, because of the truth's connection with the world of immortal cultivators, he had been reluctant to tell her. In truth, this matter with the Mo estate's misfortune was told me to by the girl Tsaiwan. She is currently together with 4th Marshal Mother. What? You're saying that Tsaiwan and 4th Mother are still alive? After Mo Fingwu heard this, she grew excited and found it hard to believe. 2 red blushes appeared on her pure white face from the excitement. Of course they're alive. To say they are currently living at an exceptionally concealed location wouldn't be wrong. Han Li softly added. In truth, after he escaped Yanling Castle, he made some inquiries about the circumstances of the mortals at Yanling Castle after the Yan clan left. In the end, the castle had become deserted, so the mortals took advantage of this, leaving Yanling Castle. Afterwards, all traces of that mother and daughter vanished. The most fearsome Flood Dragon Association had 2 direct competitors, the Hegemon's Villa and the Rainbow Sect. Han Li was previously sent to kill the Hegemon's Villa sect master for an antidote to Dr. Mo's poison before he went to the Great South trade meet. Chapter 283 Old Affections. Chapter 283 Old Affection. Han Li felt that if he told Mo Fingwu that Mo Tsaiwan and her mother had disappeared, he would be telling her far too much. So long as Mo Fingwu knew that her family still lived in this world, that was enough. Whether or not this girl would be able to meet with Mo Tsaiwan and her mother depended on the world. Han Li then briefly recounted the events of how he came across Mo Tsaiwan, causing Fingwu to nearly cry tears of joy. Mo Fingwu clearly understood that because of Han Li's identity as an immortal cultivator, he didn't need to fabricate such lies to deceive such a weak girl as herself. The reason why the other party was being so polite to her was most likely due to that fated meeting with him so many years ago. Thus, Mo Fingwu brought her hands together in joy and raised them to her chest, silently praying for a moment before returning to her normal state. However, her expression toward Han Li was clearly no longer as cold as before. She clearly realized that in all likelihood, were it not for Han Li's assistance at Yanling Castle, Lady Yan and her daughter would still be in a predicament. Many thanks to young Master Han telling me about the whereabouts of Tsai Huan and fourth mother. After Mo Tsai Huan calmed down, she slowly gave her thanks. But without waiting for Han Li to reply, she said, although my younger sister and her mother are all right, the whereabouts of my eldest sister and my other mothers are unknown. They've most likely fallen to some evil scheme. Fingwu cannot help but want to avenge them. However, Fingwu lacks the strength. Can junior martial brother Han help me? Mo Fingwu's words revealed a feeble appearance. A layer of fog covered her eyes in an instant, as if she were about to sob from grief. When Han Li saw this, he stroked his nose and felt a headache. He originally thought that if she knew of Mo Tsai Huan and her mother's whereabouts, she wouldn't be so anxious to take revenge. But he didn't think that Mo Fingwu, whom he hadn't seen for so many years, would become too strongly attached to this matter. To tell the truth, killing a qi condensation cultivator would be far easier than killing a mortal with status for no reason. Han Li learned the reason why after he entered Yellow Maple Valley. It turned out that all the many provinces of the state of Yu had been clearly divided between several large clans and the 7 great sects. So long as a powerhouse of great influence had existed for some time within a province, cultivators would secretly pay some attention to them. Some would even be provided assistance from cultivators originally. The Lan Province's Missouri estate and the hegemon's villa were new and developing powers. Thus, they weren't contacted by cultivators. Else, when Han Li was sent to kill the hegemon's villa's Ouyang Feitian, how could he have gotten away so easily without being investigated? However, the Rainbow Sect was different. That sect had been established more than 100 years ago and was regarded to be ancient. Thus, the Spirit Beast Mountain of the 7 great sects, the controller of the Lan province, tacitly approved of them. The shadow of Spirit Beast Mountain was most likely looming behind them. As a result, when the Missouri estate fought against them, they suffered great defeat. As a disciple of Yellow Maple Valley, he couldn't kill a major mortal leader supported by another sect for no cause or reason, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. However, with the recent invasion of the state of Yu by the Devil Dao, the secular world had suffered damage. This gave him a good opportunity to act during this time of crisis. With just a bit of carefulness, he shouldn't have any problems. As Han Li thought this, he didn't expose any emotions. Instead, he stood up and paced back and forth within the room. After another moment of consideration, he gazed at Mo Fingwu's charming face and calmly said, "Young Lady Fingwu, normally I wouldn't be able to agree to this request since doing so would bring about great problems for me. But the recent circumstances in the cultivation world are quite peculiar. An opportunity might actually arrive. Let's do it like this. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will attempt to eliminate the Rainbow Sect's master. But if it is truly impossible, I hope young Lady Fingwu will extinguish her thoughts for revenge." When Mo Fingwu heard Han Li's words, she immediately began crying tears of joy. Seeing her bright and beautiful crying beauty caused Han Li to become despondent for a moment. The year he first saw Mo Fingwu, he was quite moved by that sweet-tempered second young madam of the Missouri estate. To this day, that memory still gave him a kind and warm pleasant feeling, causing him to recall it fondly. That was the first time he felt feelings of romantic passion. This small promise was none other than a show of affection. Despite this thought, his appearance was the same as always. He planned to bury this emotion deeply in his heart and no longer speak of it again. From Han Li's agreement, Mo Fingwu eventually looked over to him with happiness. Her face was filled with appreciation. She didn't say anything further and walked toward Han Li. Suddenly, she pressed her soft and fragrant lips lightly against his face. Then, with a bashful and slightly perplexed expression, she said, "With junior martial brother Han's promise, even if you can't kill that person, Fingwu cannot thank you enough." After saying this, the young woman silently donned her cloak and hurriedly left his room. Han Li touched the spot on his face where he had been kissed with an odd expression. Not long after, he held his chin with a single hand and sunk into deep thought for a very long time. At daybreak on the second day, Han Li woke up from qi-refining meditation and thought of the events that happened last night. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. If Mo Fingwu also possessed spiritual roots, he would definitely introduce her to Yellow Maple Valley and cultivate the Great Tao as her Tao companion. With this thought, Han Li washed his face and walked out of the room. He intended to become familiar with the layout of the Qin residence and then further consider his other matters. But he didn't think that just as he walked out, he would discover the smiling Qin Ping in the courtyard. Without waiting for Han Li's astonished inquiries, he quickly stepped forward and explained, "This one was ordered by Lord Qin to serve as young master's personal servant for the time being. In the future, if young Master Han requires any errands to be done, do not hesitate to tell me." As Qin Ping spoke to Han Li, his expression was respectful and excited. His thoughts were quite simple. Although this young Master Han came from a small region and people wouldn't see him as very bright, this person was at the center of the Lord's eye and held the Lord's complete favor. Chapter 284, Whispered Discussion. Although Qin Ping was a servant within the Qin residence, he would normally call a carriage whenever he went outside. He had never traveled so far on foot as he had today. This tormented him by no small amount. Qin Ping could feel his two heels faintly bruising, and his feet felt like they were pincushions being pricked. Not to mention that his throat had long become hoarse from talking too much. However, when he saw his own new master was greatly interested by a small porcelain store and continued on to look in every direction, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly follow. After all, he couldn't tell his master that he was tired. How could a servant such as he dare to complain? "I'm a bit hungry. Do you know a place where we can eat lunch?" Han Li's unbelievably honest words stirred Qin Ping's heart, and he repeatedly agreed after arriving at Han Li's side. Then he made an extremely polite suggestion and immediately led the way to a small restaurant not too far away, praising the restaurant's exquisite signature dishes. Han Li found this humorous but still wore an "I'll let you decide" expression. Qin Ping then went in first, entering the two-story restaurant. The first floor only had commoners eating simple dishes. The second floor, however, was where those of status went to eat. Qin Ping naturally did not have Han Li eat on the first floor, although it seemed that his master had some intention to. There weren't many guests on the second floor, only 3 to 4 groups of people. At one of the tables, there were actually 5 truly notable figures, 3 men and 2 women. When Han Li walked onto this floor, he naturally looked at this group of people with surprise. This was because those 5 were actually qi condensation cultivators of the 10th layer or higher. The appearance of cultivators in a mortal establishment was quite unusual. Could they be from the 6 Devil Dao sects? Han Li first thought. Han Li immediately restrained the spiritual qi in his body and used the drawing qi technique that he learned after achieving foundation establishment, withdrawing all of his spiritual qi into his body. As such, in the eyes of those with far lower cultivation, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between Han Li and just another mortal. "Young master, please sit over here." Qin Ping dragged Han Li over to a table by the window with great difficulty as his feet ached. Then he used his sleeves to wipe down the wooden chair before inviting Han Li to sit down with a full smile. Han Li revealed embarrassment and promptly called Qin Ping to sit down as well. This time, Qin Ping wasn't too polite and after declining a few times, he sincerely sat down. His feet were truly in pain, but he was unable to break away from his status as a servant. Fortunately, this young Master Han who just entered the capital wasn't particularly attentive to formal etiquette. Having seen 2 people sit down, a waiter swiftly walked toward them and humbly asked, "What would these 2 guests like?" "This restaurant has many signature dishes that are quite renowned." I want a table of all your best dishes, and bring your signature dishes as well. Also, use your very best ingredients. My young master is a young master of the Qin residence. Qin Ping knew that Han Li certainly didn't know how to order food and took the matter into his own hands, ordering on Han Li's behalf. After he mentioned the Qin residence, the servant's expression became far more lively. Sure enough, the reputation of the Qin residence was quite useful. After the waiter heard this, he immediately nodded his head, bowed, and even said a few words of flattery. He then rushed back after taking their orders. However, Han Li wasn't interested in flaunting his power to some servant. He was entirely focused on the cultivators sitting not that far from him. When the white-clothed woman said this, her face displayed unwillingness. When the middle-aged man and woman saw the fierce reply, they silently looked at each other with a bitter smile. It seemed these two clearly understood what the dark-faced old man had misgivings about. When Han Li heard this, he was somewhat amazed. He felt that he had just faintly grasped onto something immensely huge. However, he maintained his cover by eating several more dishes, causing Qin Ping to praise Han Li's great appetite. Han Li smiled with a slight blush as if he realized his actions were improper and slowed down the speed at which he was eating. At this moment, the dark-faced old man sighed and started to give the blue-clothed man and the white-clothed woman an explanation. In truth, calling the 7 sects for help is simply useless. First of all, us rogue cultivators clearly understand the current circumstances of the 7 sections. All of their manpower is focused on stopping the invasion of the Devil Dao, so how could they divert manpower to help us rogue cultivators? They even face against Foundation establishment cultivators. If the 7 sects send ordinary cultivators, they would fundamentally be unable to act. Otherwise, how else would the Devil Dao have captured us so easily? Secondly, even if the 7 sects were truly worried about preserving the Dao and they had actually sent forth men to eliminate our assailants, don't forget that they were wearing masks. We don't know anything about their appearance. Furthermore, they surprised us at an abandoned temple they happened to find, so any sort of help wouldn't have arrived on time. We simply have no means to act against them. Not to mention they put some sort of strange restriction on our bodies. If we don't follow their orders on time, it's likely we will be killed immediately. Also, is it certain that those from the 7 sects will be able to remove our restrictions? Since they dared to let us leave so easily, they probably designed these restrictions themselves. They certainly aren't so easily destroyed. As the dark-faced old man said this, the more wrinkled his brow became. It seemed he spoke with despair. Then we can truly only side with the villains and help them trap other cultivators? The white-clothed woman's complexion greatly paled. She was clearly unwilling to do this. Fifth sister. It is as eldest brother has said. Right now, we can only walk one step at a time. Fortunately, we have some time before we'll be forced to act. During that time, hopefully us 5 friends from Mist Mountain will find a way to disobey them and escape. The tall and thin 40-year-old man spoke, consoling her. But these several people all knew that those words were flowery lies meant to deceive themselves. They hadn't been able to think of anything plausible these past few days. Would likely was it that they'd find a way after a few months. With that said, these people became silent. Worry bubbled forth in their hearts. Chapter 285, Disregard and Rumors. After Han Li heard all of this, he understood nearly everything. What these people unexpectedly said had to do with the disappearance of cultivators in the state of Yu during the past recent years. These several people had probably been captured by the masterminds behind the plot and then let go after being threatened. But from hearing their tone of voice, they were already being controlled and forced to harm others. All sorts of thoughts quickly churned through Han Li's mind, but after a short moment, he decided that this matter was better left untouched. After all, these people were the reason behind the disappearance of many cultivators. Even so, they had been freely acting to this day but still remained unexposed. This by itself explained how exceptionally cunning they were, and how truly out of the ordinary these people must be. Furthermore, since they could control foundation establishment cultivators, they might have core formation cultivators behind them. He himself was but a mere lone foundation establishment cultivator. During such troubled times, it would be better to not invite disaster upon himself. With this decision in mind, Hanlik immediately withdrew his spiritual sense and no longer paid attention to this group of cultivators. Although this group of people was unfortunate and pitiful, he was not one to show kindness for no reason. He also didn't want to brave this huge danger that had nothing to do with him. He could only hope they would find better fortune. Furthermore, the current 7 sects were as the dark-faced man had deduced. The entirety of their power was focused on repelling the devil Tao. They basically had no men to spare. Even if Hanli helped inform them of this matter, they most likely wouldn't care for something unrelated to themselves. Hanli could only think this with disregard. Since he didn't need to split his attention to hear the whispered conversation, Hanli became focused on eating. From time to time, he would pretend to be curious, pointing to a few novel things out the window and asking Qin Ping about them. Naturally, Qin Ping continued to give Hanli full and detailed explanations. While he did so, most of the table's food entered Hanli's stomach, causing Qin Ping to click his tongue. He inwardly thought that this young master not only had vigorous energy but also a voracious appetite. At this moment, the cultivators sitting on the table climbed down to the lower floor. Hanli clearly saw them leave with dejected spirits. It seemed that they hadn't thought of a good solution within this short span of time. Seeing this, Hanli had Qin Ping settle the bill after eating several more mouthfuls of food. However, Qin Ping happily smiled. He took out a small Qin residence medallion and arrogantly walked to the first floor. Not long after, he went back up and made a report to Hanli. "Young master, I showed them the pocket medallion. I told the shopkeeper to go to our residence at the end of the month to settle the bill. As such, we don't have to bring silver with us to pay our bill. Every month, the young masters of the Qin residence are given several hundred taels of silver as spending money. I have already logged the meal bill under the young master's name." When Hanli heard this, he was slightly surprised. Once again he felt the luxury of the Qin residence. However, a blank expression appeared on his face as he carelessly nodded his head several times. Then he brought Qin Ping to the lower floor. In the afternoon, Hanli didn't think to continue on foot. Having learned from previous pain, Qin Ping suggested calling for a carriage. They then made a trip to several significant locations in Yuejing. Although they couldn't visit many of the sites, Hanli finally felt that he had a general idea on the topography and street layout. It was unlikely that the Qin residents would have met their doom as Hanli was having a look in the capital city. Night came. However, Hanli continued to play the unwitting fool, so naturally those people left without any results. As time passed, the people of the Qin residence tacitly understood that Hanli was a young master of the Qin residence and believed Hanli to be greatly loved by Qin Yan. However, they thought it was a result making up for guilt towards Hanli. Although several of the young masters and madams of the Qin clan that had originally been doted on by Qin Yan felt greatly unsatisfied from this, under the great pressure of their lord grandfather, they didn't dare to make any obvious action against Hanli. They could only pinch their nose and resist for the time being. However, they cursed Hanli behind his back on more than one occasion, calling him a country bumpkin and the like. However, these people did not know that at night, when Hanli was refining qi and cultivating in his room, he would periodically envelope the entire Qin residence with his spiritual sense. Although he wasn't able to sustain it for very long, it was more than enough to discover quite a few secrets. Hanli clearly heard these people's indignant words. Although Hanli wouldn't teach these inexperienced and naive children a lesson, their seniors, who were secretly polishing plans to disgrace him, left Han Li somewhat speechless. He wouldn't bother with these mortals, but if the devil Dao were to suddenly strike, these people would naturally be the last to be protected. That would be Han Li's minor retaliation. One day, Qin Yan was unexpectedly invited to a banquet by an extraordinarily important person, a prince. It was said that this prince's favored concubine had recovered from great illness, so he was arranging a great banquet in celebration. Although the Qin clan weren't the richest merchants in Yuejing, their power and influence absolutely were in the top 3, so they would naturally be given an invitation card. Furthermore, it wasn't just Qin Yan who was invited. The invitation mentioned that the prince wished to make friends with the young masters and talented women of the Qin clan. It is said that the young prince had particularly wanted them to go. With no better choice, Qin Yan could only go together with his juniors. The juniors who learned of this news immediately rejoiced with happiness on the spot. However, ever since Qin Yan heard that the Qin clan was in the middle of a crisis, he naturally couldn't allow his juniors to fool around outside during this time. If the devil Dao were actually carefully watching them as Han Li said, then they would be facing certain calamity. Thus, within these last 2 months, Lord Qin had been using a variety of excuses to forbid his juniors from leaving the premises. How could this not cause the lazy and spoiled Qin clan young masters and madams from complaining endlessly? What angered them even more was that Han Li wasn't much different from them in age, yet he had permission to leave early and return late, to indulge in pleasure and forget about duty. This caused these people to loudly cry out with injustice. Now that there was such an opportunity, these Qin clan juniors were naturally in high spirits since they would all go together. Prince Aksayan, the prince who invited them, was one of the younger brothers of the king of the state of Yu. From what Qin Yan said, although he was a member of the royal family, he was very forthright and made many friends. Not only did high-ranking officials, nobles, and greatly wealthy merchants all wish to meet him, even common butchers and strange Jiang who eccentrics were rather familiar with him. Of course, in order to prevent arousing ill intentions, he didn't dare to closely associate with high-ranking and greatly influential military officials and bureaucrats. As such, the prince had a great reputation among the commoners of Yuejing. Furthermore, he had garnered quite a bit of praise. When Han Li heard this, he had a general impression of this prince. As for the specifics, he would naturally need to lay his eyes on him first. After all, although his surface reputation was quite good, such great characters were more often shady characters underneath. Chapter 286 Prince's Residence. Chapter 286 Prince's Residence. Prince Aksayan's residence actually wasn't in the imperial city. Instead, it was constructed in the South District. After Han Li and company sat in a carriage for 2 hours, they eventually arrived at a certain street. The architectural styles of the South region and the Qin residence were clearly different. Most of the buildings here were constructed to standard and template. How great an official's position was, meaning how high they were in that position, could be clearly told by the size and style of their residence. All of the officials' residences were located at this district. The strict following of feudal rank and elevation strictly divided the officials. Nobody here dared to alter these buildings as they wished, else they would break a law and invite punishment. As a relative of the king, Prince Aksayan possessed royal status, so naturally his residence was one of the best in the South District. The mansion residences area was larger than the Qin residence by about a half. However, this was balanced by huge residential rooms. When the carriage to Prince Aksayan's residence stopped, Han Li took a look at the mansion residence and immediately felt that the mortal world was thriving in wealth. The residence's gate was over 15 meters tall and over 10 meters wide. Thickly wrapped with yellow copper, it was embedded with several tens of huge nails, appearing quite luxurious and imposing. In addition, there were 2 10-meter stone platforms to the sides of the gate, each with a fierce azure lion statue. They were each sparklingly polished through its entire body, so bright they were hard to look at. But what awed people the most from Prince Axian's residence were the 16 neatly armored palace guards standing on the steps outside the gate. Prince Axian had borrowed these guards from the imperial city barracks to prevent any mishap from happening. The steward of Prince Axian's estate was a small old man. In the place of the host, Prince Axian, he was on the steps greeting every new guest with a smile across his face. He didn't dare to neglect even a single guest. At this moment, several tens of carriages of various sizes had stopped in front of the residence's gate, occupying nearly all of the empty space in front of the mansion. In front of the huge azure stone platforms, 5 or 6 guests who had yet to enter the residence were exchanging greetings. Their clothes were magnificent, their movements elegant. It seemed their status was not low. Seeing this, Qin Yan straightened his clothes and overcautiously stepped off the carriage. After a diligent glance in every direction to ensure there were no cultivators nearby, Hanli left the carriage at ease. As for the young masters and madams of the Qin clan, they left the carriages as soon as they arrived. They stood in front of the mansion, talking cheerfully. Hanli looked at the guests who were still in front of the steps and discovered that apart from the juniors of the Qin clan, almost all the other guests had also brought along their children and other such youths. Could it be that the so-called Prince Axian deliberately sent all of these invitations to the prince's residence as a pretense to deliberately gather youths to this place? With this thought, Hanli felt there wasn't any substantial evidence and took a glance at Qin Yan. From his wrinkled brow, it seemed Qin Yan was also slightly surprised. "Grandfather, we're going in first. The young prince is waiting on us." A 16 to 17-year-old Qin clan young master saw that his lord grandfather still hadn't moved far from his carriage and couldn't help but gather the courage to say these words under the encouragement of his siblings. He seemed afraid that Qin Yan would criticize him. "All right, I got it. Everyone can go in." Greatly going against these youngsters' expectations, Qin Yan nodded and happily agreed. But after a moment of thought, he remembered the rumors that were being spread about the youth. He hesitated for a moment before taking out a small white bottle with his wrinkled shriveled hands and offered it to Hanli. "This is a heart-protecting pill that I meticulously refined. Although I don't dare to say it will cure anything, common small illnesses and injuries will not be a problem. I will give this to Honorable Nephew Han to protect himself." When the words left the old man's mouth, Hanli immediately felt the envy and jealousy of the Qin clan members behind him. Hua Nan and Hua Fang also revealed an expression of shock. The fame of this heart-protecting pill was obviously greatly renowned. Chapter 287 Immortal Master. Chapter 287 Immortal Master Hanli, as a foundation establishment cultivator, naturally wouldn't pay any attention to the medicinal pills of mortals. However, at this moment he definitely could not refuse the other person's goodwill, thus, he hesitated slightly and then received it with a bashful expression. "Ah, Honorable Nephew Han. This heart-protecting pill was refined from Brother Hua's secret recipe. It isn't easily given to other people. Bringing it out today as a welcoming gift is being quite generous." Qin Yan knew that Hanli wouldn't place much value on this item, but he still tried to say a few pleasant-sounding sentences for his good friend, hoping that the elder surnamed Hua would leave a good impression on Hanli. The elder glanced at Qin Yan strangely a few times, not knowing what he and Hanli meant by saying these things in front of him. He had only given such a precious medicinal pill to this youth in order to give Qin Yan some face. How could this extremely expensive pill otherwise be given to a stranger he had just met? Just as the elder was hesitating about whether or not to ask, a sharp sound entered the room. "Prince Axian has arrived." The servant's transmission immediately caused all of the clamor in the room to immediately subside. All of the people glanced respectfully towards one of the side doors in the room. For maidservants first walked out of that door, standing on both sides of the head seat. Then, a man and a woman leisurely walked out. The man was a 40-year-old middle-aged man with a beard a few inches long. His square face and tiger-like eyes exuded a natural dignity and power. The other was a 23-year-old beautiful woman dressed in palace attire, her long dress trailing on the ground. Seeing them walk in, all of the people sitting stood up and paid their respects to the male and female prince, madam, greetings. Because this young woman was not Prince Xian's original wife, she was only the concubine he most recently favored, these people could only call her madam. Everyone is a good friend of this prince, there's no need to be so courteous. Come, everybody sit down. The way that Prince Xian spoke was very different from the impression that his face gave. It was very mild and straightforward, causing people's favorable impression of him to rise. The beautiful concubine next to him naturally did not say anything. She simply stood there with a charming smile. When the others heard these words, they all glanced at each other and smiled before sitting down. This prince has a straightforward personality. If I have something to say, I will just say it to everyone. Prince Xian spoke with a smile a moment after he sat down. This sentence caused all the people facing him to begin to speak animatedly. Prince, if you have anything to say, please say it. Yes, we have known Prince for many years now. Everyone knows the kind of attitude that the prince has. It was obvious that while there were some who spoke genuinely, there are also others who spoke simply to flatter Prince Xian. The reason why I've invited everyone here today is because my beloved Qing'er's sickness has been completely healed. This prince's joy dictates that I have some excitement and celebrate without restraint. In addition, this prince has an enormous piece of good fortune that I want to give everyone. As for whether one has enough karma to obtain it, that will depend on individual luck. Prince Xian's words greatly exceeded everyone's expectations, they couldn't help but glance at each other. Had the prince gathered these people together solely to give them a piece of good fortune? This was too inconceivable. Qing'er, look. Isn't everyone somewhat surprised just like this prince had expected? Not only was he not angry, Prince Xian actually gave a light laugh as he addressed the beautiful concubine by his side. Hearing this, the beautiful woman called Qing'er chuckled gently and then responded with a lovely voice, Prince, perhaps anyone who heard these words would feel somewhat surprised. Everyone's response is only natural. Prince Xian laughed and stroked the short beard on his chin after hearing this woman's words. Then, he turned around and explained to the shocked gathering, there's no need for everyone to be puzzled. It's like this, Qing'er's strange illness was actually cured by a newly arrived expert. This expert can call the wind, summon the rain, breathe in fire, and spit out ice, a true and genuine immortal. In addition, after curing Qing'er's illness, this living immortal was actually able to immediately recognize that this prince's young son has spiritual roots and can comprehend immortal techniques. He thus accepted this prince's inferior son as one of his disciples. Not long from now, my son will embark on the path of cultivation. Having spoken up to this point, Prince Xian couldn't help but reveal a delighted expression on his face. A pot-bellied person in the crowd immediately called out, Immortal cultivator, could this person be an immortal cultivator from lore? This sentence instantly sparked a commotion amongst everyone in the large room. Although cultivators were regarded as extremely mysterious by mortals in the secular world, all of the people sitting here were not ordinary individuals. Naturally, they had all more or less heard of something along those lines. Some of their ancestors had even made deals with a few cultivators. Even nowadays, there were always rumors circulating in the outside world that there were cultivators standing guard inside the imperial palace. This caused all the people to revere cultivators even more. Now that the visitors in the room had actually heard that a living immortal had come to Prince Xian's mansion, most of the people in the room instantly revealed extremely excited expressions. Hearing this, Qin Yan was initially shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help turning his head to glance at Han Li. However, the Han Li in his sight expressed nothing, and his face appeared to be normal. Seeing this, Qin Yan did not dare to ask more questions. he could only turn his head back and listen to Prince Exian's next words. At this time, seeing that everyone had been stunned by his words, Prince Exian laughed and continued to speak. Naturally, this prince has also asked this expert, and he confirmed that he is an immortal cultivator. In addition, under this prince's earnest urging, he is willing to stay a few more months here and teach this prince ways to maintain good health. This prince also discovered that this immortal came specifically to accept some disciples with the karma to be an immortal. Upon knowing this prince immediately thought of all of you. Not only this, but I even asked all of you to summon all of your younger relatives because this immortal master is willing to accept both female and male disciples. In a moment, I will invite this immortal Master Wu to step out and introduce him to everyone. As for whether or not they have this good fortune, it will depend on their karma. If the words he had spoken before were only meant to arouse the envy of everyone present, the Prince Exian's following words were naturally like a huge meat bun that had just landed on everyone's heads, surprising them all. Instantly, the sound of people expressing their deep gratitude began to sound out. An immortal cultivator. This was a real immortal walking on the earth. As long as one succeeded in cultivating, he or she could live a few hundred years and would even know how to use immortal magic and techniques. If these important figures' own offsprings were lucky enough to become a disciple, how great a backing would that be? When Han Li heard this, a strange feeling rose in his heart even though his expression appeared to be wooden. He initially thought he had found the trail of the devil Dao once Prince Exian spoke of the living immortal. But upon hearing that the immortal wanted to wantonly accept disciples, something didn't seem right. How could cultivators who infiltrated other countries to cause trouble draw attention to themselves in such a way? Wasn't that setting themselves up as a target? Unless this cultivator was. Just as Han Li was thinking about this, in the midst of all the excitement, the living immortal finally appeared in the room with an arrogant expression. He wore a gray Taoist robe, and his hair and beard were completely white. His face was ruddy like an infant's, appearing completely like a legendary expert. This kind of image caused the majority of the people present to instantly believe his identity despite him having yet to use any sort of magic. However, when Han Li saw this immortal master, who looked like he came straight out of a painting, he was speechless for quite some time. This was but a mere 5th or 6th layer qi condensation cultivator. If Han Li were to stretch out a finger, perhaps he could easily pinch him to death. But this kind of expert was enough to cause high-ranking mortals to crowd around him, incessantly flattering and fawning over him. They hoped that this old immortal would grant them a favor and accept one of their sons or daughters as a disciple. When Qin Yan saw this, couldn't help but feel somewhat restless. The elder behind him displayed an even more anxious gaze. They were both worried that if they were to act too late, all of the karma would be completely taken away by the other people. Just as Qin Yan was hesitating, Han Li's voice suddenly came from beside him. Relax, this person is not of the devil Dao. As for whether or not you want your descendants to take him as their master, that's entirely up to you. I am only here to ensure the safety of your Qin clan. However, the cultivation of this immortal master is. Ha ha. While laughing coldly, Han Li's voice suddenly disappeared. Qin Yan was shocked. He hurriedly glanced at his surroundings only to discover that apart from himself, no one seemed to have heard what was spoken to him. That old brother Hua was still asking him incredulously why he didn't also head towards the immortal master to allow his descendants to try out their karma. At the same time, Elder Hua realized that this was why the strange illness that he had no way of curing was instantly cured by that person. It was because he was a cultivator. Having said this, the elder couldn't be bothered to convince Qin Yan anymore. Similarly, he also drew near to the white-haired elder. His grandson and granddaughter naturally followed closely behind him. The moment Han Li met the old man's gaze, a faint yellow radiance flashed in his eyes. His gaze drew the old man like a magnet, causing the old man to be incapable of moving his eyes away. The azure-robed old man became scared and shocked while simultaneously feeling great regret. He hadn't thought at all that this youth, who didn't appear to have the slightest bit of magic power, was actually a cultivator. Furthermore, his cultivation was vastly greater than his own. Had he known sooner, he wouldn't have used the nightmare technique and allowed his consciousness to fall under the other party's complete control, incapable of breaking free of his grasp. The old man became increasingly fearful, and in an instant, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans, his face ashen. However, his eyes were still rigidly staring at Hanli. The young woman wearing male clothing at his side eventually saw that her senior wasn't moving. She anxiously pulled on the old man's sleeve with haste. Surprisingly, this tore away at the azure-robed old man's confinement, allowing the old man to easily break away from Han Li's gaze and freeing him from the backlash of the nightmare technique. Right now, the azure-robed old man felt that he had barely escaped from entering the cycle of reincarnation. During this time, his mind had lagged behind, and he couldn't help but blankly stare for a moment. After a moment, he seemed to have woken up, and his consciousness returned to his body. However, the back of his clothes had been thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, he hastily said a few words with a soft voice and a terrified expression to the young woman. Afterwards, he didn't dare to look in Han Li's direction again. The azure-robed old man clearly understood that the young woman couldn't have possibly broken his daze so easily, which meant that he must have been treated leniently by the other party. Although he didn't know why the other party had done so, it would be better for this grandparent-grandchild pair to go far, far away from here. The cultivation base of the youth with a common appearance was truly fearsome. Furthermore, what puzzled him was that although he had used the Heaven's Eye technique to examine him, he couldn't see the slightest fluctuation of magic power on his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly used the nightmare technique. Could it be this person's cultivation has reached? Once the azure-robed old man made his guess, his face grew green. If it were as he guessed, then hadn't he provoked a major power that should never be provoked? With this thought, the sliver of consciousness that the old man had just recovered became turbulent. Startled, the young woman in male clothing looked at the old man's face as it changed between green and red. She felt great astonishment, seeing this. In her mind, her grandfather, who was always calm and collected with an expression as steady as empty tie, was actually dumbfounded. Could it be that the seemingly ordinary youth was truly so fearsome? With this thought, she couldn't help but have the urge turn her head and study Han Li. However, without waiting for her to move her head, the old man seemed to have seen through the young woman's intent and suddenly whispered to her gravely, "Don't provoke that youngster. If my guess isn't wrong, then he's likely to be a foundation establishment cultivator. You mustn't provoke him no matter what." What? A foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible, he's only a youth. The young woman covered her gasp of shock with her jade hands. She turned pale and didn't dare to be too loud. Chapter 289, Immortal's Technique. Although the young lady's charming face revealed doubt, she knew her grandfather wasn't one to babble nonsense and became extremely shocked. She could only resist further looking in Han Li's direction with some difficulty. Seeing that he taught the other party a small lesson without truly harming him, Han Li was fully satisfied. At this moment, his lips slightly moved and transmitted his voice over. Then the azure-robed old man immediately heard Han Li's voice. "After you leave the Prince Xian's mansion, don't hurry to depart. Wait for me at the mansion's back gate. I have a few matters to ask you." Han Li's voice was filled with the unquestionable tone of a command, stunning the old man and causing him to inwardly curse in his heart without end. Could it be this expert doesn't want to let this grandparent-grandchild pair go? What plan does he have for these two in mind? Regardless, it's fortunate for me that the other party doesn't seem to be the merciless type. There shouldn't be any danger. Furthermore, being able to form a relationship with a foundation establishment cultivator is an invigorating opportunity that's hard to come by for a clan. The azure-robed old man could only think these comforting thoughts. However, his heart was a mess, and he was suffering internally without end. When Hanli saw this, he faintly smiled and returned his attention to the old white-haired Daoist. At this moment, Immortal Master Wu had already finished inspecting the majority of the crowd and still hadn't found someone with immortal karma. The youngsters who were declared to lack immortal karma could only dejectedly return to their seats. Their seniors naturally didn't have any pleased expressions. What's immortal karma? He's clearly looking for people with spiritual roots. However, this old Daoist isn't a completely ignorant and appears to truly be looking to accept disciples. Otherwise, he could just casually point to a few random people. Calmly indifferently though this as he saw the old Daoist examining each of the youths for spiritual roots with extreme care. However, Hanli felt that looking for disciples here was truly futile. Among these 50 to 60 people, the chances of finding someone with spiritual roots were truly too low. Just as Hanli thought this, the old white-haired Daoist loudly shouted, "This child has immortal karma. I can accept him as my disciple." When Hanli heard this, he blankly stared. He couldn't help but look at this person with immortal karma. He only saw a simple and fat youth standing in front of Immortal Master Wu with a vacant expression, not knowing what to do. A large pot-bellied middle-aged man wearing purple silk robes stood next to the boy. He closely asked with an incredulous expression, "Immortal Master, my clan's child Jing truly has immortal karma. Are you mistaken?" This man felt that a huge meat pie had truly fallen on his head and didn't dare to believe it. For so many years, this son of his had never shown the slightest of talent or accomplished anything. But now, the youth who only ate and didn't give back to society had unexpectedly caught the eye of this immortal master. The youth's father truly didn't know if he was dreaming. "He, benefactor, be at ease. This humble Daoist has already examined this boy many times. Your son truly has immortal roots and can study immortal techniques together with the prince's son." When Immortal Master Wu saw this, he twirled his white beard around his finger and smiled. "Many thanks, Immortal Master. Many thanks. Although this one isn't a wealthy and great noble, we still have a bit of meager land. Tomorrow, I will certainly prepare a great offering for accepting my son as your apprentice." "Son. Quickie kowtowed to the Immortal Master. After the middle-aged man verified this matter with certainty, he danced with joy and began speaking incoherently. When the youngsters who hadn't been chosen saw this, they were dumbfounded. The person who entered Immortal Wu's eyes was Fatty Tong, whom they had always regarded as useless. This kind of useless person actually had immortal roots. This was far too hard to believe. Not only did the youngsters think this, but their seniors also couldn't help but look at each other in dismay and feel that this was quite incredulous. After all, this useless youth Tong Jing had been chosen instead of their own sons. Han Li's expression, on the other hand, wasn't the slightest bit strange. People who possess spiritual roots weren't always handsome and confident or ravishingly beautiful. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest relationship with their capacity for knowledge either. There was absolutely no pattern that could determine whether someone possessed spiritual roots. Otherwise, cultivator clans wouldn't have appeared, and cultivator sects wouldn't have to go out and seek brilliant students either. However, to actually find someone with spiritual roots in a small group was a bit surprising to Han Li. It seemed that the luck of this Daoist priest wasn't bad. Naturally, the others in the hall didn't understand this grain of truth that Han Li and the other cultivators clearly knew. They all whispered to each other in soft voices. There were a few shrewd individuals among them who started to doubt the authenticity of this immortal Wu and were slightly hesitant to come forward to test themselves when they heard this. As such, the old Daoist was met with a moment of awkward silence. When Prince Aksayan saw this, he showed displeasure. However, those in the hall had been his good friends for many years, so he couldn't just say something unpleasant. He could only tactfully say to the old Daoist, "Immortal Master Wu, everyone here is but a common mortal. They have not yet witnessed immortal techniques and magic. Could Immortal Master please reveal your power and broaden everyone's horizons?" Having heard Prince Aksayan's words, everyone immediately grew quiet and waited to see what the Immortal Master would say. The old white-haired Daoist muttered to himself for a moment and openly agreed. Then he called for everyone to follow him to the open area in front of the large hall. Following the old Daoist's words, everyone flowed out of the large hall. Han Li also followed them out, but he did so indifferently. Surprisingly, that grandparent-grandchild pair didn't move. It seemed they were deeply worried about Han Li's appointment with them. Outside the guest hall, the old Daoist stood while surrounded by the crowd and started to cast magic. From the gestures his hands executed, his even stance, and his faint muttering of incantation in a low voice, his appearance grew even more mysterious. As such, the spectators around him held their breath and rigidly stared at the old Daoist without moving. But when Han Li heard this incantation, he inwardly rolled his eyes. At this moment, the old Daoist joined his palms, and after he separated them, two roaring, fist-sized fireballs appeared in his hands. The nearby temperature suddenly rose, and the smell of flames filled the air. This was none other than the fireball technique that all cultivators with fire spiritual roots knew. But what was viewed as a common occurrence to cultivators immediately caused the nearby crowd to gasp in surprise. They felt it was truly inconceivable. But the next scene not only caused these mortals to continue with their stupefaction, but it also greatly shocked Han Li. That was because the old Daoist then changed his hand incantations and caused the roasting fireballs to gradually fuse and transform before the crowd's eyes. First, the combined flame gradually grew wings. Then a pointed beak, immediately followed by thin claws and a tail, transforming into a small and exquisite flame bird. Could it be the firebird technique? Having seen this, Han Li's nerves tightened, not daring to believe his eyes in the slightest. The firebird technique was a genuine mid-grade magic technique, one that Han Li himself was unable to grasp. However, this mere qi condensation cultivator was unexpectedly able to use it on the spot. It was truly far too hard to believe. It was no wonder that Han Li wondered if he had seen incorrectly. However, Han Li's shock only lasted for a short moment. Soon after the old Daoist casted his magic, Han Li discovered a huge discrepancy between this firebird and the genuine firebird technique. Although this small bird created from fireballs resembled the appearance of the firebird magic technique, the discrepancy in size was far too great. When the firebird from the firebird technique spread its wings, it spanned over 3 meters. Instead, the firebird that this old Daoist created was only the size of a fist. It was fundamentally impossible to mention them on equal terms. But what truly convinced Han Li that this was but a false firebird technique was the magnitude of its fluctuation of magic power. The destructive power of the true firebird technique wasn't something a foundation establishment cultivator dared to receive. However, the magic power fluctuations of this small and exquisite sparrow-like firebird were exactly the same as a fireball. It wasn't greater in the least. It seemed it was merely a change of shape. After Han Li thought this through, he was in good spirits and found it quite funny. He had nearly been tricked by this small trick. It truly caused one to lose face. However, this person's flame manipulation technique was truly astonishing. Han Li didn't know whether he could match the fine control of flame that this qi condensation cultivator could accomplish. This old Daoist piqued Han Li's interest. In his next performance, the old Daoist thoroughly verified Han Li's thoughts. After seeing the small firebird spread its wings and soar, it immediately fell to the floor and transformed into a dog that cheerfully ran around the old Daoist. Not long after, the small dog transformed into a fire snake, then transformed a small person. This series of astonishing performances left these mortals dumbstruck and speechless with gaping mouths, having never seen magic techniques before. Then the old Taoist suddenly pointed a finger from his hand and made the final transformation of the flame into a small horse. The new form charged towards a small cherry sapling to the side. In the blink of an eye, the flame combusted and turned the sapling into ash. This was the end of the old Taoist show. At this moment, the spectators woke from their daze and did their utmost to hail the old Taoist, immortal Taoist. Their original doubts had long been cast away. How could they show the slightest bit of disbelief? Chapter 290. Young Prince Axayan looked at the cheering crowd with a smile, feeling content in his heart. With regards to cultivators, they used to appear before great noble and influential clans. But for some unknown reason, they gradually stopped, not making much contact with the mortal world. As such, people such as the immortal master quickly became the stuff of folklore. Even as a kin of the royal family, this was the first cultivator Prince Axayan had seen with his own eyes. The shocking display of magic techniques that the old Taoist revealed naturally caused Prince Axayan to feel great face. Of course, Prince Axayan did not know that during the period when cultivators still appeared in the secular world, the cultivation world had yet to establish the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. During those times, low-level rogue cultivators as well as those from cultivation clans with no hope for foundation establishment gave up their aspirations and wished to live out their lives in the mortal world in wealth and splendor. However, with the appearance of the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly, cultivators could fight for their hopes of reaching foundation establishment. With this assembly, why would they choose to appear in the mortal world ever again? Naturally, they would be bitterly cultivating in seclusion deep within the mountains. Of course, those without the heart to cultivate like Yu Zhitong, who became a depraved cultivator in the secular world, were an exception, and their numbers were quite few. They would become honored guests of great, affluent noble clans and enter complete seclusion, not daring to allow outsiders to know of their presence. After all, to become a guest of some mortal clan was a matter that would cause extreme loss of face in the cultivation world. As such, although it wasn't rare for cultivators to appear in the secular world, those willing to associate with influential nobles and become their esteemed guests were extremely few in number. Also, the cultivators who mingled with mortals kept all knowledge of their actions extremely concealed in order to prevent their fellow cultivators from looking down on them. This crowd of guests truly hadn't seen other cultivators before. Naturally, they drew the frightening conclusion that the old Taoist was a celestial being from his beautiful fire manipulation technique. Under everyone's gaze, the white-haired old man returned to the large hall with a proud appearance. At this moment, these people couldn't wait to be tested and impatiently called out to him as the immortal master. They immediately crowded about him, wanting immortal Master Wu to examine them for spiritual roots. With vigorous spirit, the old white-haired Taoist looked through everyone who remained without refusing anyone. Unfortunately, the juniors of the Hua clan and the Qin clan didn't have any spiritual roots, they were only but common mortals. This information dealt a heavy blow to those who stepped forward to be examined. They could only dejectedly leave the old Taoist's side. It seemed immortal karma was truly not so easily come by. As such, people began to look at that increasingly prominent young fatty, Tong Jing's, rare spiritual roots with envious glares. This caused the father and son standing at the old Taoist's side to smile widely, unable to contain their emotions. Han Li's expression remained the same as he saw Qin Yan bring back the dejected young masters and madams of the Qin clan. When they looked at Han Li, they had a somewhat wretched appearance. I am still unconvinced. Why does that good-for-nothing have spiritual roots and we don't? Aren't we 100 times better than him? A dainty Qin clan young madam mumbled to herself with disbelief. Enough, don't speak nonsense. With the life you have now, what's there to complain about? Qin Yan's expression darkened as he turned his head to rebuke the young woman before sitting down. These words caused the Qin clan's well-known pungent loudmouth to pout. An unsatisfied expression still remained on her face. At this moment, Old Man Hua brought his grandchildren over. Without saying a word, he sat at Qin Yan's side. After they looked at each other, they suddenly wore bitter smiles as if they were fellow brothers sharing a mutual pain. "Dear little brother Qin, it seems that the fatty Tong suddenly made it in this world," Old Man Hua said jokingly. "Sigh. This is quite normal. Anyone that has good children would have immediately become a patron of that immortal master." Qin Yan sighed again and said this with a begrudging tone. However, Old Man Hua and Qin Yan began to have a chat. But while they were chatting with each other, they were also diverting their attention toward the actions of Immortal Master Wu and Prince Axayan. At this moment, Prince Axayan was looking at the juniors being tested for immortal roots. He then turned his head towards a young maid and whispered something to her. The young maid immediately went out the side door to carry out the mysterious order given to her. After that, Prince Axayan turned his head around and coughed several times. He then leisurely said with a smile, "Following the celebration of my favored concubine's recovery, my son Quanzi and honorable nephew Tong will be apprenticed to Immortal Master Wu. Everyone, please celebrate and give them your regards." With that said, Prince Axayan extended his hands without the slightest of hesitation and fiercely clapped. Clap! Clap! Applause soon rang out as pairs of cleanly dressed maids and servants walked in from outside the hall with trays of fine foods and wine in their hands. Then with incomparable skill, they walked over to each table. Each wine cup was filled to the brim with shining pink wine. The large hall was filled with the scent of dishes and alcohol in the blink of an eye. "Come, this prince will raise the first cup," Prince Axayan loudly yelled, raising a wine cup respectfully given to him by a servant over his head. "Cheers to the prince!" Immediately after everyone drank a cup, the atmosphere of the hall surged. Not long after, the many guests started toasting cups to one another. The banquet had finally started. Prince Axayan and that honorable nephew he called Jinger were talking and laughing during the feast, seemingly deepening their friendship. The expected arrogance of a prince wasn't seen. It was no wonder that Qin Yan and the others held such praise for Prince Axayan. That immortal Master Wu didn't take a seat. Instead, when Prince Axayan raised his wine cup, he wordlessly left. This caused many who thought to suck up to immortal Master Wu during the banquet to feel greatly disappointed. However, this kind of thinking was quite ordinary. How could a living immortal drink, party, and lavishly feast like a mortal? After they thought it through, these people gave up. Letting go of their previous intentions, they went to feast with the others. Chapter 291 Shao Clan. Chapter 291, Shao Clan. This handsome young prince naturally didn't know what Hanli was thinking. Instead, he said a few warm words of greetings to the previously acquainted Qin clan juniors and chatted with them, causing two of the young madams to blush. Their affection appeared to surge. When Hanli saw this, he coldly laughed inwardly. This young prince was indeed questionable. If these Qin clan madams truly threw themselves into his arms, there definitely wouldn't be a good result. Even if the young prince were to taste them and then leave them bare, Hanli wouldn't find it strange at all. After a short moment, Prince Axayan said a few modest words to Qin Yan and brought the young prince away to socialize at another table. This caused the Qin clan juniors as well as the Hua pair that was speaking the prince to feel disappointment. Hanli took advantage of when nobody was paying attention and took a look at the back of the young prince, muttering under his breath as something flashed across his eyes. After several hours later, the feast came to an end. Once the guests were fully satisfied, they started to say their goodbyes to Prince Axayan. Qin Yan had also brought Han Li and his juniors say their goodbyes. They then departed from the front gate of Prince Xian's residence. Just as Lord Qin thought to have Han Li board the carriage with him, Han Li suddenly asked something, much to his surprise. "Uncle Qin, could tell me who those two are? Do you know?" Although Han Li's words were polite, Lord Qin didn't dare to slight him. He hastily turned his head to look and answered, "Honorable nephew Han is talking about those two. That's the lord of the Shao clan. He's the owner of a famous restaurant in Yuejing, the Leisurely Cloud. Since he is a very low-profile character, I am not very familiar with him. As for the unfamiliar youngster by his side, he should be his grandson." After Qin Yan saw that Han Li was looking at this grandfather-grandchild pair, he wore an expression of surprise. He didn't know why Han Li suddenly became interested in these two. "Oh, so it's like that. Uncle Qin, you should leave first. I will return to the residence a bit later." Han Li thoughtfully nodded his head and then replied. Without waiting for Qin Yan's reply, he slowly walked next to the small path around the residence's wall. Qin Yan blankly looked at Han Li's back and then stealthily turned his gaze towards the Shao clan lord, feeling a bit puzzled. But after a bit of thought, Qin Yan decided to board the carriage and ordered his servant to drive away. Thus, the Qin clan carriages departed from the front gate of Prince Xian's residence and returned to the Qin residence in the East District. Those Qin clan young masters and madams simply didn't discover Han Li's disappearance. Instead, they were in the back two carriages discussing what had transpired at Prince Xian's residence today. They were incomparably excited. They felt that although they didn't have immortal karma, they had stories to later flaunt off to their friends once they returned. After Han Li walked for the time it took to make a cup of tea, he eventually reached the back gate of the prince's mansion after walking around the tall walls of Prince Xian's estate. At this moment, the tall back gates were securely closed. Not a single person was in sight. Han Li smiled and felt this was just right. This way, he wouldn't have to use any concealment magic techniques. He arrogantly stood in front of the back gate and raised his head to look at the sky with idle boredom. After a moment of time, Han Li became blankly lost in thought. Suddenly, Han Li felt there were people approaching with coward backs. He lowered his head and took a cold look. The only people he saw were the Shao clan lord and the young woman dressed in male clothing. They walked over from the other side of the residence's gate. When the old man saw Han Li, his figure became sluggish and exposed an appearance of hesitation. On the other hand, the young woman by his side wore an extremely curious expression and didn't hold the slightest appearance of fear. The old man immediately realized something, and his expression immediately became tranquil. He walked forward in large strides, the young woman closely following after him. This junior Shaozhen greatly thanks senior for the lenient treatment inside the prince's mansion. If this one has offended you, Junior is willing to apologize. After walking in front of Han Li, this Lord Shao was still unable to determine how deep Han Li's cultivation was and became shocked. Feeling even more reverence toward Han Li, he rushed to salute him and respectfully apologize. Han Li's expression didn't change after receiving the salute. He then faintly said, "You aren't bitterly cultivating in some secluded area with abundant spiritual qi. Why have you appeared in Yuejing? Could it be you were reluctant to depart from your worldly affairs and splendor? Were you unwilling to continue your cultivation?" Regardless of the outcome, Han Li first accused the old man of an unwarranted charge in order to easily overwhelm the other party and impose his own will. This would allow later affairs to flow more smoothly. Senior misunderstands. Because this junior's age is far too old, he no longer has a chance to reach foundation establishment. Thus, the clan appointed him as the steward in charge of our sources of revenue in the secular world. It isn't about returning to the secular world and staying there. When the azure-robed old man heard Han Li's words, his heart relaxed, and he replied with a calm appearance. You are the disciple of a clan. Hanli didn't easily let them off and closely questioned this. Hanli wanted to get a feeling on where this grandfather-grandchild pair stood. If they were from a few famous cultivation clan, Hanli would be unwilling to provoke them. However, the surname Shao didn't seem to be from a well-known clan. After he heard Hanli's question, the old man hesitated for a moment. He turned his head to the young woman by his side before sincerely replying, This junior is from the Yun province's Feng River Mountain Stream Shao clan. Feng River Mountain Stream Shao clan. Hanli wrinkled his brow and carefully thought about it. He was certain he had never heard of such a name. Senior doesn't need to think so much about it. The Shao clan this junior belongs to is but a small clan. Having never heard of it is a normal matter. Lord Shao's face sank as he said this mockingly. Hanli was a bit surprised. After he sized up Lord Shao several times, he calmly asked with his normal expression, You speak quite straightforwardly. Are you not afraid that I would immediately exterminate you too? The old man didn't react to Hanli's words. However, that young woman appeared to be a small kitten that had her tail stepped on. Her expression tightened as she immediately put her hand on her waist. There was no question that the bulge she was grasping was a storage pouch. But soon after, the young woman saw that neither her grandfather nor Hanli truly moved to act. With a red face, she put her hand away but was at a loss of where she should place it. She dilemma appeared extremely adorable. When the old man saw this, he glanced at the young woman affectionately before turning his head to Hanli and saying with a bitter smile, Although this one is incapable of seeing through the deepness of your esteemed self's cultivation, he is certain you are a foundation establishment cultivator. This one clearly understands this. Junior doesn't believe that he has any magic tools, medicine pills, or any such treasures that a high-level cultivator would covet. If Senior truly was such a person, Junior would be unable to do anything. With this one's meager cultivation, running and resistance is futile. One may as well surrender and fulfill Senior's wishes instead of having him take out his anger on this one's entire clan. Junior only asks that Senior treat this one leniently and let this one's granddaughter go. She is this Junior's sole remaining descendant. The old man's last few words were extremely dismal. This caused the young woman to become extremely frightened and angry. She hastily said with discontent, Grandpa, you need not be afraid. If he truly wishes to act against you, we will fight together. Then we won't need to fear him. When Hanli heard the words of Lord Shao and the young woman, he stared blankly for a moment. But once he fully understood what the pair planned to do, he became amused. Apart from this old man's dreary words and appearance of selfless martyrdom, Hanli didn't see the slightest sign that he was seeking death. In fact, his magic power fluctuations indicated he was storing power in preparation. There wasn't the slightest intention of surrender. If it was clear he wanted to kill them for treasures, they intended to stake it all in a fight. That young woman was also quite amusing. Although her words were indignant, whenever she wasn't looking at Hanli with her black shining eyes, she was incessantly looking around, frequently exposing a crafty air. However, this young woman didn't know that ever since Hanli had completed the first layer of the Great Development Technique, his spiritual sense was far stronger than that of common cultivators. Her petty tricks had already fallen into Hanli's grasp. Hanli inwardly thought, perhaps this Feng River Mountain Stream Shao clan was something off the top of his minds. As for whether there is such a clan, even he doubts it. Thus, Hanli wore a mysterious smile on his face as he silently looked at the two of them. Since he neither said these two could leave nor did he make any hostile movements, the grandfather-grandchild pair stayed still for the time. From the beginning, the old man and the young woman had preserved their solemn and grim appearance. But after some time had passed, Hanli indifferent stared at them with a lazy appearance. The old man Shao and the young woman eventually looked at each other in dismay. What does Senior intend to do? The young woman was unable to endure in the end. Breaking past the old man's restricting gaze, she jumped in front of Hanli and loudly asked, pointing at Hanli with an expression of grievance. Chapter 292 The Powerful. Chapter 292. The powerful Hanli's expression didn't change, so she couldn't make out any anger from his gaze. However, the old man could clearly feel cold intent coming from Hanli's body. Afraid, the old man had yet to pull the young woman behind him when Hanli's body released a shocking grandeur. The fearsome spiritual pressure that was accumulated actually caused the nearby young woman to fly back 7 or 8 steps. She didn't have the slightest power to resist. Fortunately, the old man's eyes and hands were swift. His figure flashed behind the young woman, his hands clapping her shoulders to stop the young woman's body from being pushed further back. At this moment, the young woman's face was as pale as paper. After personally experiencing the fearsomeness of Hanli's cultivation, she couldn't help but lose herself to fear and look at her grandfather behind her. The old man's appearance was equivalently unsightly. Before this, the old man had a few bits of confidence that with their combined strength, they would be able to escape Hanli's grasp. But now that they experienced a small demonstration of his true strength, this thought was thrown away. Foundation establishment cultivators were fearsome and far exceeded what he had imagined. They absolutely weren't figures that a small cultivator could provoke. The old man broke out in an endless old sweat. He had actually been planning to carry out a small trick on Hanli with his granddaughter's help. The old man had never seen an expert like Hanli before, a foolish cultivator who only knew how to bitterly cultivate. Fortunately, he had accumulated a vast experience, so his response was faster than average. Could it be this person was an old eccentric who had lived for over 100 years, keeping his appearance young through some sort of appearance-halting technique? The more the old man thought about it, the more he felt this was true and the greater the terror he felt in his heart. After the old man felt the spiritual pressure coming from Hanli's body grow increasingly stronger as time passed, the old man couldn't help but gulp and immediately beg with a trembling stomach, "Senior, please let us off leniently. This one's granddaughter was far too young. She doesn't know what is high or low. Senior, please calm down." After Hanli gave the old man a cold glance, he suddenly stopped emitting the frightening grandeur from his body. It seemed Hanli saw through true meaning behind his words. In an instant, the pressure had become completely hidden as if entrenched in deep water. With hands trembling from fear, old man Xiao took his hands off the shoulder of the young woman who had become well-behaved long ago. After taking a stealthy look at Hanli, she immediately turned her gaze away, not daring to directly look at him. Her current behavior was as different as heaven and earth from the fearless expression she had shown before. However, this dainty young woman was now extremely startled pale. Much like a frightened small bird. It was truly a lovingly heart-stirring appearance. Seeing this, Hanli felt something being revealed before his eyes. This was the first time he had discovered a woman who held such a fragile beauty. It truly moved the heart and soul. Her overall appearance gave him a breathtaking feeling, and he couldn't help but glance several times. After carefully looking over the young woman's appearance, although he made out that she wasn't very old, only 14 or 15 years of age, she was a rarely seen beauty. Given a few more years, she would most likely mature into an extraordinary beauty that would drive men mad. Because Hanli's gaze toward the young girl was a bit too strange, the old man's heart furiously sunk when he saw this. Could it be he had us come here because her appearance was to his liking? Did he take a fancy to my granddaughter's beauty? That isn't good at all. With this person's great magic power, we won't be able to resist him. The old man's imagination ran wild with deep worry. Since you two aren't willing to reveal your clan, you are probably clanless rogue cultivations. I won't make it difficult for you. I had you come here for a trade, after which you may leave. After a long moment of silence, Hanli eventually spoke. A trade. The old man blankly stared. He faintly felt that he had been thinking incorrectly. That's right. I took a fancy to something you possessed and wanted to propose a trade with you. Hanli replied with a dull expression. When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but look at the young girl and think, does he want me to trade away my own granddaughter? But when he thought about it more, it seemed truly unlikely, because apart from the several glances he took a moment ago, he hadn't taken another look at his granddaughter. With this thought, the old man relaxed a bit and said with solemn respect, I don't know what caught Senior's eye, but since we are only juniors, we will naturally offer it to Senior. However, this small old man doesn't know what item this Senior wants. The old man's last words revealed the misgivings in his heart. When Hanli saw the other party's tact, his appearance eased up and he revealed a slight smile. What cultivation technique did you use inside the hole? You were actually able to conceal your spiritual qi so well that the qi condensation Taoist priest wasn't able to see through your identities. Hanli didn't directly reply to the old man. Instead, he asked him a question with a mild tone. After revealing such a strong face, he naturally used a slightly appeasing tactic. Using both hard and soft methods was the ideal strategy. When they heard Hanli's question, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other with doubt before saying with some hesitation, Senior, this one also doesn't know what cultivation technique he used. Surprisingly, Hanli didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to look at the old man with an stoic expression. He knew that since the other party mentioned this, they would give him a fair explanation. Sure enough, the old man then cautiously continued, the cultivation technique this one used actually came from a badly damaged, nameless Taoist book. It didn't even mention the name of this spiritual qi restraining magic technique. We only casually practiced it. Nameless Taoist book. As for where it came from, don't tell me it was passed down within your clan. After Hanli heard this, his face revealed interest, his words carrying a profound meaning. If this magic technique was passed down within a clan, every great cultivation sect would have madly fought to get a hold of this technique. However, Hanli had never heard of such a cultivation technique before. Senior sees clearly. This Taoist book was something my granddaughter found inside a cave while exploring an uninhabited mountain. Apart from this qi restraining chant, we didn't understand anything else from the book. If Senior wants it, Junior will go back to his residence and offer it to you. The old man promised with a compensating smile. When Hanli heard the old man's words, he revealed a satisfied expression and said, Be at ease, I won't take your items for nothing. You two return first and wait for me at your residence. Make sure you consider what you want in exchange for it. Hanli's voice was extremely calm. But after he said these words, he suddenly extended his finger, whereupon two soybean-sized green lights shot out from Hanli's finger. In an instant, it flew into the bodies of the old man and young girl without leaving a trace. Senior, you. The old man was frightened and angry. He didn't think that after he finished speaking, Hanli would suddenly act against the two. Although he didn't know what happened, he was certain it wasn't anything good. The young girl also went pale with fright. There is no need to worry. These are only tracing marks. With these, I can accurately find you and eliminate you and your grandchild at any time should the need ever arise, Hanli explained indifferently. After hearing these words, the old man let out a breath and bitterly laughed in his heart many times. This senior truly didn't leave any holes, not even the slightest opening for them. With this on their bodies, if they tried to take advantage of the situation and escape, it was likely they wouldn't make it very far. However, the old man Xiao clearly understood the reason behind Hanli's action. If the other party didn't do this, it was likely that the old man would take his granddaughter and immediately slip away. After all, to trade with an expert that could easily kill them was far too scary, especially when the stronger party seemed moody. While there were enormous benefits, the old man would normally require time to think it over and see whether it was worth the risk. However, it seemed that now he must carry out this trade whether he wanted to or not. He could only hope that after the other party wouldn't eliminate them after receiving the book. In the short time he made contact with Han Li, he truly wasn't able to make out Han Li's temperament in the end. He only knew that not only was this figure's magic power profound, but that he was also extremely troublesome. He would use every opportunity and method, and there was nothing he wouldn't do. Very well. These juniors will wait at their dwelling for Senior to arrive. The old man could only pretend to act as if nothing had happened and say this with great respect. Very good. I will come to take the item at night. You two had best behave. As Han Li said this, his body gradually became indistinct. He disappeared without a trace once the last word, behave, left his mouth, leaving only air in his place. Seeing that Han Li revealed this extremely mysterious skill, old man Xiao could only give up with a deathly pale face. He dispiritedly called out to the young girl and slowly walked back home. However, the old man didn't realize that when his granddaughter saw Han Li using those ghost-like movements, great envy flashed in her eyes. Even when the old man called out to her, she reacted as if she had woken up from a dream. As the young girl followed after the old man, she turned her head to look at the place where Han Li had disappeared with surprising reluctance. That child is truly mischievous. Hiding in a nearby tree, Han Li coldly looked at the two as they departed and shook his head. Mischievous, originally, although the body is small, the craftiness is great. Chapter 293 Infiltration. Chapter 293, Infiltration. Han Li was quite familiar with the obsessed expression the young woman revealed as she departed. The very first time he saw Li Huayuan control that huge flood dragon, he also had this envious gaze. With this thought, Han Li felt that this beautiful young woman was truly interesting. After he slightly smiled, he silently disappeared from the tree. He reappeared within the tall walls of the prince's mansion. At this moment, not only did Han Li use the invisibility technique that would hide him from mortals, but he also used the qi restraining technique, a qi concealment technique that cultivators could use only after achieving foundation establishment. He quickly flashed by the scurrying maids and servants within the prince's residence without anyone noticing anything out of the ordinary. After a moment, Han Li infiltrated into the back residence of the prince's mansion. He secretly hid behind a pillar at some desolate corridor and watched everything nearby with a cold gaze. Not long after, a somewhat pretty maid walked nearby. Han Li suddenly shot out a ball of yellow light the size of a fist from his finger, striking the maid's head. The maid suddenly staggered as if she were about to fall onto the floor. Without waiting for her to fall, Han Li had already leaped out to grab her and flew back to hide behind the pillar. With great skill, Han Li straightened the young maid's weak body and arranged it so that she faced him. He then opened his mouth and spouted out azure spiritual qi, which entered her tightly closed eyes. At this moment, the young maid's eyelids started to move, and she slowly opened her eyes. Just as the young maid was waking up, she saw a pair of gold-yellow eyes staring at her coldly. Just as she thought about yelling loudly and putting up a struggle, strange yellow streaks of light suddenly shot out from those eyes directly into her own. The young maid immediately felt the world spin as her vision was filled with a golden yellow color. Then, with a tilted head, she lost consciousness. Han Li took another look at the young maid who fainted and lightly sighed before lightly wiping away the sweat on her face. Although he could only use the soul-controlling technique for a short amount of time, it truly consumed far too much of his attention and felt quite strenuous. It was no wonder that this magic technique was classified as a worthless foundation establishment technique. Although this magic technique would make the target obediently follow the caster as a slave for a short amount of time, it had great limitations. As such, the cultivators who practiced this magic technique were truly few in number. First of all, this magic technique could only be used on mortals. It didn't have the slightest effect on cultivators. Even if there was a great disparity in cultivation, so long as there was spiritual power coursing through their heads, other cultivators could easily counteract the technique's bewitchment effect. Next, not only must whoever wished to practice this technique be at foundation establishment, their spiritual sense must be far stronger than average. Thus, the overwhelming majority of foundation establishment cultivators weren't able to practice this technique. With these two restrictions, cultivators with interest in practicing this magic technique were pitifully few. However, this was no problem for Hanli. Hanli had originally been anxious that he would only be able to grasp a limited set of foundation establishment magic techniques. The last time he was in the Heaven's Knowledge Pavilion, he had read the incantation of this magic technique and memorized it out of curiosity. Once he returned to his cave to cultivate it, he wasn't met with the slightest resistance and was able to smoothly succeed. This greatly surprised Hanli. He now attempted to use the magic technique on this girl, and as expected, he succeeded. After taking a cautious glance in every direction, he softly extended his finger, and a small ball of milky white light emerged on his fingertip. Pressed against the maid's head, the ball of light soon entered her forehead and disappeared. The young maid woke up and immediately stood. She blankly looked at Hanli without speaking. What is the background of the steward? When did he enter the prince's residence? Where does he often like to go? Who does he often meet with outside the prince's residence? Hanli looked at the young maid and rapidly shot out a series of questions. He started off with this maid, the one dispatched by Prince Aksayan to find the young prince at the start of the banquet. It seemed the status of this servant wasn't low. If he used her, Hanli might actually obtain a bit of reliable information. Which steward is master asking about? The young maid asked with an expressionless face. The prince's residence has more than one steward. Puzzled, Hanli asked with slight surprise. The residence has many stewards in charge of taking care of the prince's affairs. For example, there is Steward Li, who is in charge of making purchases, and Steward D, who is in charge of supervising the residence. The young maid continued with blank eyes. Which steward was greeting guests at the residence's gate? Hanli softly asked after wrinkling his brow. That is Steward Wang. He has the greatest authority. He is the one I am referring to. Hanli added with a bit of anxiety. He didn't know how long he could use this magic technique to control her mind. Naturally, he had to hurry and ask about the important matters first. Otherwise, he would have to waste more effort after the young maid awakened. According to the seniors in the residence, Steward Wang grew up together with the prince and accompanied him during his education. He eventually followed the prince for 50 to 60 years. Apart from a routine monthly trip in which he follows the prince into the Forbidden City, he normally doesn't leave the prince's residence and won't contact anybody outside. If he did meet anyone, it would be among the prince's good friends. As for his relationship with the young prince, it's a bit strange. I've heard from the young prince's previous wait nurse that 10 years ago, the young prince used to have a very violent temperament, and his relationship with Steward Wang was anything but good. He even slapped Steward Wang in public before. But throughout the past 10 years, the young prince's entire attitude changed dramatically. Not only did he become polite and refined, but he also became extremely respectful towards Steward Wang, even holding a ceremony to become his junior. Prince Aksayan was greatly pleased by this, claiming that they had the gods' blessings all along, the young girl flatly said. When Hanli heard this, his expression didn't change. He coldly smiled in his heart. Although it sounded like this steward Wang didn't seem suspicious in the least, the exceptional change in the young prince's character was enough for Han Li to be certain there was some sort of hidden relationship between the two. In addition, for these two to cause a foundation establishment cultivator to feel danger, they certainly weren't common mortals. As for the steward's mysterious background, Han Li didn't feel like investigating it too deeply. He only wanted to make sure the steward wasn't from the Devil Dao. He didn't care whether the other party was righteous or evil or whatever secrets he held. If he could do less, Han Li naturally wouldn't go asking for trouble. After this interrogation, Han Li figured it was most likely that the young prince and the steward had no relationship with the Devil Dao. After all, the young prince had been exceptional from the beginning, there hadn't been a sudden change in ability. If the Devil Dao truly started setting this up over 10 years ago, Han Li could only remain speechless. With this thought, Han Li sighed and commanded, "Where does Immortal Master Wu live? Lead me there." "As you wish, Master." The young maid obediently stood and walked. Han Li secretly followed her while continuing to conceal himself. With the young girl's guidance, Han Li passed through 7 to 8 large courtyards and arrived at a peaceful terrace. At that moment, the young girl then stopped. "Paw! Paw!" Suddenly, Han Li lightly patted the maid's back 2 times using a palm filled with white light. Afterwards, his figure flashed and shot behind a large tree. Isn't this the venerable Immortal Master's residence? What am I doing here?" The young maid then blinked 2 times with all her strength and suddenly yelped. The blankness in her eyes could no longer be seen. "Who is causing a commotion outside? Didn't this humble Daoist instruct not to let people come here and disturb his cultivation?" The old Daoist priest's annoyed voice came from a room in the courtyard. When the young maid heard this, her face immediately turned white from fear. Without thinking about why she appeared at this location, she ran away, flustered. Creak. The door opened. With the appearance of stereotypical Daoist immortal, the old white-haired Daoist walked out. But after he saw there was nobody in the courtyard, his face revealed a sense of confusion. "What's going on? I clearly heard someone talking. I thought the prince had come to find me. Where did the unpleasant person who interrupted my cultivation run off to?" The old man stood in the courtyard and looked in every direction before furiously returning to his room. After he shut his door and faced the room, however, he was completely dumbfounded. He only saw Han Li sitting at the table, silently looking at the old Daoist with a beaming smile. He appeared to hold great interest in him. "Who are you?" the old Daoist quickly asked as his expression dramatically changed. He then reflexively raised his hand and summoned a fireball. "What I want is you. Don't worry, I won't act against you so casually." Han Li smiled, speaking as if hadn't seen the old Daoist's fireball. His words didn't hold the slightest bit of hostility. "Humph. Your esteemed self infiltrated this room with great stealth, yet you still dare to mystify yourself. See if this humble Daoist doesn't." The old Daoist had long been accustomed to flattery from his recent days in the prince's residence and instinctively reacted, yelling with a stern voice. However, after he used the Heaven's Eye technique to look at Han Li, his originally furious face immediately became frozen and turned white soon after. Your esteemed self is a Foundation Establishment senior." The old man stuttered, unwilling to believe it. "Didn't you already determine that with your magic technique?" Han Li indifferently said this with a controlled smile on his face. "Senior, do not blame me." This junior had never seen a senior who had cultivated to Foundation Establishment before. The highest I have seen were chi condensation cultivators of the 11th or 12th layer. I was truly incapable of judging seniors' cultivation. I only knew that seniors' cultivation is unfathomably deep. When the old Daoist heard him, he hastily extinguished his fireball as if he had woken from a dream. He stepped forward with a salute and repeatedly explained with a careful, apologetic smile on his face. Hanli was surprised that the old Daoist hadn't exposed fear like the old man Xiao had. Instead, he faintly revealed a sense of excitement. But after some thought, Hanli clearly understood the other party's thoughts. This white-haired old Daoist was part the prime of his life but still lingering at the 6th layer. He was most likely a rogue cultivator with extremely poor aptitude. As such, he was unable to meet cultivators with profound magic power. Even if he weren't a rogue cultivator, he only interacted with Daoist brothers with cultivation bases similar to his own. Now that he saw such a high-level cultivator, he naturally regarded it as such a fortuitous encounter that was hard to come by. He mostly likely planned to fish up some benefits. Having thought this, Hanli couldn't help but smile. If the other party was able to satisfy him, he wouldn't mind giving him a few benefits. Hanli immediately turned his gaze to the old Daoist and leisurely said, "Your guess is correct. I really am a foundation establishment cultivator." When the old white-haired Daoist heard Hanli's words, his expression became even more respectful. Naturally, the happiness in his eyes grew a bit stronger as well. "I don't know why Senior suddenly appeared here. Does Senior wish to command this junior to take care of a certain matter?" the old Daoist respectfully asked. This person was on the right track. He knew that if he wanted to receive a few benefits from Hanli, he naturally had to do something in return. When Hanli heard this, he expressed satisfaction, and with a faint smile, he said, "First let's talk about your origins. Today I saw your show at the prince's residence. Your fire-controlling technique was quite good." Hanli gave a minor praise, but little did the Daoist know that it was actually sincere. When the old Daoist heard Hanli's words, an astonished expression flashed across his face. He hadn't thought that this senior had seen his performance. He hastily replied with a humble tone, "It's unfortunate that Senior had seen my poor performance. Junior only manipulated the flame technique. I would have taken something else out to show, but my other techniques are a mess. As for this Junior's origins, it isn't anything notable. When Junior was young, he unexpectedly obtained the fierce yang arts from a cultivator on death's door. It was at this moment that he entered the world of cultivation. However, it was unfortunate that Junior's aptitude was too poor, and without any guidance, he could only barely cultivate to the 6th layer. Your fire-controlling technique was a technique from that book." Hanli's interest was stirred, and he asked this soon after. "It isn't. This fire-controlling technique was something Junior had cultivated until he reached a bottleneck. Without any method to progress, he could only grudgingly polish and refine some small tricks. But after several tens of years of improvements and modifications, it has become Junior's greatest accomplishment. It was something you researched on your own." Hanli was inwardly startled. He further examined the old white-haired man several more times, revealing a bit of amazement. "That's right, Senior. Junior took this meager magic of his and turned it into a book, the Flame Handling Arts. If it isn't beneath Senior, Junior can take it out and give a pointer or two." The old Daoist saw that Hanli seemed interested in his fire control technique and was struck with inspiration. He hastily took out a thin book from his storage pouch and respectfully handed it to Hanli. When Hanli saw this, he was slightly startled. Truthfully speaking, although Hanli felt that this flame transformation technique was quite strange, he didn't feel a great desire to obtain this technique. He didn't think that this small fire-controlling technique would be of great use to his current self. However, the old Daoist took the initiative to show it to him and caused him to feel surprised. Hanli easily received it and took a moment to browse through its contents. At the start, Hanli perused the book with an indifferent attitude. But as he looked through it, although his expression was as peaceful as ever, he gradually became shocked in his heart. The minor knack of flame-shaped transformation mentioned at the start of the book held no great meaning to the current Hanli. It was merely flashy but hollow inside. But towards the end, the old Taoist mentioned a few vague concepts regarding flexibly applying magic techniques and some feasible practice methods, providing many insights for Hanli. After a short moment, Hanli gently closed the book. Now was not the time to research techniques. When he had free time, he would properly analyze the contents of this book. He was confident that this meeting increased his understanding and usage of magic techniques by a whole level. This book, I will take it. I know that although you said would give me a pointer of 2, I truly want this book to be gifted to me. As a senior, I naturally won't leave you empty-handed. I have a few books on Taoist magic, magic tools of every rank, and even a few medicine pills of great use to a qi condensation cultivator. You can choose one from the 3 options in exchange for this book. I'll give you the time it takes to make a cup of tea to come to a decision. After Hanli took a deep look at the old Taoist, he said a few words that unceasingly excited the old man. Many thanks, senior. Many thanks for senior's favor. The old white-haired Taoist's complexion flushed red. He even trembled a bit from excitement. Hanli faintly smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes, leaned against the chair, and rested. The old Taoist started to anxiously pace in circles around the room, finding it extremely difficult to choose one over another. How is it? Have you made up your mind? After a moment passed, Hanli felt it was about time. He serenely asked this after having opened his eyes. Senior, I've decided. Junior only wants medicinal pills that will allow qi condensation cultivators to make a breakthrough. After Hanli's inquiry, the old Taoist eventually came to a decision and said this with certainty. When Hanli heard this, he didn't reveal the slightest of surprise. He reckoned that the other party would choose medicinal pills. After all, magic tools and Taoist books could be acquired after he made cultivation breakthroughs. Thus, after giving a light nod, Hanli brushed his gown sleeve against the table and left behind 2 small jade bottles. These 2 bottles contain yellow dragon pills. They are substantially effective on cultivators up to the 10th layer. Take them. Hanli calmly said. 10th layer of qi condensation. Many thanks for senior's great favor. Many thanks. The old Taoist looked at those 2 bottles of medicinal pills with a fiery gaze. After repeatedly expressing his thanks, he excitedly took the 2 bottles into his hands. He then impatiently opened the lid of the bottle. And after sniffing it 2 times, he had a completely satisfied appearance. I actually came to find you for another matter. After performing a task, I will naturally give you even more compensation. After Hanli saw the other party carefully put away the medicine bottles, he calmly talked about the main reasons he came there. With the heavy reward attached, Hanli was confident the other party would be tempted. As a result, the old Taoist immediately beamed with joy after hearing this and said, Senior, please do not hesitate to tell me of this matter. Junior will carry it out by any means. When Hanli heard this, he faintly smiled and responded, It's nothing major. For the next few months, I want you to pay attention to the whereabouts of your disciple, the young prince, and steward Wang. If anything abnormal happens, all you have to do is tell me. Although Hanli de-emphasized the matter, when the old Taoist heard this, he was stunned. He truly didn't think that this senior would want him to monitor 2 mortals. Furthermore, one of them would be the beloved disciple he had just accepted. Having remained perplexed despite much thought, the old Taoist took a careful look at Hanli and asked with a probing tone, Could senior please illuminate this junior? Could it be there is something amiss with these 2? The old Taoist asked this very carefully, fearing he would offend this expert. Hanli's face didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction. he didn't immediately reply to the cultivator's question. After a moment of deliberation, he said in a soft voice, "In truth, I am a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley of the 7 sections. The Devil Tao is currently invading our state of you. Even a rogue cultivator like you should be aware of this. I suspect that these two have a relationship with the Devil Tao. Thus, I need to have someone help me pay attention to their whereabouts, just in case." Although Han Li believed Steward Wang and the young prince weren't associated with the Devil Tao, it was better to be careful. He was unclear about certain details of their background and felt in his heart that there was something greatly concerning about them. Thus, he sought this old Taoist in advance to monitor the pair's actions. However, he didn't directly mention any of his actual concerns to the old Taoist and simply mentioned the Devil Tao as a convenient excuse. After all, the feeling of danger that Han Li perceived from the two was purely instinctive, so he obviously couldn't say this out loud. After a moment, Han Li stood on the Divine Wind boat and coldly looked down at an unremarkable courtyard that was about 100 meters wide. There were 3 small, half-worn rooms in the courtyard. Standing on the small pure white jade-like boat, Han Li didn't recklessly descend. Instead, he remained calm and silent as if he were thinking about something. In the end, Han Li took a light step, and the small boat immediately fell from the sky like a shooting star. But when he was about 15 meters away from the floor, the magic tool suddenly came to a stop. Han Li's body moved, and he lightly stepped off the magic tool and landed in the small courtyard. At the same time, he beckoned toward the sky. In response, the small boat shrank and flew into Han Li's hand. This series of events was as smooth and nimble as flowing water, the slightest of noise couldn't be heard. Then, like a demon, he stood in front of the middle room and calmly probed the room for activity with his spiritual sense. Han Li clearly felt that within the room, there were 2 masses of spiritual qi faintly accompanied by traces of his own spiritual qi. As expected, after Han Li's spiritual sense entered the room, he clearly heard a young woman's voice. "Grandpa, aren't our actions going to anger him? If that person truly finds us, will the excuses we prepared work?" The young girl's voice was filled with worry. It seemed that Han Li had left a deep and powerful impression on her. "Humph! You foolish girl. How could he actually find us relying on just a bit of spiritual qi? Your grandpa ate more hardships than you ate meals." Threats, deliberately menacing words, your grandpa has seen them all. I am not convinced his words were true. Furthermore, even if he can activate the magic technique, since we are separated by such a far distance, that Foundation establishment cultivator won't be able to accurately sense us. If he goes to the East District, then this person will truly have to go search for us. After a cold snort, the old man chided the young girl. "Since it is like that, why didn't we leave Yujing during the night?" "All we did was move to the West District," the young girl retorted, unconvinced. "You still don't understand. What I said earlier was only your grandpa's guess. As to whether or not it's true, that is unclear. If I guessed correctly, naturally we won't have to face his threats and will be free to leave to a different place. But he is nonetheless a Foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps he will be able to trace us from afar with his magic technique. If we ran away from Yujing and he found us, we would have no excuses. But moving to the West District isn't the same as running away, so we can just casually use an excuse to explain ourselves." The old man doted on this young girl very much, so he gave her a detailed explanation. "Hee hee. Grandpa, you are truly cunning. However, I don't think that person seems to be of the despicable sort. Is it necessary for us to hide from him? According to my thoughts, wouldn't simply exchanging the Taoist book with him give us great benefits? In any case, this Taoist book is far too profound for us to understand it. The young girl giggled and said this without care. Humph. The world is dangerous. That is just wishful thinking. By conventional morals, everyone would honorably trade openly, and there would be no reason to scheme. You have yet to realize that for fair dealings to exist, they require both sides to have similar strengths. If one side is strong and one side is weak, how can that be considered fair? Besides, although that Taoist book is of no value to us, it could perhaps be a treasure in his hands. After possessing the treasure, he might immediately exterminate us. Your grandpa has seen this on many occasions throughout his life. How could I possibly trust him? After all, the difference in cultivation between him and us is far too great. He could exterminate without expending the slightest of strength. As the old man said this, his voice became darker. It was clear he was helpless against the reality that his life was in someone else's hands. Grandpa, don't be discouraged. Didn't you say that although that person appears young, he's likely an old monster that lived an unknown number of years? When the young girl saw this, she hastily consoled him. But at this moment, a cold voice from their most feared person suddenly came from outside the room. What? How am I anything like an old monster? As the complexion of the grandparent-grandchild pair greatly changed, the originally tightly closed door silently opened and gave way to Hanli, who calmly walked in. After he entered the room, Hanli bluntly sat in the host's seat and then wordlessly looked at the two with an extremely calm expression. Chapter 296 Formal Apprenticeship. Chapter 296, Formal Apprenticeship. What, old monster? Nobody said those words. With a greatly changed complexion, the young girl pushed this forward with a strong smile and hastily lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Hanli chuckled and didn't bother with the young lady. Instead, he coldly looked at the old man. The old man appeared to have lost his head from fear. He truly didn't know how much Hanli heard from the previous conversation, so he couldn't help but inwardly complain without end. Now he didn't dare to speak his originally prepared excuse. I didn't think that Senior would arrive so quickly. This Junior believed Senior would arrive in a few hours at the very least. Let Junior take out that book for Senior. Without a choice, the old man could only cope with all his might against Han Li's unfriendly appearance. In a quick-witted move, he immediately mentioned the Taoist book in hopes that he could calm Han Li's anger. Fine, take it out. After staring at the old man with a sword-like gaze, Han Li eventually said this with a cold tone. This caused the old man to recover his wits. It seemed the other party wouldn't immediately vent his anger. The old man hastily agreed and walked to the neighboring room. When the young girl saw this, she moved her legs, also wanting to follow the old man, but the old man stopped her with his gaze. What kind of joke was this? If both people went to the neighboring room, then wouldn't they be deliberately angering the other party? It would cause Hanli to believe they were thinking of playing some sort of trick. The old man completely threw these impractical thoughts out, fearing Hanli would have a misunderstanding. The young girl could only remain in the room with a pout. She stood silently in her original place, keeping Hanli company. The old man's movements were very quick. In the blink of an eye, he walked over with a shabby wooden box that seemed to contain the Taoist book. Senior, the qi restraining technique we use as well as the other teachings of the books are within. Please take a look and see whether it has any use to Senior. The old man walked several steps toward Hanli and proclaimed this with a respectful appearance. He gently opened the wooden box, revealing a slightly blackened yellow leather book, and handed it over to Hanli. From a look, one could tell this book came from an ancient era. Hanli narrowed his eyes, and after looking at the book in the old man's hands several times, he nodded his head and received it. Although this book had changed color due to the passing of time, when Hanli touched the cover, it felt exquisitely smooth. Furthermore, it seemed extremely durable. It appeared that this book wasn't made from common materials and was instead made from the hide of some sort of demonic beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to remain intact for such a long time. Hanley lightly stroked the book for a moment, and after muttering to himself, he slowly flipped a page. After a few general looks, Hanley wrinkled his brow. When he opened this book, extremely unfamiliar and ancient characters entered his view. Hanley was certain he didn't recognize the marking of these characters. He also hadn't seen such markings from the collection at Yellow Maple Valley. Although he didn't recognize them, Hanley didn't waste his time, and he quickly turned through the pages. In the last 2 pages of the book, he discovered a set of nameless chants that appeared to have been added by someone. The characters used in this set of incantations were ancient characters more commonly used in the cultivation world, allowing him to easily read them. Hanley knew in his heart that this was the chi restraining technique, so he took the liberty to analyze it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Hanley slowly closed the book, and his face wore a thoughtful expression. Put-ong. Put-ong. Wishes to become Senior's disciple and is willing to serve as Senior's attendant. As the sincere wish of this small old man and his granddaughter, we hope Senior will be able to take her as a disciple. Just as the old man finished stuttering these words, the clever young girl immediately paid her respects in front of Hanley and kowtowed, knocking her head loudly on the floor. Hanley simply had not predicted this would happen. After a moment of great surprise, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. To have him accept a disciple, was this a joke? He was still trembling from fear in face of the cultivation world and was never sure whether he'd be able to defend himself. Now he had to bring something to weigh him down. He certainly couldn't agree to this matter. Regardless, Hanley had to return to the main topic on hand. He could tell that the girl's aptitude shouldn't be poor, even if he hadn't carefully examined it yet. Otherwise, she shouldn't have been able to reach the 6th layer at such a young age. When Hanley was at that age, the only reason he had reached that stage was because he had the assistance of an insane amount of medicine pills. From this, it would be a pity for this young girl to spend her life muddling through starting line of the cultivation world. Although he couldn't take this young girl as a disciple, he could still introduce her to a master. He actually found the rare mischievous streak in her quite agreeable. He clearly remembered that the small old man, Senior Marshal Brother Ma, had yet to take in a disciple. Furthermore, Senior Marshal Brother Ma had once angrily complained that ever since Hanley left the 100 Medicine Garden, the old man had to personally look after the medicine garden when he could otherwise be taking care of more important tasks. Had the small old man known Hanley would leave the garden, he would have taken in an obedient disciple. This young girl before him appeared exceptionally intelligent. If her aptitude truly wasn't lacking, then there was no harm in introducing her to Senior Marshal Brother Ma as a potential disciple. As for whether Senior Marshal Brother Ma would be satisfied in taking in this young girl as a disciple, that had nothing to do with Hanley. With this thought, Hanley revealed a thoughtful appearance and caused the old man and the young girl to believe he was truly thinking of whether to accept her as a disciple, leaving them with excitement. Come over here. Let me look at your spiritual roots. After some contemplation, Hanley waved to the girl and calmly said this. Yes, Senior. The girl appeared extremely clever, and after respectfully answering, she nimbly walked in front of Hanley and took the initiative to hand over her slender, flawless white wrist, revealing a slight bit of shyness. Hanley lightly grabbed the young girl's jade wrist with his right hand and started to slowly circulate spiritual chi throughout her body. Not long after, he let go. Dual spiritual roots, truly good aptitude. Hanley muttered as he stared at the young girl's face. When the young woman and the old man heard Hanley's words, joy bubbled up from their faces and they believed that Hanley was about to accept her. But Hanley continued, suddenly saying, "Unfortunately, I don't take disciples." Otherwise, with your aptitude, would definitely have accepted you. Han Li's words caused the grandparent-grandchild pair to feel as if cold water was being poured over their heads. They couldn't help but blankly stare. Chapter 297, The Breaking of Bad News. When Han Li saw the young girl's disappointed expression, he suddenly smiled and gently said, "Although I can't accept you as a disciple, do not lose heart. I can introduce you to my foundation establishment's senior martial brother, a potential master. However, whether or not you can become his disciple all depends on my senior martial brother. Is this to your satisfaction?" "Really?" The young girl's original look of disappointment vanished. When she heard those words, her spirit immediately shook. Without speaking further, Han Li took out a sound transmission talisman and lightly mumbled a few sentences into the talisman. Then he handed it to the young girl along with a jade medallion. "Take this talisman and this jade medallion. Bring these with you to Yellow Maple Valley and find a senior surnamed Ma. At that time, whether or not he will accept you as a disciple will depend on your luck," Han Li added with an indifferent expression. The girl didn't expect that even though Han Li was unwilling to take her in as a disciple, he would give her another opportunity. With her wish once again ignited, she hastily saluted Han Li and expressed her thanks. The old man was equivalently in high spirits. "Because I'm uncertain whether he will accept you as his disciple, I will also give you 2 high-grade magic tools. This could also be regarded as compensation for that Taoist book of yours." While Han Li was saying this, he took out an embroidered emerald green silk cloth and a small blue sword, casually handing them over to the old man. When the old man saw this, he appeared pleasantly surprised. He originally believed that having Han Li introduce the young girl to a master was quite a good fortune, but he hadn't thought that Han Li would bestow even more substantial benefits. He couldn't help but feel extremely grateful. The old man hurriedly expressed his thanks once more and respectfully took the magic tools, revealing an extremely content expression. He had cultivated for so many years, yet he only had 1 high-grade magic tool on hand. Now that he acquired 2 more, how could he not be satisfied? Han Li did not stay for long, but before he left, he casually withdrew the spiritual qi he had placed on the pair's bodies. Under their respectful gazes, Han Li flew off and departed. After they saw Han Li fly far away, the old man handed the embroidered silk to the young girl and kept the small sword as he roared with laughter. Then they made preparations to leave the next day and go find that Senior Ma at Yellow Maple Valley in order to see whether or not his granddaughter could become a disciple of the 7 sects. However, Old Man Shao was a bit puzzled as to why Han Li was mixed among the Qin clan. Those people were genuine mortals. Not knowing Old Man Shao had let his imagination run wild, Han Li rushed back to the Qin residence with joyful anticipation. Because he used his magic tool to simply descend into his own dwelling, his return hadn't aroused anyone's attention. He then returned to his room without anyone knowing. Sensing that this newly acquired set of qi restraining incantations was quite practical, he opened the ancient book to cultivate it that night. The incantation was a minor skill that used a bit of spiritual power. With the support of Han Li's profound magic power, he had no difficulty grasping it. After one night, he almost completely grasped it. On the morning of the next day, just as Han Li finished his qi refinement meditation and felt that his luck was quite good, he suddenly heard a smothered bang from within his storage pouch. It seemed that something had broke. Han Li's expression immediately became very unsightly and gloomy. After a moment, he reached out for his storage pouch and took out a violet bead. It was actually exactly the same magic tool he gave the old Taoist. However, the bead's sparkling and glossy appearance was split with several deep cracks. After a moment of silence, Han Li suddenly walked out of the room, and after checking that no one was in the courtyard, he immediately took out his divine wind boat. With a flash, he boarded the small boat and silently disappeared from the Qin residence. After a quarter hour, Hanlik appeared at a small village outside Wujing. With a still expression, he surveyed the village and its surroundings from the sky as if he were looking for something. Eventually, at some remote hills several kilometers away from the village, Hanli stepped off the small boat and stared unwaveringly at a huge poplar tree. After a long while, Hanli's hands formed a magic incantation as he softly spat out the word retrieve. From the tree's deeply buried roots, a ball of green light carrying a bead flew out. This bead was a lustrous purple and had several cracks on it. From the size of the cracks, it unexpectedly appeared to be the exact same as the one in Han Li's hand. Han Li sighed and beckoned the ball of light, causing it to fly toward his hand. When it entered his grasp, the ball of light immediately vanished into Han Li's body. Only the bead remained in his hand. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly shooting a fist-sized fireball from his finger towards the roots of the large tree. In an instant, the poplar tree turned to ash and left a large crater in the ground. Han Li stepped forward and carefully examined it, but he didn't discover anything. It's most likely that he was caught up in some evil scheme, Han Li muttered to himself, shaking his head. Actually, the true name of the purple light bead magic tool that he originally chose to give the old Taoist was Purple Light Response Bead. These magic tools were refined in pairs. Not only did they release a defensive light barrier, but when one bead's light barriers was broken, so long as the other bead was within 500 meters, it would suffer the same damage, quite incredibly. These magic tools were extremely common defensive magic tools carried by Tao companions of the Harmonic Bond sect. After several melees on the border of the state of Yu, he had acquired many of these magic tools. Because he felt they were rather strange, he hadn't sold them. When he gave the old Taoist this magic tool, it was actually so that if the old Taoist encountered any mishap, Han Li would immediately know. He absolutely did not think that the old Taoist would use this magic tool after just one night. All of this seemed to point to disaster. This went far from Han Li's expectations and had caught him rather unprepared. Han Li motionlessly stood next the hole as if he were contemplating something. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li's expression seemed to stir. He expressionlessly threw out the divine wind boat and boarded it, flying far off in a streak of white light. This small overgrown hill seemed to have returned to a state of peace. Apart from the chirping of small birds, it seemed lifeless and still. Ho! After an hour, a nearby deep voice exhaled for a while. Over 30 meters away from the large crater, a person slowly emerged from below a shrub. He was tightly covered in black cloth from head to toe. A pair of dark glossy eyes could be seen as well as a yellow light barrier. But when this person's entire body came out, the yellow light barrier immediately weakened and soon completely disappeared without a trace. After this figure emerged, he diligently took a look at the sky in every direction. Then he said with a deep voice, "Come out." He left. After this was said, several locations nearby started to shift, and 3 similarly dressed people emerged along with their own similar yellow light barriers. However, one of the figures appeared to have a thin, woman's stature. "Eldest brother, what do we do? We were instructed to capture or kill anyone who came here, but we helplessly let this person go. Won't there be consequences?" A lanky, recently emerged individual couldn't help but anxiously ask this. From his voice, it seemed he was fairly young. When the person who first emerged heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. He was greatly worried about what the lanky figure had said. They all knew from experience that the ones giving them these orders were vicious. It shouldn't be a problem. When they gave us our objective, they didn't say that the person who would come was a Foundation establishment cultivator. This is something far beyond our capabilities. If we had acted, we would only be courting death, the eldest brother said without much confidence. Humph. Eldest brother speaks correctly. How could we subdue a Foundation establishment cultivator? I also don't trust those people. They truly didn't give us the slightest explanation. The third individual was the sole female. She said this with dissatisfaction. After hearing those words, the other three couldn't help but bitterly smile and look at each other in dismay. This little sister of theirs was still so naive even though her life was hanging in the hands of a mysterious enemy. Why would the other party give them an explanation? However, it's not that they didn't give us the slightest explanation. I reckon that they just didn't expect there would be such a huge fish. Else, why would they hand this matter over to us? They would have had a Foundation establishment cultivator assist us at the very least, the last person to emerge said. He had a tall and thin stature. That's right. If we give them a clear explanation, we shouldn't be too badly punished. The person with lanky stature hastily agreed as if his spirits had risen. But if anybody else heard this, who wouldn't think these words were anything but self-comfort? Even so, it is a bit strange. For some reason, I feel like I've seen this young Foundation establishment cultivator before. He seems somewhat familiar. He softly muttered to himself with a slightly puzzled appearance. Those words greatly startled the other three. That girl was especially surprised. Great curiosity flashed through her eyes, wanting to ask further on this matter. However, the person they referred to as eldest brother suddenly waved his hand and interrupted, "Enough, we must hurry and leave this place. Let's leave these matters for later." When the woman heard this, she could only swallow her question and nod her head in agreement. The figurine had raised its long saber with surprising speed and struck the blue throwing knife before continuing to fly mechanically towards the woman. The masked woman's expression greatly changed. Pointing to her magic tool, she commanded it to fly out for several meters and loop in a circle, striking the figurine on its return. But what happened next left her dumbstruck. As if the figurine had eyes behind its head, it struck the magic tool approaching from behind. This time, the woman was truly panicking. Just as she thought to come up with something else, a sharp hiss could be heard as the bow figurine shot out an arrow. With no better option, the masked woman hastily flew to the side, wanting to dodge the arrow. But much to her surprise, this red streak of light seemed to be manipulated. It mimicked her movements and followed her, catching her off guard. She could only brace for another impact and hope her barrier could hold up once more. It was at this moment that the saber-wielding figurine finally arrived in front of her and used its long saber to break through her barrier without resistance. Unwilling to allow the enemy to succeed so smoothly, the masked woman hastily moved to escape. Thus, the two figurines attacked her from both close range and from a distance. With the cultivation base of the masked woman repeatedly exhausted from her continuous retreats, any kind of escape was out of the question. But when the sweat-drenched young woman commanded her throwing knife to block the figurine's attack with great difficulty, the figurine that was attacking her in close quarters leaped away from her. At the same time, the archer figurine lowered its bow and no longer attacked. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but be shocked. Then she heard a sigh come from behind her. Sigh. "Fifth sister, you must come back." Having heard this, she stopped and then slowly turned around. She saw three masked men dejectedly standing behind her. Behind each of them were 3 or 4 figurines similar to those that were also next to her. Apart from the soldier figurines, there were also actually several tiger beast figurines among them as well. As young woman swept her gaze past them with an appearance of despair, she was subconsciously compelled to return to her original position. Her 3 elder brothers had spiritless gazes as if they were already under control. The masked woman raised her head to look at Hanli in the sky and sadly tossed her throwing knife magic tool to the floor. She no longer put up any resistance. When Hanli saw this, He raised his hands with no trace of politeness and sent several streaks of green light burrowing into her body, causing her to feel as if a ghost had possessed her. Her body's true essence became obscure, and she could no longer move as she wished. With this finished, Hanli didn't make any inquiries. Instead, he waved his hand and pulled them onto the divine wind boat he was sitting on. He couldn't stay at this place long. If he didn't leave, it was likely he might encounter an expert, which would be greatly problematic. He randomly chose a direction away from Yujing. Then, Hanli and the four turned into a streak of white light and flew away. Not long after, two people appeared where Hanli and the four had been. However, these people's clothes were a concentrated red similar to the color of blood, causing anyone who would have seen it to feel uneasy. The two took a look around before standing in front of a large hole where the large tree used to be. After a moment of silence, one of the two suddenly sighed and said, "It seems those 5 friends from Meng were defeated." This person's voice sounded a bit old. Upon hearing it, one would assume the speaker was not young at all. Humph, there are no remains. Not only did they fail, they must have also been captured alive. As there isn't the slightest scent of blood here, it seems the newcomer was able to capture those 4 quite easily. The other person said this with an appearance of disdain. This person didn't seem old, appearing to be around 20 years old. This is a bit troublesome. The 5 friends of Meng Mountain aren't the useless sort, else their lives wouldn't have been spared and they would have already become blood sacrifices. I suppose they hadn't been overwhelmed by a large number of chi condensation and were instead captured by a Foundation establishment cultivator, the first person said with a bit of concern. What? Are you afraid those people will reveal our secrets? There are only a few cultivators that our school has recruited from nearby. They simply don't know any of our school's secrets. Furthermore, before I sent them on their assignment, I had already activated their seal in secret. They will only live half a day more at most. The youth lightly laughed and said this without paying any mind. Oh. That's good. If it's only half a day more, they won't be able to leak anything. With their bodies having been subjected to the blood incantation restrictions, by the time they discover something is amiss, they will no longer be able to say anything, the old man said after letting out a breath. However, the old man changed the subject and said somewhat darkly, "However, why did this happen? Did we not discuss this? We were supposed to turn that old Daoist Wu into our puppet and have him act as your master so that you can slowly show your face in the cultivation world. In this way, our school will be able to carry out our plan and have the core disciples appear in the cultivation world with an open identity. Why would you suddenly barge into that old Daoist's room and suck in his blood essence? You shouldn't be lacking in any magic power supplements." After hearing the old man's words, the masked youth bitterly laughed several times and couldn't help but say, "You think I did it for a supplement? I had no other choice." Chapter 299, Harboring Thoughts, Then Why? The elderly person exclaimed in a low voice, feeling shocked. My magic power backlashed, and I desperately needed a cultivator's blood essence to suppress the true essence in my body. Apart from you, the only nearby cultivator was old Daoist Wu. I can't use you, can I? Just then, the backlash was truly too vicious. It happened 2 days earlier than I anticipated, and I was almost unable to suppress it, the young person said with a bitter laugh. Evidently, he was still quite afraid. So it's like that. While it's not your fault, you will still need to properly explain this matter to the higher-ups. But based on my estimation, this may have arisen because you were too hasty in cultivating your black fiend Azura technique. You shouldn't go to the blood prison to cultivate for now. Instead, take some time to consolidate your foundation before pressing onward. The elder slowly said this after thinking for a moment. Rest assured. After I absorbed that old Taoist's blood essence, my backlash completely withdrew. So long as I am more careful in the future, no such accidents will again occur. Recently, I have also felt that my cultivation speed has been too rapid, so I myself have been considering not going there again, the young person indifferently said. Good, as long as you know about it. However, although this old Taoist has been exterminated, the person who planted a spiritual chi seal in this person is still quite troublesome. You must not ignore him. After all, it's best to think of a way to not leave any traces behind. And your words sound pretty reasonable. However, I originally believed that anyone who would become friends with old Taoist would also have extremely low cultivation bases. After preparing the trap, I asked those 5 friends from Meng to set an ambush, but who knew that a big fish would actually appear? Do you think that it was a group of low-layer cultivators or a single foundation establishment cultivator who took action? The young person couldn't resist asking the elderly figure behind him. Hee. Based on my estimation, it was likely a single foundation establishment cultivator. After all, even if there were more chi condensation cultivators, once those 4 were set on fleeing, capturing them all at once is not that easily done, the elderly man with a veiled face said without further thought. Since it's like this, shouldn't we temporarily avoid taking risks? When sect master comes out from closed-door cultivation, we can continue with some other plan. After all, foundation establishment cultivators are not to be lightly provoked, the young man said with some hesitation upon hearing the other person so casually tossing out the identities of the 5 friends from Mang Mountain. Temporarily avoid. What is there to temporarily avoid? You don't know yet. Sect Master just sent out a notice that he currently requires a few foundation establishment cultivators to serve as blood sacrifices. Since this person took the initiative to appear, we shouldn't let this opportunity slip past us so lightly. After all, chi condensation cultivators are numerous and easy to capture, but isolated foundation establishment cultivators are extremely rarely seen, the elderly person said with a cold laugh, his eyes revealing a killing intent. The young person with a veiled face, upon hearing this, was slightly startled, but afterward, he still spoke somewhat awkwardly. But now, apart from the sect master's 4 great blood servants, our sect doesn't have any foundation establishment level experts here in the capital. They are all in different locations, taking care of various matters. We can't call them back to the capital just for this, can we? It doesn't need to be so complicated. Right now, sect master desperately needs a foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps you could obtain an opportunity to enter foundation establishment just like his 4 great blood servants. A greedy expression flashed across the eyes of the veiled elderly person. When the young man heard this, his spirit was shaken, as if he had been completely swayed by the elder's words. Okay, I will go back and prepare. We definitely must capture this person, he viciously said. Then, the 2 of them discussed something in low tones for quite some time before inconspicuously leaving the hills, heading for some unknown location. Strangely, however, these 2 people never brought up how they would precisely find Han Li's location in such a large capital. It was as if this was not even an issue to them. Meanwhile, in a completely deserted area hundreds of kilometers away from the hills, Han Li descended in the divine wind boat, then forced the 4 people off the magic tool. Although these 4 individuals knew that what happened next would not be something good, they simply couldn't stir up any rebellious intent and could only listen obediently to his orders, walking off the small boat. Han Li, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood in front of the few silent people, coldly sizing them up. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "Take off your veils. At this point, covering your faces is no longer of any use." Han Li's voice was completely void of emotion, causing the 4 people's figures to tremble briefly before involuntarily glancing at each other. "Take them off," the eldest brother said helplessly. Seeing this, the other 3 people could only take off their black veils one by one in a dejected manner, revealing their true, unconcealed appearances. After Hanli glanced at their appearances individually, his outward expression did not change, but in his heart, he let out a sigh. As expected, it was those 5 friends from Mang Mountain. As he was hovering in midair, listening to these people discussing things, he already felt that their voices were somewhat familiar. Adding on their cultivation method and layers, he naturally connected them to the 5 friends from Mang Mountain that he had seen just 2 months ago. All of them were here apart from that 40-year-old or so female. Although these people's identities were exactly the same as he had guessed, Hanli's head still began to hurt incomparably. Without even thinking, he knew that the young prince in Prince Xian's residence and Steward Wang should be the criminals behind the mass disappearance of cultivators. He originally intended to do as much as he could to avoid this trouble, but he never expected that this problem would voluntarily come to him. If he had known that it would be this way, he definitely would not have allowed that old Taoist to spy on those 2. This was something that had nothing to do with the people from the Devil Dao, rather, he had simply been too careful. Anyhow, he never expected that old Taoist would actually be that useless. He had only spied on them for a day before being discovered. He had not even been able to protect his life. This caused Hanli to feel even more depressed and speechless. If old Taoist Wu's spirit was in the afterlife and he knew that Hanli was complaining about him like this, perhaps he would feel even more wronged. He hadn't even begun to spy on the young prince before the young prince charged into his room and sucked out his blood essence for no reason. His death was truly treated unjustly. Although Hanli was somewhat wrong about old Taoist Wu's death, he didn't know that the young prince and Steward Wang did not know about old Taoist Wu's plans to spy on them. Even more, they did not know at all that their identities had been revealed to Hanli. But this didn't affect the fact that both sides had sounded an alarm and were aware of enemies within their midst. Hanli's thoughts were very heavy at this moment. After all, of the cultivators who had recently disappeared, a few Foundation establishment cultivators were also included in that mix. If the opponent that he provoked was extremely frightening, perhaps he would follow in the footsteps of the others who had disappeared if he wasn't careful. Normally, since this place was so dangerous, he would naturally flee far away. After all, a wise man foresees and mitigates risks. There really was no need for him to fight to the death with this group of people. The further he could get away from this place, the better. But what posed him some difficulty was that he still had the mission of protecting the Qin clan. If the people from the Qin clan were to suffer some misfortune during his absence, he would have no way of accounting for it when he reported to Li Huayuan. He could not say that he fled because he had felt that Yue Jing had suddenly become extremely dangerous. As Hanli thought this, his expression began to appear indecisive, causing the 4 hostages in front of him to feel extremely uneasy. They originally thought that since they had been brought to this place with no one else around, the other person was definitely going to press them for information. However, they didn't expect that this Foundation establishment youth, after seeing their expressions, would fall into deep thought. His expression became somewhat strange as well. Could he be thinking of some vicious method to torture them? After making these random guesses, these individuals felt cold sweat forming on their back, and their mental states became even more unsettled. "How does your esteemed self plan on dealing with us?" the 20-something-year-old young woman suddenly asked, becoming impatient. Hearing these words, Hanli recovered from his deep thinking. After glancing at the woman, he coldly said, "Do I need to deal with you? If I were to hand you over to the families of the missing cultivators and say that you are some of the criminals behind the scenes, I trust that they would treat you very well." Hanli spoke these words expressionlessly, causing the 4 people to have no doubts that Hanli would have no qualms about doing this. They couldn't help but reveal terrified expressions. "We never kidnapped those cultivators, not even once. We only did a few." "Stop speaking, 5th junior sister. He is trying to trap you with his words." The dark-faced old man suddenly barked out severely, abruptly interrupting the woman's next words. This caused 5th junior sister's heart to feel shocked. and she couldn't help but viciously glare at Hanli. Set a trap for you with my words. You regard yourselves too highly. Hanli indifferently chuckled with a mocking smile. Chapter 300 Blood Curse. Chapter 300 Blood Curse. Humph. As our senior, you have no need to humiliate us in this way. If you have any methods to torture us with, just use them. The tall, skinny second brother of the 5 friends from Meng Mountain suddenly yelled at Hanli. He did not seem to be afraid that his life hung in Hanli's hands. This greatly shocked the other 3. In their hearts, this second eldest brother was someone who would think before acting. He was not an impulsive person. The 30-year-old youth, who felt that Hanli seemed somewhat familiar, thought for a moment. He suddenly seemed to recall something and immediately turned towards the tall, skinny man, yelling at him with anger and fright. Second brother, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to purposefully enrage this senior and cause him to kill all of us in his anger? As soon as this sentence left his mouth, even Hanli was slightly shocked, not to mention the dark-faced elder and the young woman. He had no idea why this youth would say these things. In an instant, the second brother's face became incomparably pale and didn't say anything to defend himself. Fourth brother, you're mad. How could second brother want us to die? When the young woman heard this, she angrily defended the tall, thin man. Then the woman turned her face toward the dark-faced old man to say something. However, she truly hadn't thought the old man would look so gloomy. Second brother, is it because third sister still remains in their grasp that you thought to have everyone die so that third sister may live? The dark-faced old man coldly asked. Forgive me, eldest brother, but you of all people should know his methods. From the hidden meaning behind his words, third sister will be certain to suffer 100 torments under his hand and live a life worse than death. It would be better to have one's soul fly away and be scattered than to suffer that fate. The thin, tall second brother eventually explained with a face of shame. When the young woman heard this, her face became incomparably pale. Her lips moved several times, but no words were able to come out. Humph, even if third sister is your Tao companion, you actually have the nerve to use our 3 lives in exchange for her own? The 30-year-old youth resentfully yelled at the second brother. Second brother, although fourth brother speaks somewhat bluntly, he is not without reason. When we swore our oaths as sworn siblings that year, we promised that we would all live and die together. But now for your selfish ideas, you wanted to deliberately kill everyone. This is unjustifiable. The dark-faced old man's voice was filled with disappointment. Correct. I wanted everyone to die, but what other method do I have? My own flesh and blood is within third sister's stomach. I can't have my Li clan become extinct here. Otherwise, who else would take the initiative to seek death? A wretched life is preferable to a good death. As his expression alternated between red and white, the thin, tall man couldn't help but yell this with gripped fists. These words immediately caused the old man and the young woman to be slightly stunned and reveal shock. For a moment, they actually didn't know what to say. The woman had her mouth wide open with an expression of complete shock. Are you all finished? If you are, then I will speak. Hanli, who had been detachedly observing from the start, suddenly said this in a cold voice. When they heard this, the 3 were immediately startled, and they suddenly recalled that the one who was actually in charge of their lives was actually the Foundation establishment cultivator before them. Their resentment immediately disappeared without a trace, and they once again looked at each other in dismay. I don't care if you are all seeking death or if you're putting on a play. I only want information on those behind the scenes. If you truly want to die, you will only be able to do so after you tell me information. Did you still think that you had control over your life and death? Han Li's emotionless words caused the 4's complexions to greatly change. We don't know much of what you want. Furthermore, we have a blood curse restriction on our bodies. We aren't able to leak any important affairs to outsiders, else we would immediately activate the restriction and our hearts would rupture. The dark-faced old man gritted his teeth and then said this. He seemed to have already given up. Blood curse. That's a bit interesting. Let me inspect it. Hanley grew very curious and said this with some interest. When the dark-faced old man heard this, his spirit slightly shook. After some hesitation, he took the initiative to walk forward and extend his arm, holding on to a thread of hope. He had hopes that Hanley would be able to remove the calamity hidden within him. However, he felt these hopes weren't very likely. Those who put the blood curse on them were extraordinarily confident that no cultivator with a blood curse would divulge their secrets. Those who divulged secrets, regardless of whether it was deliberate or not, would die on the spot. At this moment, Hanley grabbed his wrist and slowly circulated spiritual power through the old man's body. At this moment, his expression changed and became incomparably respectful. The other 3 of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain stared at the 2 with great attention. They hoped this expert Hanley would truly be able to remove the blood curse. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Hanley let go of the old man's hand and lowered his head in contemplation. After a short moment, he raised his head and asked the old man with an unchanged expression, "When they laid the curse on you, did they chant any strange incantations or say some strange words?" Hanley's question caused the 4 to all reveal an appearance of shock mixed with a trace of happiness. They said a few strange words we didn't understand. It seemed as if the incantation came from some sort of ancient dialect. We're certain we've never heard those words before. Also, it was a Foundation establishment cultivator who laid the curse on us. Without waiting for the dark-faced old man to respond, the thin man excitedly replied first. Furthermore, after they finished these words, they took a bowl of some unknown black blood and put a few peculiar pattern on all our arms. It is incapable of being washed off. The old man promptly added on. He then exposed his entire arm, revealing a strange black and indistinct symbol. After Hanley stepped forward and took a careful look, he nodded his head. Then he again lowered his head in thought. Not long after, Hanley suddenly raised his head and mysteriously smiled toward them, saying, "I was right. It seems I figured out what this blood curse is." "Are Senior's words true?" the dark-faced old man said, trembling. The other 3 didn't dare to believe Hanley's words. This blood curse was like a sharp blade at their necks. They had no choice but to follow the orders they were given. If Hanley could truly remove the great danger that resided within their hearts, they would be able to recover their freedom and wouldn't need to obey their captors any further. This so-called blood curse is actually a kind of oral curse. What created the restriction should be that strange incantation. It has absolutely nothing to do with the black blood mark drawn on your upper arm. That was only a deception. Hanley indifferently explained. It appeared as if he was greatly prepared. However, he inwardly sighed from the fluke. Fortunately, back when he was looking for information on the greater displacement medallion, he had come across this oral curse technique in a very peculiar book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the slightest thing about it. "Is it possible for Senior to remove the curse?" the young woman couldn't help but ask. "I don't know." Hanley's cold reply caused everyone's heart to drop. The wild happiness they previously revealed was instantly deflated. What is the meaning of Senior's words? The dark-faced old man hastily wore a smile and carefully asked this. At this moment, with the curse removal lying in Hanley's hands, he didn't dare to offend Hanley in the slightest. There are 2 methods for removing an oral curse. One method is by knowing the curse's dispel chant. So long as I have the chant in my hands, I can read it aloud with spiritual power and safely break it. The other method is to use my spiritual awareness to enter your spiritual awareness sea and forcefully wipe away traces of the oral curse. This method requires the spiritual awareness of the one removing it to be greater than the one who cast it. In this way, the imprint can be removed. But if I fail, the oral curse will be triggered. You should clearly know what would happen afterwards. Hanli wrinkled his brow and said this harshly. What? It can activate on its own. The young woman couldn't help but cry out. The person who placed the curse on them had used a living person to demonstrate what would happen after the blood curse was activated. That scene she witnessed, seeing that person spit out chunks of his heart in a miserable fashion, was still fresh in her memory. It caused her to feel fear from the mere mention of the blood curse. The others' faces were also unsightly. How could they possibly gamble with their lives? Hanli looked at them and then coldly laughed. When he thought to say something, the thin and tall second brother bravely raised his head and said, Senior, please remove my curse. The same person put blood curses on all of us. If you can remove mine, then you are certain to remove all the others as well. These words caused the other three to open their eyes in surprise and blankly look at him. Second brother, what are you doing? This is far too dangerous. After the woman regained her bearing, she hastily persuaded them with anxiety. Chapter 301, Poison Expulsion and Breaking Incantations. Don't say anything more, I've already decided. The tall and thin second brother cried out in a resolute voice. The young woman grew anxious and hastily turned her head toward the old man and the youth in a request for help. After the two looked at each other, the youth remained silent. The old man sighed, saying, Fifth sister, let second brother go. He is repenting for the previous matter. Only like this will he be able to feel more at ease. However, second brother. The woman still wanted to dispute it further, but the second brother had already walked in front of Hanli, said in a tranquil tone, Senior, please start. Use me as a test. These words were tragically moving. However, what happened next caused the four to feel dumbstruck, as if cold water was being poured over their heads. Are you four misunderstanding something? When did I agree to remove the blood curse? Hanli said this with an icy bone-chilling tone, causing the five friends of Meng Mountain to look at each other in dismay. If Senior didn't intend to remove the blood curse, then why did you study the curse on eldest brother's body? Their second brother hastily asked after snapping out of his shock. Did I say that I would remove your blood curse after researching it? I was only curious. Hanli expressionlessly said. Seeing Hanli's ice-cold appearance and hearing his ruthless words, this group was stunned. But doesn't Senior wish to know about those people's affairs? If you do not remove the blood curse, how can we reply to Senior's questions? The youth added with a bit of a stutter and a face filled with anxiousness. He absolutely did not his wish to see this opportunity escape from his very eyes. After Hanli heard this, he gave him a slanted glance and then coldly laughed several times, wordlessly turning his head to the sky. Being asked such an obvious question, Hanli felt it beneath him to answer. Fourth brother, there is no need to ask. This senior feels the information he can acquire from us is not worth exchanging for our lives. Thus, he is unwilling to act so easily. The dark-faced old man proved his status as an elder with experience that was incomparable to the youth's and dove straight to the core of the matter. What conditions does Senior want before he will take action? We only want the blood curse to be removed, so please list your demands. We definitely won't object. Soon after, the old man calmly continued. Good. Since you've said these words, there is no need to speak in circles. Hanli suddenly applauded with a slight laugh and then wore a beaming smile. From the four's gazes, they increasingly felt that Hanli was quite temperamental, causing the four to unconsciously feel more fearful towards him. My conditions are very simple. If you want to free yourselves from your ailment, not only will you have to tell me everything you know, you will also have to obey my commands for the time being and help me respond to this group's attacks. I reckon that they won't let me off so easily and will want to dispose of us all in the near future. However, you don't need to worry about being heavily outnumbered. I am a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. I only came to Yuejing to handle sect matters. So long as you help me for this period of time, I will be able to request reinforcements. At that time, you won't need to be afraid of these scoundrels. Han Li listed his conditions in an amiable manner and hoisted the banner of his sect with no trace of politeness. With just this, he caused them to become steadfast. Senior is a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. Although the old man had long guessed that Han Li was probably a cultivator from the 7 sects, hearing him acknowledge this from his own mouth caused his face to reveal a smile. All right. In accordance with what Senior has said, we cannot stay uninvolved. After all, once our blood curse is removed, we will certainly become a target of their pursuit. We will be a bit safer by Senior's side. The dark-faced old man answered very frankly. When the youth and woman heard the old man's words, they smiled without refusing. Clearly they agreed with the old man's actions. The 7 sects were much more powerful than the ones who had placed the blood curse restrictions. Naturally, they could be relied on. That thin and tall second brother had a face of hesitation, however. He seemed to want to say something but hesitated once more. If Senior is truly capable of removing our blood curse, we still have another request. I hope Senior will agree. After the dark-faced old man looked at the second brother, he suddenly raised this request with a respectful tone. Han Li had been expecting this, so he indifferently said, "What is it?" "So long as it isn't too troublesome, I will do my utmost to fulfill it." At this moment, Han Li seemed exceptionally easy to deal with from his words. This one's third sister was left behind in a house in Yuejing. Since we've been captured by Senior, we don't know if something will happen to her. We hope Senior will go and save her when the time comes, the old man said with a solemn appearance. Eldest brother. When the tall and thin second brother heard these words, his face held a grateful expression. Fine. Since you all are following me for the time being, I will naturally save your companion. But I must urgently remove the severe poison that is within your bodies. Else, in less than an hour, your lives will be forfeit and there will be no curse left to break. After Han Li agreed, he changed the topic and said something that caused the 4 to become scared witless. What severe poison? We should only have the blood curse on our bodies. The youth's expression greatly changed as he asked this with panic and doubt. When Han Li saw the youth doubt his words, he didn't get angry. Instead he explained this with a stiff face. When I examined the blood curse, I discovered that in addition to the blood curse, your eldest brother is harboring a severe poison. Not only is this poison extremely toxic, but it's also very unstable. I reckon it will break out rather quickly. Fortunately, this one has quite a bit of experience in the Tao of detoxification and will only take slight effort in removing it. You don't need to worry much about it. Naturally, if you don't believe me, you only have to wait an hour more and see whether there truly is poison in your bodies. After Han Li said this, the 4 were convinced for the most part. So it was like that. That must be why the person who gives us our commands suddenly appeared and told us to drink a cup of wine with him. It turned out the wine was laced with poison. We believed that since we already had the blood curse on our bodies, they wouldn't further act against us. Who would have thought their methods are truly so cruel? The second brother's expression became extremely unsightly as he said this. As the youth and the young woman came to a sudden realization, the old man's face darkened. It seemed he had thought of this matter earlier. Since Han Li had already decided to rope in the 5 friends of Meng Mountain to become his assistants, he naturally did not delay and have their poison flare out. He immediately took out a white and an azure porcelain bottle from his storage pouch and tossed them to the dark-faced old man. The medicine pills in each of the bottles can disperse a majority of the poison. The rest of the poison can be destroyed if you slowly circulate your qi, Hanli said very simply. The dark-faced old man immediately acted in accordance to his words and split the medicine pills with the other 3. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he took the initiative to bite down on the medicine pills. It seemed the old man clearly understood that if Hanli truly wanted to act against him, he simply wouldn't trick them with an antidote. Knowing this, he swallowed it without worry. Not long after they all took Hanli's medicine pills, the group felt an intense stomach ache. After the young woman's face became red, she suddenly stamped her foot and flew to a small hill, barely able to fly on her magic tool. However, she was still within Hanli's control as her flying speed was truly not fast. When the other 3 saw this, they all awkwardly went to find a concealed location, their bodies wanting badly to excrete the poison from their bodies. After a moment, the trio's faces returned to Hanli's side with embarrassed expressions. That woman also returned with a trace of crimson still remaining on her face. All right. Now I will start to remove the blood curse. Who's first? Hanli didn't delay and directly said this. Naturally, it'd be. Just as the second brother was about to say something, an incomparably shriveled hand pulled on his arm. Second brother, you still have third sister. Since my old and weary body has no method to enter Foundation establishment and I won't live for much longer, I should go first. After all, third sister has a small child in her belly and needs someone to help her look after the child, the dark-faced old man said serenely. Eldest brother. This won't do. How could I let? The tall and thin second elder brother appeared emotionally moved and shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it, wanting to disagree. When the youth and the young woman saw this, they wanted to open their mouths and request that they first brave the danger. Don't argue. I'll have your eldest brother be first. After all, I tested his body just a moment ago, so I'll have a slightly higher chance with him. Although the 4 had displayed a touching scene with their affections as sworn siblings, this was of no concern to Hanli, and he was disinclined from taking this to heart. As of now, he was impatiently wondering whether or not he could break the blood curse. If he couldn't, everything he had just done would have been a waste and he would have to create another plan. Once Hanli said this, the 4 didn't have anything to further argue over. The old man walked over to Hanli with a solemn expression. After the other 3 exchanged a mutual glance, they could only look on at the old man with a worried gaze. Pang! Pang! A series of 6 or 7 sounds rang out. Hanli waved his hand, and several human-sized puppet soldiers wielding weapons appeared by Hanli's side in a flash of white light. As I am breaking the blood curse, I won't be able to meet an attack. These puppets are only a precaution. They will take the initiative to attack anyone who approaches within 30 meters of me. You had best go a bit farther away. Without the slightest trace of politeness, Hanli indicated that he held absolutely no trust in them, causing the 3 to helplessly fall back. Hanli, on the other hand, revealed a somewhat thoughtful expression. In the wilderness outside of Yuejing, Hanli was actually capable of using his formidable spiritual sense to erasing the blood curse previously placed on the 4. Soon after, he brought these people to infiltrate where a single middle-aged woman was staying. Surprisingly, this matter was carried out without the slightest difficulty. Although the smoothness of the operation was unexpected, Hanli still broke her blood curse and brought them all back to the Qin residence. In truth, having these people find a different residence was acceptable, but Hanli didn't fully trust them. If they weren't under his watchful eye, he didn't dare to guarantee that these 5 friends of Mang Mountains would truly and sincerely fight this great enemy alongside him, even with the favor of breaking their curse. People's hearts were truly hard to fathom. Although they may be grateful to him today and were willing to risk their lives for him, tomorrow they might feel like their lives were worth more, becoming despicable and ungrateful. This was truly baffling to Hanli. Furthermore, he didn't share a part of their sworn brotherhood. It was quite likely that they would value their own lives more. Naturally, if he were to make use of his own restrictions and poison, he would have absolute control over them. But if he did so, in their eyes he would be no different from their previous slave masters. Over a long period of time, he would be certain to suffer repercussions. If he left them with a vile impression, Hanli wouldn't be able to use them any further. Deep in his heart, Hanli had some other ideas in plan. If the 7 sects were truly able to withstand the invasion of the Devil Dao, he would be able to resume his previous life of cultivation and have these people help him with pill recipes and medicinal ingredients. As such, he wouldn't need to toil away, needlessly traveling to fetch materials. He could instead use that time for bitter cultivation. His pace of cultivation was certain to greatly increase this way. Furthermore, while the cultivation of these 5 friends of Meng Mountain wasn't too weak, it wasn't very large either. They were the ideal choice. Thus, Hanli didn't use such shameful methods in order to control them by force. However, Hanli also knew from experience that unless there were enough benefits, low-level cultivators wouldn't continuously perform errands. Furthermore, he was unsure of their temperament, so he would have to spend more time with them in order to be sure. He would come to a decision once all of this had been concluded. We are truly ashamed. Until now, apart from recognizing a few cultivators that had also been seized, we haven't seen the true appearance of the 2 who gave us our orders. We truly don't know much about them. After the youth said all of this, he bitterly smiled. It's nothing. I already know that the other party is from an evil school called the Black Fiend School. Furthermore, the primary reason why they abduct others is to cultivate evil techniques. That alone is enough. After Hanli heard this, he indifferently smiled. Senior Han. How about we stay here and wait for reinforcements before acting? The recently rescued middle-aged woman suddenly asked a probing question. When the other 4 heard this, they also looked at Hanli with concerned expressions, wanting to see how Hanli would answer. When Hanli heard this, he coldly smiled in his heart. It seemed these people were quite eager to halt any interactions with the Black Fiend School. However, how could there be any reinforcements from the 7 sects? The entirety of the 7 sects was currently in a war with the Devil Dao. Any forces stationed back at the sects were truly lacking. If he were to go and make a report, he was certain that no one would come. But fortunately, on his return a moment ago, he had sent a request to Li Huayuan for help through some Yellow Maple Valley contacts within Yuejing. The 7 sects wouldn't be bothered by this matter, but it was impossible for his master to ignore him. For the purpose of fulfilling Li Huayuan's task, Hanli had to provoke such a great problem, and he had no choice but to remain. Otherwise, why wouldn't he run from an insufferable problem? If he could, he would have already made his escape. But in the end, Hanli truly did not know how many reinforcements would come. He reckoned he would be given a few senior martial brothers. With this thought, Hanli answered with a relaxed expression, naturally, this is out of the question. At the very least, we should clearly scout the other party's stronghold and their major figures before reinforcements arrive. This way, we will be able to capture them in a net. To vainly wait at the Qin residence is far too passive, since doing so will only give them time to track us down, leaving us at a disadvantage. We absolutely cannot allow them to so calmly put everything into order. Hearing Han Li's words, the 5 friends of Meng Mountain looked at each other in dismay. The dark-faced old man stroked his beard and said with a deep voice, "Senior does make sense. However, with the mere clues we have on hand, we will be unable to grab onto their tail. The stronghold we originally stayed at is certain to have been abandoned. We have nowhere to start. The second brother silently nodded his head and expressed agreement. Be at ease. From your description of those two Black Fiend school followers, I've already discovered their identities. So long as they are captured alive, it's likely we'll eventually understand the circumstances of the Black Fiend school. Hanley seemed to have already predicted this as he calmly replied. These words startled the five at first, but soon after, they revealed pleasant surprise. They felt that Hanley had become even more profoundly mysterious. Good. Since Senior Han already has a plan, we will listen to Senior's commands. The dark-faced old man pledged resolutely. When Hanley heard this, he nodded his head with satisfaction. We will move tonight. Only by quickly taking action will the enemy be caught off guard. Hanley narrowed his eyes and coldly said this. Tonight? The five friends of Meng Mountain couldn't help but reveal amazement. The young woman turned her head with great curiosity to see what her second brother was going to say about the Immortal Ascension Assembly, but she saw that he had a face filled with shock. Fourth brother, what's going on? The others also saw that the youth's expression was rather queer, so they asked this with astonishment. Second brother, do you remember that day at the Immortal Ascension Assembly when eldest brother and third sister separated from us? I was feeling gluttonous at the time and privately went to a restaurant at Jiayuan City to sneak in a meal. The youth didn't answer the other party's suspicions and suddenly mentioned an old affair from the time. This caused the tall, thin man to feel indescribably strange. Of course I remember. At that time, although I concealed this matter for you, eldest brother still found out and fiercely rebuked you. The second brother answered with slight confusion. That's right. At the time, didn't I see a young cultivator there who I suspected wanted to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly? His cultivation was only of the 7th or 8th layer, so we felt that he was overestimating himself, the youth added with a bitter smile. It was too long ago. I don't remember it very clearly. Why are you talking about this? The second brother asked, hesitant. He truly did not know why his fourth brother was suddenly talking about this matter. The others also heard their puzzling words and felt greatly baffled. The young cultivator I saw that year is precisely the current Senior Han, 1. The second brother and the fourth brother saw Hanley for the first time back in, the youth said with a dry voice, causing all those present to become dumbstruck. What? Senior Han was the young lowly cultivator? The thin, tall man jumped up from his chair with an unconvinced expression. What's this all about? Speak clearly. After recovering from astonishment, the dark-faced old man wrinkled his brow and asked this. It's like this, eldest brother. The thin, tall man hastily gave a general description of what happened that year. When the others heard this, they felt it was inconceivable. Fourth brother, are you saying Senior Han was that 7th layer chi condensation cultivator from back then? The young woman gulped her saliva as she said this. Soon after, she realized her bearing was graceless and couldn't help but blush. As the others were shocked, none of them paid attention to this minor action of hers. Is fourth brother mistaken? After all, that matter occurred over 10 years ago, and Senior Han's appearance shouldn't completely match his age. No, that person was certainly Senior Han. His appearance is exactly the same at that time. Apart from his age, his appearance is completely similar. The youth was shocked at first, but after some thoughts, he became more certain. Hearing this youth's decisive and resolute words, the others looked at each other in dismay. In a brief 10 years, this person with such low cultivation was actually able to become a foundation establishment cultivator. These people couldn't help but feel pain in their heart from this fact. For a brief moment, nobody had the thought to further speak. Enough. Regardless of whether Senior Han was the person from that year, he's currently a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, and we have to treat him as such. Don't ask him anything you shouldn't, understood? After the old man muttered to himself for a moment, he became the first to speak. I understand. The youth hesitated for a moment before sincerely replying. His expression eventually returned to normal. All right. Everyone, return to your rooms and refine qi. Be sure to make your preparations. After hearing these words, everyone gave each other a mutual glance before returning to their rooms. Immediately after, the clear sound courtyard became silent. About an hour later, the sky grew completely dark. A person suddenly walked out from a side room in the clear sound courtyard. This person opened the room door with careful secrecy and took a look in every direction. Then that person silently walked out of the small courtyard. This person took advantage of the pitch-black night to walk to the corner of some faraway place. After some hesitation flashed through her eyes, this person immediately became resolute. This person took out a small box from her bosom with some nervousness and thought to open it. Suddenly, this person heard a sigh come from behind them, causing her figure to tremble. This person almost dropped the box she held in hand from fright. This was because the voice sounded much like Han Li's. Why are you doing this? She heard an additional familiar voice almost at the same time. It seemed to be filled with sorrow. Then this person clearly saw several individuals come out from nearby with bright moonstones in hand. Underneath the dim moonlight, they appeared to have an expression of disbelief. Why are you doing this? The dark-faced man asked with much lament. Why what? I'm only testing out a magic tool. This person's incomparably pale expression gradually returned to normal. She unexpectedly said this as if nothing had happened. Hand over whatever's in your hands and let me see what it is. From the pitch-black darkness, Han Li descended from the sky like a feather and commanded her with a normal expression. That's improper. Why do I have to let an outsider look at my magic tool? I naturally won't. Right, fourth brother. This suspicious figure was actually the young woman among the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. At this moment, although she was trying her hardest to preserve her ordinary appearance, she firmly held the small box protectively, absolutely unwilling to let it go. Fifth sister, give that item of yours to Senior Han. The dark-faced old man grimly ordered with an ice-cold tone. Name change, Heaven's Thunder Child - Heavenly Lightning Seed, Chapter 304, Internal Decisions, Eldest Brother, could it be you doubt me? The fifth sister said with an unyielding false smile. It's because everyone trusts you that they're giving you this chance. You only have to show us what's in that box. Take the initiative to open it and dispel everyone's doubts. The old man coldly said. Hearing the old man's words, this fifth sister's expression became extremely colorful, continuously alternating between shades of white and red. When she took a look at the others, they all looked at her with an expression of lament, causing her heart to feel cold. She didn't know what else to say. After a moment of consideration, she came to a decision. Putting away the small box, she quickly took out a blue bead that she raised over her head, saying harshly, "Do not pressure me. You should all recognize this heavenly lightning seed. All I want is to leave this place." The woman's actions caused the expressions of the other friends of Meng Mountain to greatly change, especially that youth who had a particularly good impression of her. His appearance was extremely miserable. It seems we no longer need to see what's inside that box. Fifth sister, you have truly associated yourself with evil. The old man furiously yelled and suddenly stepped forward with his hands raised. "Don't come over, eldest brother. Otherwise I will truly use this on you." The fifth sister revealed a frantic appearance and brought the blue bead in front of her, making a throwing gesture. Seeing this, although the old man's hair went wild, he truly did not dare to approach. After all, he clearly understood the might of this heavenly lightning seed. "Fifth sister, do you really plan on using that heavenly lightning seed to deal with all of us? That magic tool was given to you because your cultivation was far too low. We all intentionally pooled together our magic stones to buy this to you for self-defense, especially fourth brother, who took out all of his savings for it. Now you unexpectedly want to use it to deal with us. Is this not excessive?" the middle-aged woman asked with extreme disappointment. When the youth to the side heard this, he moved his lips as all sort of feelings welled up in his heart, but he wasn't able to say anything. When the fifth sister heard the middle-aged woman's words, her appearance revealed traces of shame, but they faded away in an instant. She then unyieldingly said, "What's the use in saying all of this? We are not alike. I must reach foundation establishment above all else. Those from the Black Fiend School said that so long as I have enough merits, they won't just give me a foundation establishment pill. They would have me directly enter foundation establishment through forceful means. Furthermore, their method wouldn't carry any danger." When the tall, thin man heard this, he wrinkled his brow and couldn't help but speak. "Fifth sister, it isn't too late to turn around. Do you really think you can enter foundation establishment without a foundation establishment pill? They are certain to bully a youth such as yourself and deliberately fool you." The second brother of the five friends said with great sincerity. "Humph. Second brother, you need not lecture me. As for whether or not this is true, I already know this. For things to have reached this point, there is nothing to conceal. In truth, I had already become a member of the Black Fiend School when they first appeared 2 years ago. As a result, I am aware of the schoolmaster's great powers which you outsiders couldn't possibly imagine." After the young woman coldly snorted, she uttered a series of words that greatly shocked everyone else. "You already entered the Black Fiend School 2 years ago. The first time we were captured was your doing." The young man who had originally kept silent suddenly interrupted with his question. These words immediately caused the other four's hearts to surge once more and their expressions to change as they stared at this young woman. They didn't dare to believe that it was the doing of their fifth sister. The fifth sister's complexion continuously changed between light and dark. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly said, "Correct. I reported everyone's whereabouts to the Black Fiend School, but I originally had good intentions. I only wanted to give everyone an opportunity to reach foundation establishment. With the usual practice of having captives become blood sacrifices, how else would your lives be spared?" The young woman felt that at this stage, there was nothing left to conceal. Hence, she bluntly spoke the truth. According to your words, us elder siblings should be thanking fifth sister." The dark-faced old man roared with anger, pretending to laugh. "Regardless of what you thought, I truly had no evil intentions toward you all. Do not force me," the woman said with her beautiful face all twisted. Then she once again lifted the heavenly lightning seed in her hand. At this moment, Hanli suddenly smiled faintly toward the young woman and said, "Heavenly lightning seed. That is truly a good item." His words seemed to lag behind as his figure became indistinct. Soon after, he disappeared from his original location. "You!" The fifth sister was very quick-witted. Once she saw this, she immediately thought to flick her wrist. But with the feeling of a light breeze, the hand that held the heavenly lightning seed suddenly tightened. Like a demon, Hanli had appeared closely behind her and was grabbing her flawless wrist. "This item is extremely dangerous. It would be better to let me take care of it. With no trace of politeness, Hanli took the heavenly lightning seed by force and put it into his storage pouch. When the fifth sister saw that the asset she had relied on the most had been dealt with like child's play by Hanli, her complexion immediately became ashen. She had actually forgotten to struggle for a moment. For the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. As she is your adopted sister, I will hand her over to you. So long as she starts off by spilling everything she knows about the Black Fiend School, you can do whatever you want with her. However, don't be so foolish as to release her and let her report back. Hanli looked at the rest of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain with a meaningful glance and said this with a relaxed expression. Soon after, white light flashed from his hands and restrained the woman's dainty body at the speed of lightning. With her true essence fettered, she could no longer move or use magic power. Then without the slightest of misgivings, Hanli took the small box from the young woman's bosom and lightly threw the woman to the absent-minded youth. Many thanks, Senior Han. The dark-faced old man naturally knew why Hanli had done this. This was a great show of friendship toward them, and therefore he replied gratefully. Chapter 305, Last Resort. Since Hanli said as such, although the old man was filled with doubt, he could only return first. Not long after, the second brother returned with an ashen face. As expected, he hadn't managed to catch up to that fifth sister. Fortunately, Hanli's words assured them that they did not have to worry about incurring Hanli's wrath. At the time, in an extremely remote alley within Yuejing, a slender figure staggered towards the South District. The faint moonlight revealed her to be the flustered fifth sister. As she ran, she incessantly glanced behind her, as if she were afraid that someone would suddenly appear behind her. Although this woman's magic power had largely been suppressed by Hanli, her divine sense as a cultivator was still mostly there. Upon discovering that nobody else appeared behind her, she finally became somewhat more relaxed in her heart. Thankfully, when the youth let her go, he had slipped her a concealment talisman. This was the only reason why she could have escaped to here. Not long after she had escaped, the woman discovered a tall thin man's figure sweeping overhead. Fortunately, she had swiftly used the talisman, successfully dealing with the situation. At this time, her second brother did not actually go chasing in another direction. Instead, he had already returned to the Qin residence. This was why she dared to run around in the alleys so boldly. The place she was headed towards was one of the Black Fiend School's secret strongholds in the South District. As long as she was able to precisely report Hanli's location to her superiors, she will have contributed much to the sect. Thus, she would immediately be one step closer to her dream of entering the Foundation establishment stage. That year, when she and a few other Black Fiend School outer court disciples who had performed quite well saw that their mysterious schoolmaster's divine methods allowed a Qi condensation disciple to establish their foundation, they immediately chose to dedicate themselves to the Black Fiend School so that they could also have a similar fate. Once their contributions reached a certain level, they could also obtain the schoolmaster's favor and aid in entering Foundation establishment. As far as she knew, most outer court disciples willing to be ordered around by the Black Fiend School all had this intention in mind. Thus, she never believed that she had made any mistakes in her decisions. After all, based on her natural talent, she had pretty much reached the peak of her cultivation base. If she wanted to advance another layer, or even form her foundation, she had no other choice. Although she felt some regret towards her sworn brothers and sisters, since she had embarked on this path, she could only cut off all her natural affection for them. If they were caught, whether they were used as blood servants or forced to follow orders once again depended on the intentions of her superiors. She did not intend to plead for mercy on their behalf. In the future, she would only live for herself and herself alone. As she thought these vicious thoughts in her heart, she began to dream about entering Foundation establishment. It seemed as if her footsteps also sped up significantly. Although she was still quite a distance away, she finally saw the street opening to the South District. But just as she became excited and wanted to speed up her steps, she suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wet running down her nose. Baffled, she wiped it with her hand, but what she saw her make entire figure tremble. Her expression was one of fear and surprise. Her 5 snow-white fingers were covered in a sticky, dark red liquid. "This is..." Fifth junior sister panicked and attempted to wipe away the black blood under her nose, but at this time, the blood from her nose began to flood out as if a gate had been opened. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood began to flow out from even her eyes and ears. Did this senior Hanli succeed so quickly? But how come they never even saw the young prince? Hanli descended from the tower, his face cloudy. Upon seeing the 4 people gather around him, he said, knitting his eyebrows, there was no one on top of the tower, only a mannequin created from an illusion technique. It seems like he was occupied with something. These words caused them to stare at each other, not knowing what to do for quite some time. The best method would be to wait for the young prince to return to his dwelling and strike the target separately. Fortunately, these people were all cultivators and had much patience. Because they were all well concealed, they hadn't exposed themselves in the slightest during this entire time. After the time it takes to eat a meal, this young prince eventually stopped strolling around and walked out of the courtyard. This caused the ambushers to feel joy. However, the following scene greatly surprised these people, immediately causing their rage to soar. Just when the young prince was about to walk out of the courtyard, he suddenly used an illusion technique. At an unknown time, he had taken out a set of clothes and quickly changed into them. He was masked and wearing blood red in the blink of an eye, dressed just like the person who told them to rob and kill Hanli. Although the 4 friends were filled with rage, they knew what was important and resisted their impulses with great difficulty. Now, they had great trust in Hanli's words. They knew they were pursuing the correct target. Having changed his clothes, the young prince faintly released a demonic qi from his body and strong magic power fluctuations of the 11th layer of qi condensation. He did not return to his dwelling. Instead, he threw a long, blood-red magic tool into the sky, and with a flash, he flew out on it. Seeing this, Hanli's eyes flashed with yellow light, and he immediately transmitted a message to the other 4, follow him. Regardless of where he goes, make sure to capture him as he is on his way. Heeding Hanli's orders, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain impatiently followed after him on their flying magic tools. Hanli, who was left alone to monitor Steward Wang, had deliberately waited in place a while longer. Seeing that nothing strange occurred in the room, he hesitated for a moment. Still not at ease, he threw out his divine wind boat and followed after them. The speed of Hanli's divine wind boat couldn't be compared to the 4 friends of Meng Mountain's magic tools. After a short moment of following their spiritual qi marks, he arrived at a desolate temple outside of Yuejing. The 4 friends of Meng Mountain were floating in midair. They were bustling around with an ashen complexion and an appearance of continuous indecision. After seeing Hanli, they immediately welcomed him with pleasant surprise. "What's the matter?" Seeing this, Hanli wrinkled his brow and slowly asked. "We followed him here, but just as we thought to act, he suddenly made his way into the abandoned temple. We don't know whether that young ghost discovered us. Also, there are restrictions laid down at this temple, what appear to be formation spells. We rushed in for a moment but luckily, we immediately withdrew. We didn't dare to try again, fearing that there may be others lying in ambush within." Seeing Hanli displeased, the dark-faced old man hastily stepped forward to explain. "Formation spell. Chapter 307, Blood Servant. When Han Li heard the young prince's voice, his complexion slightly changed, turning a bit pale. But when he slowly turned around, his expression returned to normal, the slightest panic couldn't be seen. Instead, a trace of a cold smile could be seen from the corner of his mouth. He coldly looked at those from the Black Fiend School and that bald Foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li's calm expression influenced the four friends of Meng Mountain, whose hearts grew slightly calmer. After giving each other a mutual glance, they all acted in concert and flew behind Han Li, standing in opposition against those from the Black Fiend School. "It's you. Aren't you that person from the Qin residence? You are a Foundation establishment cultivator?" When the young prince saw Han Li's appearance, he had an extremely astonished expression. Although that thin, shriveled man who stood beside him had remained silent, great surprise could be seen from his eyes. Only the large bald man who was rigidly staring at Han Li looked upon him with a solemn appearance. He suddenly said, "Be a bit careful. That person is a Foundation establishment cultivator and is also a layer higher than me. It is likely I'll need to lay out a black wind formation and draw assistance from the formation to capture him." Hearing the large bald man say this, the young prince didn't show any worry on his face. Instead, he asked with pleasant surprise, "Sir Blood Servant, if that's the case, the rewards for offering this person as a blood sacrifice for the schoolmaster's cultivation should be quite good, no?" When the large man heard this, he answered with a chuckle, "Of course. All of the Foundation establishment cultivators we captured so far were only at initial Foundation establishment. This person's blood essence is certain to be far greater than the previous few." With confirmation from the large bald man, the young prince greedily turned his head to look at Han Li and suddenly laughed heartily. "Good, very good. Regardless of the reason why your esteemed self has come here, don't think that you will leave this place alive. Lay down the black wind formation. Go." After the young prince stopped smiling, he shouted this with a cold expression and a stern voice. Those black-clothed individuals immediately took out large, jet-black flags and quickly flew around Han Li, surrounding him. Furthermore, they started to wave the flags in their hands. "You all just defend. Let me handle them." After Han Li indifferently said this to the four friends of Meng Mountain, his image became indistinct and disappeared from his original location without a trace. "Be careful." When the bald large man saw Han Li disappear, he loudly shouted from bewilderment, but it was already too late. Han Li appeared behind a black-clothed person in an instant. The cultivator who was just waving the flag had immediately stopped and blankly stood in place. Then without any warning, his head soon rolled onto the floor and blood fountained out of the headless body before falling to the floor. It was at the moment that the large bald man had just finished the last word of his shout. This scene caused the hearts of the other flag-holding cultivators to tremble. They were left stunned, not knowing what they should do. Han Li soon appeared behind another cultivator from thin air, and he promptly died with his head also rolling on the floor. Having seen this, the other black-clothed cultivators didn't dare to hesitate. They all stopped waving their black flags, and they slapped on their colorful defensive talismans and took out all sorts of defensive magic tools. But in the blink of an eye, two more black-clothed disciples in the process of preparing their defenses suffered Han Li's cruel attacks and unexpectedly turned to corpses. "Brat, you're courting death." When the large bald man saw this, he gave a deep roar and released strange black-red lights from his eyes. His entire body released a bloody radiance as he charged toward Han Li at an astonishing speed. Han Li took a cold look at the large man's stance along with the bloody sphere of light covering his body before taking a look at the black-clothed men looking at him with alarm from within their defensive light barriers. At that moment, their figures decisively shot over 100 meters away from the four friends of Meng Mountain. The large man charging through the air released a bestial roar. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately changed direction and continued to pounce toward Hanli and the others, but for some unknown reason, he didn't take out any magic tools. Seeing this, the second brother's mind moved. He saw an opportunity and immediately raised his hand, silently shooting out a green triangular thorn toward the large man's front. When the large bald man saw this magic tool fly toward him, his face turned into an evil grin. Not only did he not stop, but he also rushed toward to welcome it. The tall and thin second brother grew very happy and excitedly said, "This guy is out of luck. My magic tool is a fine high-quality magic tool. It will certainly make him. Ah! How is this possible? My green pointed thorn." Just as he started rambling, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes and involuntarily cried out. When this triangular thorn touched the blood-red light covering the large bald man, the blood-red light radiance seemed alive. It suddenly swept in the magic tool force, and no matter how much the magic tool struggled, it was unable to break free in the slightest. "Hee, you dare to make a show of such a minuscule thorn." The large man wildly laughed and extended a large blood-red hand, forcibly grabbing the triangular thorn. The green light of the magic tool in his grasp immediately scattered. It had thoroughly turned to scrap, completely devoid of spiritual chi. At this moment, not only did the four friends of Meng Mountain appear greatly fearful, but Han Li's heart also heavily thumped. This large bald man definitely didn't cultivate any common cultivation arts. It was most likely a top-grade devilish art like the ghost spirit sect's young master. The large bald man didn't allow Han Li and the others to think further and arrived in front of them in an instant. A huge blood-red fist was raised and fiercely smashed against the light barrier that the four friends of Meng Mountain had jointly erected. Pang! The light barrier that four chi condensation cultivators had jointly released was left with a deep depression after just one strike and immediately grew very dark. The complexions of the four friends suddenly changed. Such a ferocious punch would likely turn common defensive magic tools into scrap metal. "Senior, could you?" The dark-faced old man turned his head in a hurry and wanted to see whether Han Li had some method to block the opponent. Chapter 308. A display of skill. Han Li glanced at the few magic tools next to him. Then, he suddenly reached into his storage pouch and pulled out 3 identical small tridents. He gently tossed them out, and they instantly turned into 3 streaks of red light, shooting towards a black-clothed cultivator. The set of a flying flame chain tridents was spoils he had plundered from some pitiful unknown soul after the fight with the white spider. Its power was quite good. Furthermore, because it was a set and was easy to control, Han Li had kept it. Han Li then pointed at his magic tools. After the 2 black and 6 gold streaks of light let out a long cry, they all flew off in different directions. At this moment, the frightening power of Han Li's great development technique was truly displayed. He was unexpectedly able to control so many magic tools without the slightest of disorder. Seeing so many top-grade magic tools rushing towards them, the flag-holding cultivators revealed shock. How could they possibly withstand these attacks? After Han Li hastily threw 3 streaks of red light toward a black flag, the cultivator holding it thought to dodge by flying on a magic tool. However, after the black flag tangled with the 3 red streaks of light, it immediately erupted into a ball of black light and broke apart into minuscule pieces. Then the 3 streaks of red light arrived in front of another cultivator without stopping and fiercely struck at his protective barrier. Unfortunately for him, it was only the low-grade barrier of a chi condensation cultivator. How could it possibly block the strikes of 3 top-grade magic tools? It was only able to withstand the strike for a short moment before it ruptured and disappeared without a trace. With despair in the cultivator's eyes, he saw the 3 streaks of red light lightly wind around him, turning him into a huge fireball and then thoroughly reducing him to ash. At this moment, the 2 black and 6 golden streaks of light flew above 2 other cultivators and broke through their defenses with similar ease, chopping them in half. All of a sudden, the other cultivators grew frantic. Naturally, they found the preservation of their own lives far more important than laying down this great formation. The majority of them immediately turned around and flew off. A few cultivators of great courage and of lacking mind proudly released their magic tools to stop Han Li's attack with all their might. It was a pity that Han Li had no intention of tangling with them and completely suppressed them without restraint. 10 red, black, and gold streaks of light ran around like a swarm of bees. Any attempt to block these streaks with magic tools was like striking an egg against a stone. They would immediately shatter into pieces and disappear from this world. As for the magic tool wielders, Han Li naturally did not let them go and easily disposed of them. At this moment, apart from the few black-clothed cultivators who had ran off about 1,000 meters away, only the young prince and the masked man who was likely Steward Wang remained, looking on with incredulity. Not the slightest of power was displayed from the Black Wind formation, as Han Li had the foresight to destroy it beforehand. Han Li turned his gaze towards the 2, causing them to inwardly shout, "Not good." At the same time, they put up their guard and emitted faint black light from their bodies. Their figures instantly became concealed within dense dark qi. "Humph! What deception!" Han Li said with a cold laugh. Although he didn't know what technique these 2 used, it seemed very similar to the large bald man's devilish technique. However, he didn't know why the black light on their body differed from the large man's blood-red light. Could it be the difference in their cultivation level? Han Li pondered with puzzlement. Han Li didn't know that at this time, the 2 were complaining without end. Han Li's cultivation and incisive magic tools far exceeded what the 2 had anticipated. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Foundation Establishment cultivators before, but rather that the might of this Foundation Establishment cultivator, Han Li, was incomparable to the Foundation Establishment altar masters of their own school. Let alone one-on-one, perhaps even 2 or 3 simultaneous altar masters may not prove to be his match. His extremely quick movement technique that was almost indiscernible from the eye. His ability to control over 10 strange magic tools by himself at the same time. These were all feats that they had never heard of before. Now it seemed that even Sir Blood's servant may not prove to be his opponent even though he had used a secret technique. Although these 2 were conceited about their strength as qi condensation cultivators, they didn't dare to be so presumptuous as to believe that if the 2 joined together, they would be able to fight against Han Li. Thus, although they released a secret technique from their body, not only did they not advance, but they also started to carefully retreat slowly. Unlike the 2, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain were absolutely dumbstruck by Han Li's godly display of strength. Although these individuals had known that Han Li's strength was great, they didn't know how powerful his great strength was because they had nothing to refer or compare it to. But now they've seen Han Li take on over 10 cultivators with cultivation similar to their own and kill 5 or 6 of them in an instant. The survivors fled with fear, not daring to turn their head. Such profound cultivation. Such technique. The 4 friends had been completely won over. Han Li took a deep breath. When he thought to capture the young prince and Steward Wang at the same time, he suddenly heard a brutal mad roar filled with limitless insane rage coming from the blood-red sphere of light. When the young prince and his companion heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other with pleasant surprise. Han Li's expression grew solemn. No longer able to deal with the 2 in front of him, he hastily slapped his storage pouch, causing a small exquisite magic tool to appear in his hand. Without the slightest of hesitation, Han Li threw it toward the sphere of blood-red light. Han Li had thrown down a small yellow cup, and in an instant, it became a huge cup more than 15 meters wide. This was the heaven-shrouding cup Han Li acquired from the spoils of the masked moon sect cultivator Xian Lo. During that time, this magic tool was able to trap that incomparably fierce blood spider. It was clearly difficult to deal with. Dong! This cup accurately landed on the blood-red light sphere and covered it in a short amount of time. The roar could no longer be heard. Seeing Han Li's action, the pair's joy-filled faces turned blank. Could it be that Sir Blood Servant had been so easily detained? Han Li then turned his head over and suddenly gave the two a strange smile before raising his hands. In the blink of an eye, countless fireballs sprang forth from his hands and shot forth like a violent storm. The nearby sky had been dyed fire red. This scene frightened the pair, and they hastily released defensive disc magic tools in front of them. A continuous stream of deafening explosions sounded out, leaving the young prince stunned. Because there simply were too many fireballs, a few had directly slipped through the barrier and directly hit the young prince, scattering much of the black chi that protected his body. With a battered body, the young prince was frightened and angry. He clearly understood this great power had definitely been brought forth with great amounts of talismans. While waiting for this wave of fireballs to force their way through, he suddenly heard a miserable shriek from his side, causing him to tremble and hastily take a look. He let out a breath of cold air. What he saw left him in complete terror. The thin, shriveled masked man originally by his side was in Han Li's hands, powerless. The black chi protecting his body had completely scattered, and blood poured from his body. Unexpectedly, he only had one arm left. This scene caused the young prince to become apprehensive. A truly unsuppressible fear of Han Li had stemmed in his heart. He couldn't help but curse that blood servant for being so useless. Han Li gave an ice-cold look at the young prince and then ripped off the mask from his captive with no trace of politeness, revealing the face of the Prince Xian Steward Wang. Steward Wang's originally shriveled appearance was now twisted from the pain of losing his arm. Impossible. How did you capture him? Our fiendish chi body protection isn't so easily broken through. The young prince exclaimed this in one breath. He suddenly raised both his hands and fiercely shot over 10 streaks of black light toward Han Li. Han Li's blank expression suddenly had a trace of a sneer. He raised a single hand, summoning a black shield-like object in front of him. In the end, those powerful streaks of black light shooting towards him only resulted in a few muffled sounds. The young prince stared with surprise, discovering that this shield was actually a huge tortoise shell. However, this tortoise shell was black and void of light. It should have been specially refined. Seeing this, the young prince averted his eyes and shrouded his body with black light. He flew like lightning, wanting to escape just like the other cultivators. However, as a target for live capture, how could Han Li let him go that easily? After his figure flashed, Han Li easily caught up to the young prince, appearing right in front of him. He then raised his hand, and a huge azure sword over 9 meters long appeared out of thin air. Without restraint, it chopped directly at the young prince. The young prince saw this and smiled in his heart. The fiendish chi protecting his body corroded all sorts of magic tools. Simply not fearing any injury from the huge sword, he used this opportunity to flee with all his power. With this thought, the young prince's figure shot up in order to sweep past Han Li up above. Chapter 309, Demonic Transformation, You Can't Withstand It. Quickly, dodge. Resisting sharp pain, Steward Wang loudly shouted while in Han Li's grasp in an attempt to warn the young prince. Obviously, his warning came too late. Hearing this, the young prince subconsciously leaned to the side, wanting to dodge the point of the huge azure sword. However, the sword suddenly changed its cleave to a slice, softly sweeping past his legs. The black chi protecting his body scattered from the attack and didn't have the slightest of effect. As a result, the sword sliced through his 2 calves with great ease. The young prince loudly shouted, fainting on the scene. This person who had lived a life of luxury since birth, though he may be exceptionally shrewd, had never experienced such sufferings before. Naturally, he wasn't able to bear the pain of lacerated legs. However, this scene scared Hanli, because he hadn't used the Azure Essence sword streak in so long. He believed that he had accidentally killed him. After figuring out what just happened, Hanli happily laughed as he picked this person up and flew back to the four friends of Meng Mountain. Hanli grew very cheerful from his decisive victory, but at the same time, he felt somewhat puzzled. From the feeling of danger the young prince and steward Wang gave him, these two should have been far more dangerous. However, he was able to capture them alive very easily. Could it be that his mysterious intuition had started to fail him? Hanli shook his head and felt something was strange. At this moment, the black-clothed men lingering around had witnessed this scene and knew that remaining there any longer would be unfavorable. After exchanging mutual glances, they started to scatter and escape in the blink of an eye, leaving behind no traces of them ever being there. Hanli had no intention of chasing after them. There were only foreign elements, much like the four friends of Meng Mountain. They were fundamentally unworthy of a strenuous pursuit. As he thought this, he flew back to the four friends of Meng Mountain and casually threw down his two captives, saying indifferently, "Treat their injuries. We still need to interrogate them." The youth and the second brother immediately acted, catching the two. They didn't dare to show the slightest negligence. At this moment, not only did the four friends of Meng Mountain appear respectful, but their hearts were also filled with reverence toward him. Hanli's recent display of great and profound power left them with an unforgettable impression. Senior's cultivation is truly profound. It has greatly broadened these juniors' perspective, the dark-faced old man said with complete respect. It was nothing but minor skill. When Hanli saw the four friends' expressions of reverence, he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. However, he put on an appearance that such a thing wasn't worth mentioning, causing the four to feel that Senior Han was profoundly mysterious. Dang! Dang! At this moment, these loud bangs caused Hanli's complexion to slightly change. The four friends hastily looked over. After the middle-aged woman took a clear look, she pointed with a panicked appearance and shouted to Hanli, "Senior, quickly look. Your magic tool." Hanli had already turned his head over to look at the heaven-shrouding cup trapping the large bald man. Startlingly loud noises rang from within, accompanied by unimaginable deformations appearing on its exterior. With each following sound, the wall of the heaven-shrouding cup protruded even more. After over 10 more large sounds, the cup was no longer recognizable, and slightest resemblance to its original shape could not be seen. But what was even worse was that the cup's yellow light had grown far duller. It seemed that the large bald man could break through the cup at any moment. Without waiting for the four friends to recover from their shock, the transformed demon's eyes glowed with jade light and his body shook several times, appearing in front the barrier protecting Hanli and the others. It extended its claws and fiercely swung. Crash! The dark-faced old man quickly acted and activated the shield blocking the attack just in time. However, 5 deep claw marks remained on the shield. Furthermore, the old man's complexion turned extremely pale in an instant. It was obvious his magic power was not enough to maintain the shield against the onslaught. Seeing this, the large man laughed evilly and used his other claw to strike the shield at the speed of lightning. However, his expression immediately changed. He abruptly withdrew his claw and pulled back his arms, forming a cross in front of his body. At this moment, the second wave of light beams came from his front, harshly striking him once more. However, this time the transformed demon wasn't knocked down by the attack. He was only forcibly pushed back by the wave of attacks by about 100 meters. This caused the dark-faced old man, who received the first claw attack, to finally let out a long breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nervously said to the other three, "His attacks are too ferocious. A single person's magic power won't last against his strikes. Everyone, gather your strength to power the shield." Hearing the words of their eldest brother, the remaining three friends reached out without hesitation and placed their hands on the old man's shoulders, frenziedly pouring spiritual power into his body. In an instant, color returned to dark-faced old man's complexion. The second attack had no effect on the man transformed into a demon, which appeared to become even more violent. As soon as the puppet beast's light beams faded away, it immediately charged forward again, brandishing its fangs and claws. But as it was about to strike the white scale shield, another wave of light beams struck it back to its original location. Seeing this, Hanli tensely wrinkled his brow. Since this monster was able to break through the heaven-shrouding cup, and its body could resist the puppet beast's light beam attacks, it was clear that common top-grade magic tools wouldn't have any effects. Only treasure talismans would do any damage. With this thought, Hanli didn't hesitate any further and commanded the four friends of Mang Mountain, "Keep it busy with the puppet beasts. I need some time to cast my magic." With that said, Hanli did not wait for their response. He took out the azure mist talisman from his storage pouch and solemnly sat down with his eyes closed, the talisman in his hands. Hanli didn't tell them about the matter of the treasure talisman because he understood that as loose cultivators, they most likely would not have known of such a thing. More importantly, now was not the time to explain. His neat and incisive methods illustrated that Hanli simply did not tolerate opposition from the four friends of Mang Mountain. These four friends also clearly understood this. After they mutually glanced at each other, the dark-faced old man could only gather his courage and agree. After that, the transformed demon threw itself forward 7 to 8 more times in successive attacks, but each attack was met with dejected failure. Although that white scale shield was riddled with traces of damage from the opponent's claws, under the control of the four friends, it was able to obstruct his incisive jade-shattering claws. They were even able to repel it a certain distance away with the additional aid of the puppet beast's light beam attacks. Without an immediate succession of attacks from the transformed demon, the four friends were able to somewhat catch their breath. "Let's leave. It will be troublesome if we stay here for long and the Black Fiend School brings reinforcements," Hanli said with a deep voice as he took a look at the captured young prince and steward Wang. The four friends naturally didn't have any objections. They obediently carried the two captives onto the Divine Wind boat. Hanli then hastily flew with all of them on board. The sky above the ruined temple regained peace once more. No one would have been able to tell that a fierce battle between cultivators had occurred here. Hanli and company returned to the Qin residence without a problem and directly descended to their dwelling. Fearing that any delay would bring trouble, Hanli made a change of plan and started to interrogate the young prince and the steward that very night. Hanli planned to personally interrogate the young prince and hand Chief Steward Wang to the four friends. He was convinced that with the dark-faced old man's shrewd ruthlessness, he should receive a satisfactory result. To make cultivators tell the truth was a comparatively more difficult matter for others. However, Hanli, who had a rough understanding of bewitchment techniques and was proficient in the Tao of medicine, simply had no problem in this regard. This was especially apparent with such a large difference in cultivation. Although the young prince had started by absolutely refusing to open his mouth, completely unwilling to answer Hanli's mild questioning, Hanli force-fed the young prince a medicinal liquid with no trace of politeness. As a result, the prince grew dizzy, and his mind sank into delusion. Soon after, Hanli used a common bewitchment magic technique, hypnotic eye, and smoothly took control of his mind. Afterwards, the prince obediently answered Hanli's questions like a puppet. Hearing the young prince's account, Hanli's appearance changed without end. At the start, he was solemnly ice-cold. In the middle, he was stunned and amazed. By the end, he appeared conflicted and gloomy. With the young prince divulging all his hidden secrets, Hanli muttered to himself for a moment. Then he took out a black medicinal pill he had prepared beforehand and expressionlessly stuffed it down the young prince's throat before walking out of his room, not even giving the young prince another glance. This soul-breaking pill was enough to silently kill the young prince. Although Hanli didn't feel very good about using poison to kill a defenseless person, in light of the young prince using over 10 cultivators as blood sacrifices to cultivate a demonic art, his death couldn't be regarded as unjust. When he arrived at the clear sound courtyard, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain were discussing the interrogation with solemn expressions. Once they saw Hanli enter, they all stood and welcomed Hanli to the head seat. Hanli sat down without declining and asked, "So how about it? Did Steward Wang confess to anything?" The 4 friends exchanged mutual glances. As the eldest member, the dark-faced old man stood and replied, "Senior might already know this. I'm afraid the situation is quite complicated, especially if Steward Wang didn't lie." With that said, the old man stole a look at Hanli. However, Hanli's expression was normal and didn't express anything. With no better option, the old man deliberated for a moment and forced himself to say, "This one has learned much information with regards to the Black Fiend School from Steward Wang. However, most of it is insignificant. Only one extremely jeopardizing matter is important. That is, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is hiding in the Imperial City. Furthermore, the current mortal emperor of the State of Yu has long since become his puppet, turning the Imperial Palace into the Black Fiend School's nest. As it happens to be, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is a man called Li Poyan, a eunuch among the stewards within Imperial Palace. It is said that he is in the middle of secluded cultivation." When the dark-faced old man said this, he wrinkled his brow. He felt this matter wasn't easy to handle. After all, even if cultivators held mortals in contempt, they still had to be somewhat wary toward the highest ruler of the mortal world. After Hanli heard this, his face didn't change. However, his heart sighed incessantly. He didn't have hold any fear for the emperor, but he knew that the current royal family of the State of Yu was actually in joint cooperation with the 7 sects. Each of the sects had an unwritten rule strictly prohibiting even a half-step of entry into the Forbidden City. This was to avoid any sect from seizing the royal family by force and leaving the other sects at a disadvantage. Thus, for several hundred years, the slightest trace of 7 sect disciples had not appeared in the Imperial City of Yu. So long as the State of Yu's emperor didn't make any great blunders by not making any offerings to the 7 sects, the 7 sects left them completely alone. Perhaps it was this that gave the Black Fiend School an advantageous opportunity. Hanli had already contemplated the young prince's answers many times over, but he was still unsure as to what to do. This rule had been maintained for such a long time. Even if he uncovered the true identity of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, who knew if that would atone for his crime of trespassing into the Imperial City? Not only was it possible that he could receive no merits, but he could also be severely punished. Being unable to distinguish between what was the right or wrong course of action, he grew extremely annoyed. In the long history of the 7 great sects, such occurrences had happened before. There were times when the authority of some rules was far more important than the rightness or wrongness of the matter and simply couldn't be broken in the slightest, causing Hanli to feel greatly afraid of the consequences. He wasn't someone who wished to expend effort only to receive an undesired outcome. But returning to the main topic at hand, being able to discover the true identity of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster so easily was truly unexpected. However, this was just a chance coincidence. According to the young prince's knowledge, even Foundation establishment altar lords hadn't seen the appearance of the schoolmaster before and didn't know of his origins. These 2 were of the few individuals who knew the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's identity. This was completely because Steward Wang and the young prince had a rather familiar relationship to the Black Fiend schoolmaster. One of them was the Black Fiend schoolmaster's older cousin and had saved his life before. The other was his only official disciple and received no small amount of favor. With such intimate relationships, they were able to know the true identities of many important figures. Chapter 311, Secrets of Blood Sacrifice. Just as Hanli was considering this, the dark-faced old man continued without stopping. We were unable to discover the true circumstances of the Black Fiend schoolmaster's cultivation. By his side, there are 4 great blood servants closely protecting him, similar to the one we encountered today. It is certain that we are not capable of being their match as we are now. Thus, I recommend to Senior that we do not take the initiative to further provoke them and that it would be best to wait for reinforcements. Be at ease. This Black Fiend schoolmaster is at most a late Foundation establishment cultivator. I'm quite certain he has yet to reach core formation. Hanli, who had originally been listening from the beginning, suddenly interrupted the old man's words and said this with much certainty. Hanli's words stunned the dark-faced old man at first, but he suddenly became happy. The others also appeared greatly relieved. Although they didn't know why Hanli was so certain, since it was Senior Han who had said this, it was extremely unlikely he was wrong. A moment ago, they had been discussing that if their enemy happened to be a core formation cultivator, they would only be able to flee in humiliation. Even if with the assistance of reinforcements from the 7 sects, it was still uncertain if the Black Fiend schoolmaster could be dealt with. But now that Hanli had said this, the hearts of the 4 friends of Meng Mountain naturally grew much calmer. Could Senior tell us a few things? When we interrogated Steward Wang, he didn't have the slightest idea about the Black Fiend schoolmaster's cultivation. 4th brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Since Senior Han has said this, it must be completely true. The dark-faced old man fiercely rebuked the youth with a serious expression. When Hanli heard their words, he slightly smiled and calmly said, "This isn't some kind of secret. This information came from the fact that the schoolmaster requires Foundation establishment cultivators to conduct blood sacrifices." Hanli's relaxed voice slowly explained this. Although our Yellow Maple Valley isn't very involved with devilish Dao cultivation techniques, we do have some understanding of blood sacrifices, this impatient and destructive evil magic. This devilish art works by taking in other cultivators' blood essence and using it to boost their own cultivation. This was once a common occurrence in previous devilish sects, as it is able to greatly increase a cultivator's magic power in a short period and skip a great amount of time spent in meditation, bitterly cultivating. As a result, there was a time in the cultivation world when not only the devilish Dao but even righteous sects had many people secretly cultivation this technique. After Hanli said this, he coldly laughed, and a slight sneer occurred at the corner of his mouth. Then he continued, however, this insane cultivation technique not only required the vicious and merciless slaughter of many other cultivators, but it also had a fatal flaw. It is only effective at the level of Foundation establishment and below. In addition, those who use blood sacrifices are doomed to stay at Foundation establishment for the rest of their lives without any hope of reaching core formation. During that time when so many cultivators secretly cultivated this devilish art, not a single one of them was able to reach core formation. What's worse is that as they consumed the blood sacrifice's magic power, they would often experience backlash. If one was not careful, he or she would encounter and die. Obviously, the main reason as to why this cultivation technique disappeared without a trace was because it became taboo amongst all cultivators to consume another's blood essence. Thus, both the righteous and the devil Dao gradually eradicated those who practiced this devilish art. However, it was later said that the devilish Dao had hated to part with this method of hurriedly increasing their cultivation and instead created a cultivation technique that was known as blood sacrifice. However, this method didn't directly consume another's blood essence. Instead, it would use a cultivator's soul. Although I've heard the rise in cultivation wasn't as sudden or quick as the original blood sacrifice, it shared the same restrictions, preventing core formation and containing the same danger of backlash. It was aptly named soul sacrifice. With regards to soul sacrifice, my sect's ancient records didn't mention much of it. I only know that once it was established, it was only grasped by a few higher echelon experts of the Devil Tao and wasn't widely circulated, preventing a massacre in the cultivation world. Furthermore, there are also many other restrictions in other areas. In a single breath, Hanli had spoken of many secrets with regards to blood sacrifice. As rogue cultivators, this greatly widened the perspective of the four friends of Meng Mountain. At the same time, they also knew why Hanli was certain that the Black Fiend schoolmaster was only at Foundation establishment. It was very obvious that Black Fiend school used the first method of blood sacrifice. We have already acquired a rough understanding of the internal circumstances of the Black Fiend school. However, that large bald man escaped, so by now, the Black Fiend school should know of our circumstances as well. They might immediately abandon their nest and flee. As such, if they've hidden themselves again, we would be at a disadvantage. The second brother suddenly thought of something and voiced his concern with worry. Impossible. It is currently unlikely for the Black Fiend school to immediately flee. From what I learned from the young prince, the Black Fiend schoolmaster is currently in a crucial point in secluded cultivation at some cave within the Imperial Palace. I've heard that the schoolmaster had prepared this secluded cultivation for several years and absolutely wouldn't give it up halfway through. It's most likely that they are gathering their forces and guarding against us. Han Li's tone of words held ridicule toward the Black Fiend school. Hearing these words, the four friends' spirits were roused, and they revealed slight excitement. Senior, then next we must. After the dark-faced old man calmed down, he probingly asked this. We don't have to do anything next except calmly wait for reinforcements. Although the other party knows of our circumstances, they don't know where we are hiding. Furthermore, the people taking care of their business in Yujing are none other than the two captives in our hands. If the Black Fiend school wanted to go find us, they wouldn't be able to send any capable men. However, everyone must be a bit careful. In the coming days, stay and properly cultivate within the residence. When reinforcements come, we will then make our decision. Han Li massaged his nose with his hand as he said this with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. His eyes had already become narrow slits. With a mysterious smile on his face, Han Li caused the others to feel greatly perplexed. The imperial city of the state of Yu occupied 1/5 of its land. However, 1/3 of the imperial city was occupied by the glorious and magnificent imperial palace. Layers of perfectly cut jade bricks formed the palace floors along with countless elegant corridors in addition to many decorative gardens with rarely seen flowers and plants. Even eunuchs and palace maids who had lived in the palace for years would often lose their way, a testament to how extensive the imperial palace was. It was currently almost midnight. The original bustling of court eunuchs and palace maids had long exchanged for a heavy guard with sentries posted every few meters. But under these circumstances, there was still a person whose entire body was tightly covered in a wide cloak swaggering through the layers of sentries with a gold medallion in hand, walking toward the depths of the cold palace hall. This person was extremely tall. Looking at the sinister palace gate, the mysterious man suddenly shed off his cloak and exposed his massive bald head. This was precisely the large bald man who had escaped from Han Li. At this moment, he no longer had his demonic appearance and seemed quite normal. However, his face was pale and seemed lacking in blood. It appeared his origin chi had been greatly depleted. Who is it? Just as the large bald man walked 2 steps forward, an extremely cold voice came from within the palace hall. Ice demon, it's me. The large bald man replied without a trace of politeness. He walked through the gate without stopping. So it was Tai Luo. You came back from your mission. But wait, why are your footsteps so weak and your chi so lacking? Could it be that you, who claims to be seldom harmed by magic tools and impenetrable to ice and fire, suffered quite a bit? The ice-cold voice asked with some shock. But soon after, the speaker took joy in the bald man's misfortune. Humph, what does an ice-cold fellow like you know? The person I encountered this time was a formidable fellow. Let alone me, even if us two worked together, I fear we wouldn't be good enough. Were it not for the quick-witted fiend demon transformation I planned in advance, I fear I would have lost my life there, the large bald man replied with a cold smile. You used the fiend demon transformation. No wonder your origin chi has been injured. It seems that without a month of bitter cultivation, you won't have any hope of recovering. However, being able to pressure you like this, your opponent must truly be exceptional. Tell me about him. This ice demon held great curiosity in his words. After I first begged the schoolmaster for forgiveness, I will return and tell you this in detail. The schoolmaster's unnamed disciple was captured by the enemy, so right now I don't have time to deal with you. I don't know what punishment I'll receive for this blunder. The large bald man impatiently answered. Old Tai, you might not know, but unlike the others, it's as if we are all of one heart with the schoolmaster. How could the schoolmaster punish you? At most, he would rebuke you. The ice demon replied with objection. But these words soon lagged behind as the originally shut palace hall doors opened by themselves with a creak. An incomparably dark gateway was revealed, similar to that of a demonic beast opening its mouth to devour its chosen prey. When the large bald man saw this, he couldn't help but walk forward hesitantly. Qing Wen and Yi Shi. When the large bald man walked forward through the doors, he immediately asked the white silhouette to the side. They went to the blood prison to cultivate. For the time being, only I remained to take care of things. Chapter 312, Reinforcements and Peace. Ice Demon, it isn't because you find this guy displeasing to the eye but rather that you want me to pick a fight with Yi Shi. The large bald man coldly said, glaring at the ice demon. He. That could be true. Regardless, don't you want to go see the schoolmaster? It would be best to go now. The schoolmaster has yet to start refining chi from his latest blood sacrifice. The white silhouette addressed the worry on the large man's mind, changing the subject without care. The large bald man clearly understood that the other party's words were a slight towards him, but he simply snorted and walked into the darkness with large strides. After turning several corners and walking through 6 or 7 courtyards, the large man arrived at an extremely remote but expansive rock garden. At the sight of it, an expression of reverence had appeared on his face. Subordinate Tai pays respects to schoolmaster. The large man loudly greeted with a bow. So it's Tai Luo. How were you wounded? A middle-aged man's magnetic distant voice came from the rock garden where the black fiend schoolmaster had secluded himself. It was likely that this was completely unthinkable to Han Li and the others. Many thanks for schoolmaster's concern, but this subordinate simply used the demon transformation technique. There is only a bit of damage to my vitality. When the large bald man heard the schoolmaster's words, he gave a careful reply. For a moment, the schoolmaster didn't immediately give a reply. After a long while, he faintly said, "From what I can see, this mission was a failure. Otherwise, my unnamed disciple should have followed you back for the mission debriefing. Please forgive me, schoolmaster." This subordinate didn't do his best to protect the young master and Protector Wang, both of whom fell into the enemy's hands. This subordinate willingly receives the schoolmaster's strict punishment. The large man gritted his teeth and said this with an appearance of shame. Punishment? Why would I punish you? Since you've already used the demon transformation technique, it clearly shows that this enemy was truly too strong. It wasn't because you didn't try your best. Besides, they were only a disciple and a protector, so losing them isn't anything too terrible. If you, on the other hand, were to fall into the enemy's hands, then I truly would have a headache. Many thanks for schoolmaster's forgiveness. This subordinate will certainly do his utmost for schoolmaster in order to make up for this failure. The Black Fiend schoolmaster had skillfully won over his subordinate's heart, stirring up emotions from the large bald man with his words. In response, the bald man immediately made a great display of loyalty. Very good. But before anything else, tell me about the fight that occurred. I want to know which sect this cultivator came from. He is unexpectedly so fierce. The Black Fiend schoolmaster was clearly very satisfied with the large man's words, but he still asked about Hanli with great curiosity. As you bid. The large man hastily agreed. The techniques of the Foundation establishment cultivator who we wanted to capture were extremely peculiar. He was unexpectedly able to control mechanical beast-like figurines. Furthermore, his strength was not lacking. At the time, the large bald man thoroughly narrated the events of his fight with Hanli and how he used the demonic transformation technique when the situation turned sour. After the large man finished, the rock garden was quiet for a moment. The Black Fiend schoolmaster seemed to be thinking of something. After a while, a clear and cold voice spoke. Based on the description of this cultivator's control of figurines, this should be the puppet technique of the Thousand Bamboo School, and thus, he is likely a cultivator from this school. I heard earlier that a few thousand Bamboo School cultivators had appeared within the borders of Yuanwu. He is probably one of them. However, your intuition to immediately flee after your demon transformation was a very wise decision. Otherwise, you wouldn't be speaking here with me now, the Black Fiend schoolmaster said indifferently. That can't be. Although I am not confident that my transformed demonic body would be able to truly withstand his treasure talisman, were it not for the fact that I was unable to control my own body after the demonic transformation, I would have actually wanted to fight him. Even if I wasn't his match, I would have completely been able to flee without harm, the large man replied with some refusal. Tai Luo, I know that you were able to withstand a treasure talisman once before and came out unscathed. However, talisman treasures greatly differ in power from one another. Even if two treasure talismans were refined from the same magic treasure, their strength wouldn't necessarily be the same. Also, with this treasure talisman's strange appearance, I can conclude that you wouldn't be able to endure his attacks even with your fiend demon transformation. If it were Qing Wen's wood devil transformation, there may have been some chance of victory. The Black Fiend sect master smiled warmly and gave the large man an explanation. Many thanks for schoolmaster's advice. Still somewhat unconvinced, the large man still expressed his thanks with acknowledgement. Schoolmaster, how should we respond to this cultivator? Since the opponent isn't a cultivator from the 7 sects, should us 4 blood servants be dispatched to capture him alive and present him for schoolmaster's cultivation? The large bald man eagerly asked. It was obvious he planned to find Hanli and settle the score. There's no need. It was only a guess that he was a Thousand Bamboo School cultivator. I'm not completely certain, and he may have other helpers. Also, I am at a crucial point of my secluded cultivation and do not wish to provoke any great enemies. Confine all the disciples within the capital in the coming days and have them all remain at the imperial palace. These matters will be put off until I reach great success stage in my cultivation. Even if there are no Foundation establishment cultivators to serve as blood sacrifices, it will only delay my progress by a few months. At that time, apart from core formation cultivators, no Foundation establishment cultivator will be my match. As the Black Fiend schoolmaster said this, his originally flat tone became filled with excitement. The Black Fiend schoolmaster's thoughts happened to be just as Hanley had anticipated. This subordinate wishes good fortune for schoolmaster's cultivation breakthrough to the great success stage. This one will immediately arrange for the school disciples at the imperial palace to fortify the number of guards. We won't allow them to disturb the schoolmaster in the slightest, the large man loudly declared with tact. Good, carry out the arrangements. After the Black Fiend schoolmaster finished saying this, he seemed to be somewhat tired and didn't say anything further. Thus, the large bald man respectfully took several steps back, turned around, and departed. This location once again became an unremarkable corner of the cold palace. Time passed by quickly. It was half a month since Hanley passed on the newly acquired intelligence. At this moment, the Black Fiend School and Hanley had taken the same action and withdrew. Since the Black Fiend School didn't dispatch their troops to search wide for the Hanley's hideout, Hanley didn't dare to break down the stalemate and rush into the imperial city, showing his usual calm restraint. It appeared that nothing happened to both sides during this time. It would be reasonable to say that the Devil Dao should have already shown themselves, but no information of them had appeared, causing Hanley to let out a great sigh of relief. Hanley's most feared scenario where the Black Fiend School and the Devil Dao would collaborate together and simultaneously stir up vile trouble did not occur. Hanley couldn't help but secretly rejoice from this. According to Hanley's calculations, even if Li Huayuan sent people over, they would arrive in about 10 days at the earliest. Thus, he calmly cultivated every day and didn't rashly go out. At Hanley's suggestion, Qin Yan had also stayed in at the residence for the past recent days and evaded invitations to go out, claiming that he wanted to deepen and enjoy familial ties. But on the morning of this very day, as Hanley was meditating and refining qi on his bed, he suddenly opened his eyes, exposing a trace of cold light. Which fellow Taoists have come to visit? There's no need to be so secretive. Come out. After Hanley coldly said this, he patted his storage pouch and immediately took out the white scale shield, blocking his front. At the same time, his other hand grasped a fire cloud talisman. He appeared as if he were facing a great enemy. What caused Hanley to act so seriously was the feeling of shock in response to the appearance of 3 to 4 Foundation establishment cultivators lingering outside the door. Although they used qi concealment magic techniques, Hanley, who cultivated the nameless chant, could faintly feel their presence. Hanley thought to himself with astonishment, could it be that the 4 great blood servants of the Black Fiend School have all come? When this thought raced through his mind, Hanley endlessly complained to himself and immediately planned his escape. As for the 4 friends of Meng Mountain and those from the Qin residence, Hanley couldn't do anything for them, he could only leave them to find their own luck. While Hanley's mind was filled with these distracting thoughts, not a single magic tool or Daoist technique came from outside as Hanley had expected. Instead, he heard a bright and cheerful voice. Hee hee. How about it? I said you wouldn't be able to conceal yourselves from Junior Marshal Brother. Young Junior Marshal Brother has already entered mid-foundation establishment. Don't show off your mere skill in front of Junior Marshal Brother Han. This was an extremely familiar voice to Hanley. His mind stirred as he loudly answered, could it be that Senior Marshal Brother Song has arrived? Let Junior Marshal Brother give you his greetings. Hanley's words were filled with pleasant surprise. Junior Marshal Brother, you've guessed correctly. After the voice's owner said this, he opened the door and strutted into Hanley's room. It was Hanley's 4th Senior Marshal Brother, Song Meng. 2 men and a woman stood behind him. Apart from the serious appearance of a young handsome man, the other 2 looked at Hanley with a smile. Among them, a man with a scholarly appearance said with a smile, 8th Junior Marshal Brother, I've heard your name from Master. It's unfortunate that 7th Junior Marshall sister and I haven't had a chance to meet you yet. Now that we've finally seen you in person, we're astounded that you've cultivated so quickly and had already reached mid-foundation establishment. I truly have no words to say. The man clicked his tongue. When that elegant woman standing by his side heard this, she concealed a chuckle and brightly sized up Hanli with curiosity. Hanli took another glance at the man and woman, but he still didn't recognize who they were. He immediately stood up from the bed and said with a respectful expression, "So it's 3rd Senior Marshall brother and 7th Senior Marshall sister." Junior Marshall brother has long heard of Senior Marshall brother and sister's great reputations. Unfortunately, I also haven't had the chance to meet you. As for cultivation, Senior Marshall brother had entered mid-foundation establishment far before me. How could this Junior Marshall brother compare? Han Li's words were sincere and left a good impression on his 3rd Marshall brother. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.